mai kwana aiki kira shi da jan zaki ya bar sai da mamaki hasada ta zamo taki ta kira sararin taki ga masu cikin bila Tinubu da shan Allah abubuwa Tinubu jiwar kalla babu masu kasa jumla gada musu sakula ga mai babban lamba gada musu kasa ba lamba ta ɗayan lamba kake hana kankan ba barka da zuwa barkanka da sauka oyo oyo malam asuwaju Tibola zan kare kai a muku bai hada sabu uga da rago ba kishi na kasa shi ne aka ba nasa ba faɗi ba a zubar ba Yotin yanzu alfitar ya ce ta banki kudu ba ku gani ba da arewa da bayancin kudu ya zama dole su gode wa na kowa sannu da hanya a zuwa jin masu cewa sun nufi fashi da lafiya yan gama harshe da haƙori zancen banzawa ya gaya muku mun hana tusa ta yi wari ba a komai lafiya ko mara lafiya bai hana sa'i ya yi kauri sarki mai sama Allah ka ji kai
Okay now. Okay.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù wọ́n wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà Tàdàdé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́jọ́ sọ. Aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́jọ́ sọ. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́jọ́ sọ. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́jọ́ sọ. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gọ́fìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ.
There it is right there. Speaker Sobe. So if Speaker Sobe, then it must be true. Speaker Sobe, good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So we started off with a greeting. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? You know, often one phrase, but in instances it applies. So this is the morning after the night before. So people over-labor that phrase, but are quite apt for today's session. The morning after the night before. So the morning after the night before, in case you were living under a rock, the world has changed seismically, probably never to be the same again. The Americans have only gone and done it. They've gone and inserted a lunatic into the White House. So there it is right there. So, and there it is. Everything changes. Nothing else remains the same. We pick it up from here.
This morning, a historic political comeback. Donald Trump is projected to return to the White House as the 47th president.
Yeah, Trump claiming victory with wins in key battleground states. Take a look at the map. Trump's win in Wisconsin, putting him over the 270 threshold needed to clinch the presidency. We do expect to hear from Vice President Harris sometime this morning. Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz is live in studio with the very latest. Irene.
Yeah, John, Rachel, good morning. It really was that win in Wisconsin that changed everything, put him over that 270 threshold needed to take that presidency. It has marked a major comeback for a former president. He has vowed to dramatically reshape federal government. And this morning, Trump spoke about the projected victory, saying he's going to keep his promises to voters.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Now, his coarse rhetoric throughout his campaign has really resonated with frustrated and angry voters. And it's been a tumultuous election season, including 2 assassination attempts on Trump and a shift to a new Democratic nominee just a month before the DNC. Democratic rival Kamala Harris has not spoken this morning.
So there it is. So that is what the Americans have gone and done. They've gone. Oh, by the way. Oh, so caught up in the moment, I forgot my opening space. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Hopefully you're all doing that. So if you've not clicked on like, please do that. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And then share the link in your social media spaces. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the stream. And then super chat towards the stream. The super chat is a key component of what goes on here, and we have the expectation, the anticipation of 5. We started off on a strong footing. Of course, Ayo, and then Chioma in celebratory mood. Maybe she doesn't have a full grasp of what the Americans have done. Maybe she does. We find out in the course of. So join Ayo and Chioma by completing that daily quota of 5 super chats towards the stream. So do that. Equally applies to the followers on Facebook and every other platform as well. We have an anticipation of 5 donation-like interaction with the platform from every to the stream from every platform that we stream to. So super chats towards the stream. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the stream. Share the links in your social media spaces. Of course, follow Ayo and Chioma's example, super chat towards the stream. So yes, I forgot to do all that because I was just caught up in the moment. So the Americans have gone and elected Donald Trump. But before we get into what it means to Nigeria, so staying alive, we will be staying alive for the next 4 years. That's in the lap of the gods. So the Americans have gone and elected Donald Trump, of course. I'm not the one breaking that news to you. It was broken to you immediately it happened. So the Americans have gone and elected Donald Trump. But what does this mean for the world? Let's go first to what it means to the world, and then we go on to what it means to Nigeria. Everybody already aligning and realigning under the Donald Trump space. But the two most seminal spaces already jostling to sway the Donald Trump administration in their direction. I'm talking about Israel and I'm talking about Ukraine. They were the first movers, and this was how they moved.
We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a...
Right. So some of the first movers, the Ukrainian President Zelensky and the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. So Benjamin Netanyahu. So those are some of the first movers, if not the first movers. And they necessarily had to move first because they're in conflict, they are inviting essentially the incoming American president to take a position and to take their position. So those were the first movers. But Trump has already signaled to that space already anyway, because he's invited the Israelis that war needs necessarily to end before his inauguration. So he's already politicking to that space. They're already politicking to him. The Ukrainians already politicking to him as well. So all of the politics now. So essentially, as soon as those results came out, essentially Joe Biden became a lame duck. So there is nothing he has to say. There's nothing he wants to do that anybody cares about anymore. So just starve out your time peacefully, get out of the space, and let the incoming come in. But when that incoming comes in, what does it mean for us? That's the thing. So what does it mean for us? I actually had a clip. Let me see. I have a clip that speaks to somewhat what this might mean to us. Yes, I have a clip about somewhat what this might mean to us. What this?
Neither of the two candidates had anything to say about Africa. We simply did not exist in their agenda. And the only time Africa was mentioned was in a derisive way by Trump, when he talks about lunatics and criminals being sent from different countries, including the Congo. Congo was about the only African country that was on his lips, and that was in a negative, pejorative way. So I do not see that Africa has any importance in Trump's calculation, but it will have somehow. It will feature at the lower level of priority. It's true from Obama to the first term of Trump to Biden. We have had relationships that they are passive, they're tepid, not very exciting. There are no major issues, there are no downturns. So we will continue to maintain a relationship on an even keel, in which there will be cordiality, there will be trade, there will be cultural exchanges. All those normal diplomatic niceties will continue to exist. The only problem we've had in our own case in Nigeria was during Obama.
Oh, all right. So there it is. We're of no priorities. We didn't get a mention throughout the campaign. I'm not quite sure that means or anything. I'm not sure how many spaces got a mention. The only spaces that really got any mention during that campaign were flashpoint spaces. So is it North Korea necessarily has to have a mention because it's a hot button topic. So the Israeli Palestinian war necessarily has to have a mention because it's a hot button topic. The Ukrainian Russia conflict had to have a mention for same reasons, hot button topic. But we're not hot button topics. Whatever is going on in Africa has always historically gone on there. so they had no reason to mention you, and you're of no relevance. You know, it puts me in mind of a song, to quote Rice Gum of all people. So if you want to be relevant, then up your relevance. It's shut the F up, go get your cash up. So that's it. So, but we have some relevance. And what does this Trump victory actually mean for the Nigerian space? So what does it mean for the Nigerian space? So that's what concerns us the most. So what it means for the Nigerian space is essentially how Tinubu plays this now new dynamics that are, oh dear. So hold on, let me move my hold on one second. NEPA, up NEPA, is that up NEPA? I'm expecting somebody to say up NEPA there. So yes, so what it means is how it plays out for Nigeria is how Tinubu plays this new dynamics that is now in play, because of course it's a seismic move, and it's a real shift into the unknown. Trump imagine as the American president. So how it impacts on Nigeria is how Tinubu plays the politics. So then we have to now weigh Tinubu vis-a-vis Trump. And that will give us a clue as to how this plays for Nigeria. So if you want to weigh Tinubu vis-a-vis Trump, then you will see that there's more commonality amongst the two of them than there is divergence. So Tinubu is a maverick, Trump is a maverick. Tinubu has a checkered past in business, and it plays a game of dice, a game of cat and mouse with the law. Trump has a checkered past in business. He plays a game of cat and mouse with the law. They are both businessmen. They are both patriots to their country. They both believe supremely in their own capacity, and they're ready to cut a deal for the benefit of their country. So there's a lot that aligns Tinubu. The mindset is in sequence. It synergizes quite seamlessly. The mindset of Tinubu and Donald Trump. So the broad strokes of their presentation, it synergizes quite seamlessly. It aligns very much so, because they're businessmen. They're somewhat shady in character. They're patriots to their country. They're ready to cut a deal. So yeah, Tinubu, and they believe supremely in their capacity. I don't think anybody believes more in himself than Tinubu, and the only person that probably believes equally in himself, Donald Trump. So it might well be a victory for Nigeria, especially having the incumbents that we have. I cannot imagine that somebody like Buhari would have been able to handle somebody like Donald Trump. I cannot imagine that Atiku Abubakar would have been able to handle somebody like Donald Trump. I cannot, in fact, I know for certain that Peter Obi, he doesn't have the, he doesn't have it, does he? We all know that. He doesn't, so he can't handle that. But as somebody like Tinubu, is deft of feet and slick of movement. So he has the dexterity and the fleetness of foot and the rapier of wit, to be able to go in there and strike something for Nigeria. So I think very much so the stars align for this particular, in terms of the impact of Donald Trump's victory on Nigeria. Is essentially a narrative of the stars aligning. So the stars align. The stars align. So let's now get into the readers for the day. So let's get into the readers for the day. Tinubu postpones a Federal Executive Council meeting over Nigerian Chief of Army Staff LAGBAJA's death. Orders 7 days mourning. So this may come as news to you, but this comes as no news to anybody. Hold on, actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to play some music. I need to do something about 3-5 minutes. Let me play you a bit of music. I need about 3-5 minutes. Una momento. Let me play you a bit of Obolojo.
Gbàjáre o, ẹ bá mi wáyàwó tó jọmọ jìgìrì. Gbàjáre o, ẹ bá mi wáyàwó tó jọmọ jìgìrì. Nínú ọmọ lára, nínú ọmọ lílì, kẹ́bàrú ọmọbìnrin kan roboto. Adébáyọ̀ kò fún mi ń ṣayá. Nínú ọmọ lára, nínú ọmọ lílì, kẹ́bàrú ọmọbìnrin kan tó bolo. Ọmọ ìjọsàn kò fún mi ń para. Nkọ̀kọ̀ dí ńlá, nkọ̀kọ̀ dí rẹpẹtẹ, ìdí àgbẹ̀ ní ìjù sẹ́wọ̀n. Ọba kò fẹ́yẹ forí ẹni. Nkọ̀kọ̀ dí ńlá, nkọ̀kọ̀ dí rẹpẹtẹ, ìdí àgbẹ̀ ní ìjù sẹ́wọ̀n. Ọba kò fẹ́yẹ forí ẹni. Ẹni fọwọ́ kọyàn àpò mẹ́jọ á pé. Ẹni fọwọ́ kan ní àtàkọ́ àtàlẹ́. Ẹni fọwọ́ kọyàn àpò mẹ́jọ á pé. Ẹni fọwọ́ kan ní àtàkọ́ àtàlẹ́. Adébáyọ̀ ẹ gbà mí. Mo farun adẹjọ́. Adébáyọ̀ ẹ gbà mí. Mo farun adẹjọ́. Ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ìdí lọ́wọ́ mi kàn lẹ́ni kí n wá relé ọba.
Lẹ́kẹ̀ yìí o, àmì àrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọba ṣeéṣeṣe o, àrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọba kíákíákíá.
Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ọmọ ẹ̀kún òní, ọmọ ẹ̀kún òní. Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ẹ̀rù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní. Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ọmọ ẹ̀kún òní, ọmọ ẹ̀kún òní. Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ẹ̀rù ìyá rẹ̀ ń bá ní. Mándélé yàrá náà kó wọn fa ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́. Mándélé yàrá náà kó wọn fa lórí àní. Mándélé yàrá náà kó wọn fa ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan. Mándélé yàrá náà kó wọn fa lórí àní. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé ẹ ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sá máa tò mí. Ẹ sá máa tò mí. Ẹ bá wá obìnrin àlòkù. Ẹ dé Kútọ́nù.
All right, sorry about that. Tẹ́ bá ń wá obìnrin àlòkù, ẹ dé Kútọ́nù náà wà o. Tẹ́ bá ń wá obìnrin àlòkù, ẹ dé Kútọ́nù. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ká wá obìnrin àlòkù. What's the meaning of that, obìnrin àlòkù? But no, yes. This may come as a surprise to you, comes as no surprise to anybody on this platform. We had intelligence that this guy had passed on a few weeks ago, and we made the announcement here. The Chief of Army Staff, of course, Tinubu postpones federal executive meeting over Nigerian Army Chief LAGBAJA's death, orders 7 days mourning. So this is not anything. It's not just died recently. It died about 2 weeks ago. I can tell you that with some certainty. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate postponement of the Federal Executive Council FEC meeting following the demise of Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General, or Lieutenant General, as we say in Nigeria, Taoreed LAGBAJA. It was learned that the postponement was indefinite, as the president noted that a new date for the meeting will be announced later. The meeting was initially slated for today, Wednesday, but had to be postponed in honor let's do that entirely all over again. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate postponement of the Federal Executive Council FEC meeting following the demise of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed LAGBAJA. It was learned that the postponement was indefinite, as the president noted that a new date for the meeting will be announced later. The meeting was initially slated for today, Wednesday, but had to be postponed in honor of late LAGBAJA, who passed away on Tuesday night. He did not pass away on Tuesday night. He passed away 2 weeks ago. Bayo Onanuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy, in a statement said President Tinubu has also ordered flags to be flown at it says half staff, but that should be half mast. You know, so it's not full. I'm not quite sure if this guy is literate enough to be in that. But flags are not flown at half staff; it's half mast. Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy, in a statement said President Tinubu had also ordered flags to be flown at half staff nationwide for 7 days in honor of the departed General LAGBAJA, born February the 28th, 1968 in Osun State. Was appointed by President Tinubu in June 2023 as the 27th Chief of Army Staff. The presidency on Wednesday confirmed his death. Announcement of the passing of Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Taoreed Abiodun Lagbaja. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, regrets to announce the passing of Lieutenant General Taoreed Abiodun Lagbaja, Chief of Army Staff, at the age of 56. So that's no age. And by the way, there are speculations, but let me not go there, but there are speculations. I will tell you why, I will show you why there are speculations in a moment. He passed away on Tuesday night in Lagos. He did not pass away in Lagos, he passed away abroad. Oh God, I mean, why do they do this? He passed away in Lagos, he passed away on Tuesday night in Lagos after a period of illness. Born on February the 28th, 1968, Lieutenant General LAGBAJA was announced Chief of Army Staff on June 19, 2023 by President Tinubu. A statement by Bayo Ononuga said, correspondents had earlier exclusively reported how the Army General was flown abroad by his family members to attend to his medical needs. Sources described his ailment as strange. You know, so So let me tell you what the speculations are. The speculations are that this guy was got out either in the traditional manner or in the westernized manner, but either way, the speculations are that this guy was got out. So you should know what that means, of course. That's the speculation, that it was hale and hearty and in full form just a few weeks prior to this sudden strange ailment. Sources described his ailment as strange. The Chief of Army Staff is nowhere to be found for many days now. He hasn't been seen at the Army headquarters or any military function in the last 3 weeks. I can confirm to you that he's seriously sick and was taken to hospital. However, his family members arranged for him to be moved out of the country for medical treatment, one source had said. So there it is right there. The Chief of Army Staff has passed on to be replaced. Remember, they were giving the new guy just his honors not that long ago. They were giving him his stripes, rather, whatever that is. So that is it. The chief of was it even a year plus in that place? I don't know, but there he is. LAGBAJA with us no more. We, of course, like I said, we already spoke on that on this platform. I think about a week or so back. So here is the guy in action. This is the clip I was looking for.
Note that you must work and you must work effectively. We must see the result in Plateau. This violence must not resort. You must stamp it and stamp it out completely once and for all. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Are you ready? Yes. Good. You have pledged your readiness. I expect this in the actions you will take in the field. I wish you the very best. My lines are open. If you have any challenge, any questions, please just send in a message. We will respond accordingly. So, all the very best. Thank you. Open orders, march!
So that was at Reed LAGBAJA rallying up the troops somewhere in Plateau State. But that clip, by the way, that was about 3 months ago, 3-4 months ago. So it looked in the peak of health there, in inviting his troops, younger, fitter soldiers than himself, to a duke out of press-ups. I think he did about 20, maybe 30 there. So that didn't look like a man on the throes of death. And then 3-4 months later, they said he's struck down by some ailments that just suddenly took his life. So he was got out. That's just what happened. He was got out. So he was, that's my speculation, by the way. I don't know anything categorical to that, but all of the alignments will suggest that he was got out. So he was got out. Let's move on from there. Let's go back to what happened in America. Go and renew your U.S. visa before swearing in. Fashion designer Yomi Casual advises Nigerians as Donald Trump wins U.S. election. So you can renew your visa, but you probably won't get in as soon as Trump is in office. They'll just say, you know, all of these people. I hope you have properties. All of the American people. I hope you have properties in Nigeria. I hope you've been transferring money to insulate yourself, because I suspect you will be heading home quicker than you anticipated. Fashion designer Yomi Casual has advised Nigerians to go and renew their U.S. visas before the swearing in of Donald Trump as the 47th president of America. So I don't think that needs to be expanded on in any way. I think we all understand fully what that means. So I think we all understand fully what that means. So still on the theme of still on the theme of international Still on the theme of international snobbery, let's go here. NIDCOM reached out to KEMI BADENOCH, received no response. This is Abike Dabiri Arewa telling us then just how this Yoruba woman that is a step away from being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is now distancing herself from being a Yoruba woman. NIDCOM reached out to KEMI BADENOCH, received no response. Abike Dabiri Arewa. So I have a clip on it, but let me give you a quick readout. The chairman CEO of the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri Arewa, but people say Arewa, but I say Arewa, says Nigeria will not force the newly elected leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party, KEMI BADENOCH, to identify with her Nigerian roots. Dabiri Arewa, whose office oversees activities of Nigerians. Oh, by the way, I've got some news for you, but I'll show you in a moment. Actually, let me download it and bring it. It's good news, actually. So let me download it and bring it. And I have permission to. In fact, it was quite keen for me to share it with you. So I'll share it with you in a moment. Let me just let me download it and bring it into the studio. So just stay there. There's been something that's happened to one of our members on this platform. There's been, oh, where is it? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. There's been something that's happened, and it was quite keen for me to share it with you, so I'll share it with you. There's something that's happened to one of our members on this platform, so I'll share that with you momentarily. Let me just grab it. Hold on. Yes, let me just grab it. Hold on. It will be the last clip that I play to you. So you have to stay here for the duration of all the readouts. But there's been something that somewhat happened to one of our members on the platform. Yes, let's go back to the Nigeria being snubbed. Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Arewa, says Nigeria will not force the newly elected leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party, KEMI BADENOCH, to identify herself with her Nigerian roots. Dabiri Arewa, whose office oversees activities of Nigerians in diaspora, disclosed that her office had reached out to BADENOCH a few times and got no response. it depends on if she identifies the Nigerianness in her. We have reached out to her once or twice without any response. So we don't force people to accept to be Nigerian. Dabiri Arewa has said on Channels Television on Wednesday, when asked if the government has identified with BADENOCH. If you appreciate the Nigerianness in you and you want to work with us, we are open to everybody, but we cannot force you to appreciate the Nigerianness in you. You remember the Miss Universe, you remember the Miss Universe Nigeria in South Africa. Until she got into a little problem with South Africa, she identified with Nigeria. And she identified with Nigeria, came to Nigeria, and we hosted her. As long as that blood is in you, you are Nigerian. So it depends on KEMI to decide whether she appreciates the Nigerianness in her, whether she wants to work with Nigeria, but we cannot force anybody. So it's a delicate balance because it's already something for her to be a black person, to be in charge of that party. If she starts to promote her Nigerianness, I think it will make people quite uncomfortable. In fact, she will probably want to distance as much as she can from the Nigerianness in her. That's how it usually works. The Conservative Party on Saturday elected BADENOCH as its new leader, replacing Rishi Sunak, who quit after the party's disastrous showing in the July general election. BADENOCH, 44, came out on top in the two-horse race with former Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick winning 57% of the votes of the party members. BADENOCH, who became the first black leader of a UK-wide political party, said it was an enormous honor to assume the role, but that the task that stands before us is tough. So on and on that goes. But she was born in London, so that settles it actually, because there were speculations that she was actually a Nigerian born. We have to be honest about the fact that we made mistakes and let standards sleep, she said. It is time to get down to business. It is time to renew. Born in London in 1980, but BADENOCH was born in London in 1980, but spent her childhood living in Lagos, Nigeria, and in the United States, where her mother lectured. She returned to the United Kingdom at the age of 16 to live with a friend of her mother's due to the deteriorating political and economic situation in Nigeria, which had affected her family. So there it is right there. So I'm sure her Yoruba will be crisp and smooth, but there it is. She wants nothing to do with you. She does. Can you blame her? She wants categorically absolutely nothing to do. She don't want to associate with the smellies. I want it dirty. She doesn't want to, without smell to her. This is what it is. Let's hear Abike Dabiri Arewa in her own words.
Depends if she identifies, as the Nigerianness in her. We've reached out to her once or twice without any response. So we don't force people to accept to be Nigerian. So if you appreciate the Nigerianness in you and you want to work with us, we're open to everybody, but we cannot force you to appreciate the Nigerianness in you. You remember the Miss Universe Nigeria in South Africa? She until she got into a little problem with South Africa, and she identified with Nigeria, came to Nigeria, we hosted her, received her warmly. Right. Listen, as long as that blood in you, you're Nigerian. So it's that to KEMI to decide whether she appreciates the Nigerianness in her, whether she wants to work with Nigeria, but we'll be glad to, but we cannot force anybody. There are some who will tell you that, I don't like that, your country. We can't force them, but we work with thousands and millions of Nigerians who are proud to be Nigerian despite the challenges. I would believe that no matter what, we are simply the best in the world. And despite our challenges, we'll get to where we truly belong, the top of the mountain.
Mrs. Abike Dabiri Arewa, the chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, thank you so much for your time. We need to bring you back because.
So there it is right there. The lady, she wants to, because we can't call her a girl anymore now. She's the leader of the of the Conservative Party. She wants to distance as far as possible from Nigeria. So have we covered all the readouts? So we've done the LAGBAJA storyline. We've done the all right. Let me give you one more. Let me give you one more. All right. Let me give you two more. Let's go to this one. Pardon me. Tinubu takes two actions over General LAGBAJA's death. President Bola Tinubu has rescheduled the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting to a later date in honor of Lieutenant General Taoreed LAGBAJA, the late Chief of Army Staff who passed away on Tuesday night. This decision, announced by Bayo Ononuga, the presidential spokesperson, is a mark of respect for the departed general. Lieutenant General LAGBAJA served as the Chief of Army Staff from June 19, 2023 until his untimely death on November the 5th, 2024. President Tinubu acknowledged his significant contributions to Nigeria's security and stability in his condolence message to the LAGBAJA family and the Nigerian armed forces. So what did he do? Earlier in the day, President Tinubu expressed his heartfelt condolences to the LAGBAJA family and the Nigerian armed forces, wishing Lieutenant General LAGBAJA eternal peace and honoring his significant contribution to the nation. This show of support demonstrates President Tinubu's commitment to recognizing the sacrifices made by the military personnel. According to Ononuga, a new date for the FAC meeting will be announced, allowing the nation to focus on paying its respects to Lieutenant General Taoreed LAGBAJA. So I think the two events may have been canceling the FEC meeting and calling for a 7 days of mourning. So I think that's that. Let me see, which was the last one? Yes, the last one is hold on. The last one is Professor Akinyemi taking a position on the American election. Yes, there it is. So, yes, United States has disgraced itself with Trump's re-election, Professor Akinyemi. So, well, that's your subjective view. A professor of political science, Bolaji Akinyemi, on Wednesday faulted the emergence of Republican candidate Donald Trump as the president-elect of the United States of America. Akinyemi, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, that was under the Babangida administration, by the way. It's the best yet that we've had in that position. Akinyemi, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, said the United States has disgraced itself by re-electing Trump as the 47th U.S. president. See how far the United States has disgraced itself and disappointed the rest of the world in the electoral decision it took last night, he said on Channels Television. During the show, the diplomat claimed that Trump's Democratic rival and incumbent Vice President Harris has been making efforts to congratulate Trump. He criticized the president-elect for not picking Harris' call, questioning his ability to unite an already divided nation. Akinyemi, do you know that Kamala Harris has been trying to get in touch with him to congratulate him, and she hasn't succeeded? He has not picked up a call. It is a routine procedure that the loser in the presidential election will call the winner to congratulate him and offer a hand of friendship and cooperation. And Trump has just refused to pick the call. So it looks as though I'm just coming across this now, but this is consistent with Trump, as we know. So it looks as though it's just picking up from exactly where he stopped before. No lessons learned, no adjustments made, just the usual wild and untamed behavior. It is a routine procedure that the loser in the presidential election will call the winner to congratulate him and offer a hand of friendship and cooperation, and Trump has just refused to pick that call. She still has not been able to reach him. Does that sound like somebody who intends to unite America? The diplomat described the election as a competition between light and darkness, stressing that the Americans would later regret their decision to re-elect Trump. 78 years old Trump won the United States presidential election after defeating Kamala Harris in a stunning political comeback that will send shock waves across the world. I think I heard somewhere that is actually the second person that has gotten his second term after losing not with a gap in between. So it's the first one that has gotten a second term that is not concurrent within the American system. Trump is the first president in more than a century, to win a just the point I was making here. Trump is the first president in more than a century to win a non-consecutive second term. He is also the only person to be elected as a convicted felon. He will face sentencing in New York for fraud on November the 26th. I wonder what happens if they can they jail him? Maybe they should jail him and create that constitutional moral maze, and let's see how they navigate that. Already 78, Trump is on course to break another record as the oldest ever sitting president during his 4-year term. He will surpass Biden, who is set to step down in January at the age of 82. So there it is right there. I'm not sure. Will he complete his 4-year term even is the bigger question. People are thinking it's Trump of old. I suspect he may not be. So Trump or old or not. Let me send the link into the comment section again. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let me send, where's that link? Let me send the link into the comment section. Anybody that wants to jump on. If you want to come and talk Trump, if you want to come and talk Tinubu, if you want to come and point and laugh at Peter Obi or anything else you want to come and do. So just hop on like a bunny rabbit. So let me send that link, the jump on. Hey, D, good to see you. So D, hop on D, come talk about Trump. All right, let me go to the clips that I have, and then we kick off the session. So you've already seen two. So we've seen the throwback to LAGBAJA. You've seen that other one. Oh, have you been hearing about this guy from Equatorial Guinea that are apparently, some politician in Equatorial Guinea apparently slept with 400 women, and they've had to sack him from office. So let me just give you a little soup song from that space.
Especially at a time when we have just seen a case from Equatorial Guinea of a man who is supposed to have gone around with 400 women. Is he encouraging such bad behavior in this country? We cannot allow such bad behavior because it is discriminatory against women. Unless it is shown that women can also do exactly the same thing. If we cannot, he is completely out of order. He cannot say such things or do such things.
I do not want to attribute them to what was from Equatorial Guinea. It was quite hilarious to read what that cabinet secretary was doing there. But the only thing that is in common is the happiness. As the ladies left...
Did you say hilarious or despicable?
No.
What the guy in Equatorial Guinea was doing?
It was hilarious. Because I don't know whether it is true or not true. I actually took it with a pinch of salt. I don't think it is true, but there we are.
So there it is right there. I think that's probably the most viral thing that's been happening over the last 2 days. This Equatorial Guinea guy. And by the way, a good abundance of those 400 people were other people's wives. So another thing that was viral, of course, Peter Obi inviting people to abandon going to church and go and work in factories. So that has generated a lot of controversy. So let's pick it up from Arise TV.
Former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi has been trending after stating in a series of clips released over the weekend that Nigeria's struggles with poverty and unproductivity stem from prioritizing politics and religious activities over nation building and economic development. Peter Obi suggested that night vigils should be replaced with night shifts to increase the country's productivity, adding that poverty knows no tribe.
Let's talk about what is happening today. Rice is 100,000 naira. We're not even sure where we're going to be. with this situation. He's our turn. He's a Yoruba man. Ask the people in Ogun here, is there any place you will buy bread cheaper? So I can follow you this night and buy one. We live largely in a very unproductive society. That's why the only thing that is attractive here is politics and church. You need to dismantle it. And we're going to turn night vigil into night shifts so people can be productive. I go to church, I believe in God. Yes. But we cannot have people Monday to Friday be in church morning and night. No. If I go from here now to my house, the only signboard you see is signboard of churches. You go to the east, it's burials. That's not the country. If you go to any other country, you see products.
I mean, Peter Obi hit the nail on the head. Yes. If you go to other countries, you see products on billboards. Now you are seeing so many, church signposts and everything. Correct. I really, really enjoyed that comment. But he also came on that fight, which I want you to also discuss, about the fact that he mentioned it's my turn. Some people in, on Twitter. So people, let me take Daniel Rega's tweet. Oh, yeah, Daniel Rega said, Peter Obi should have criticized Tinubu's administration without bringing tribalism into it. That statement, it's our turn. He is a Yoruba man. Shouldn't be coming from him. That was a very disappointing talk. A lot of people also campaigned and voted for him, that's Peter Obi, just because he's from the Southeast. Criticize the government, but don't bring ethnicity to it. I think that...
So there it is right there. So foot in mouth is maybe it should be Peter Gregory foot in mouth. Obi. This is just what we get from him. Anytime he opens his mouth, he just shoots himself in the foot. Firstly, is a Yoruba man comment. That ethnic jingoism, I think he cannot disguise the core of who he is. So that's starting to come out somewhat. And even some of his most ardent supporters, they are starting to see through what we've always pointed out to them. So there is that. But the bigger is a gift that just keeps on giving. It in that interview that he did, he invited people then to abandon the church and go and work in factories. I think he's trying to reverse himself back from that from that position. Just a ludicrous nonsense. So we're still back. We're still back with the narrative of that taxation something, the tax bill going through Parliament, and the Northerners pushing back against it. So firstly, let's get a good enough understanding of the tax. I have a decent enough understanding of it because we've tackled it often enough as a subject matter on this platform. But let's get an expert view of it, and then we'll see just how the Northerners understand it. So let's pick it up from here.
Is that derivation is not the only element that is used in sharing the VAT revenue. The VAT revenue sharing proposed recognized the need to make fund available to everyone. And that is why out of 100%, only 60% is tied to derivation. 20% is based on equities. I mean, everybody shares equally, irrespective of your size or what you produce or what you do not produce, what you consume or what you have not consumed. Another 20% is shared on the basis of population. So when you look at it, therefore, 40% is not based on derivation. Only 60% is based on derivation. So in that sense, we can see fairness. And we all state that probably we might consider as not consuming much are compensated because they can share equally 20% and they can share on the basis of population another 20%.
So now, give us an understanding, because what could happen?
So there it is right there. So that's how the tax system works. It's somewhat of a convoluted something, but what it seeks to strike and what it has struck is an equity and balanced distribution of tax revenue. So that's what was explained, but this is how it is understood in the North, who are riding and raging against it.
Council had argued that this should be withdrawn and reassessed. But what's your position? You're a federal lawmaker. It will soon get into the hands of you and your colleagues.
Well, it has even gotten to us because it went through first reading. But my advice is that as the northern governors and the National Economic Council has said that we should withdraw, the president should withdraw the bill, should do more consultation, and he should carry Nigerians and the public. But if it goes on like that, I can tell you that it will be death on arrival.
Why do you think so?
And
have you been able to study the bills? Have you been able to look at it carefully?
We don't need to study the bill. From what Matthew said now, I don't need to be educated. The general thing is that Nigerians are not willing to talk or to hear or to pay any tax now, considering the situation that we have faced. Because this is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So it is not by, I respect the expertise, Matthew, who said so many things now, but it doesn't make political sense to me. So,
and there it is right there. So, and by the way, that guy is a parliamentarian. So that bill actually will pass through his desk before it passes into law. So that's Senator Ndume, of course, the infamous Senator Ndume. So he's a parliamentarian. So that bill will pass through his desk before it is passed into law. So if anybody should understand the content of that bill, he above all else should understand the content of that bill. So he was invited to say to confirm if he had read it. Have you read it? Was the question, and said I have not read it and I don't need to. I just thought that it's bad. So this is it. This is because, and when we use all of these invectives to say these people are just bookies, they call you an ethnic jingoist and they throw tomatoes at you. Is that not? Is that, that's a lead person from that space, barely able to articulate a thought, and what you could glean from his articulation, you wish you had not heard it. He's not read the bill and is leading the charge against stopping that bill, and that is what you get. So that is parochialism, that is ethnic jingoism, that is short-sightedness, that is brain fade. If there was a brain to fade, but there it is. So there it is. That's the quantity of what we contend. They don't know, and that's also a Peter Obi type thing as well. Just vacuous nonsense. They have no understanding of the landscape of the subject matter, but they just live to this populist raw meat to the carnivores sort of righteous indignation, indignant without cause, a rebel without a clue. So this is what we get in Nigeria. This is what we get. This is what we get in Nigeria. But let's go back to what they got in America. Have you ever wondered who actually voted Donald Trump into office? I'll show you exactly right now who voted Donald Trump into office and why Donald Trump won that election. I'll show you exactly right now. So pay attention. This clip I'm about to play you comes out of the UK, but this person in this clip is the exact person that voted Donald Trump into office. It doesn't make sense, does it? But when you watch the clip, it will. This person I'm about to play you now, the person in the clip I'm about to play you now is from the UK, but he also, curiously and by some convolution and extrapolation and projection, he is actually the person that voted Donald Trump into office. Watch this, and then it makes sense.
I can't get a job. They come to this country and they just get a job just like that.
So when you apply, what do they say to you?
Well, I've got a criminal record. Assault.
Assault?
Yeah.
How long ago?
Well, I've been out of prison now 3 years now.
And so you blame immigrants rather than your criminal record?
The #1 rule of not being a criminal is if you don't want to do the time, do not do the crime. How can you blame the immigrants after you go about assaulting people, rioting and creating unrest, knowing full well that if you are caught and sent to jail, you will have a criminal record against your name, which will make it difficult for you to get a job and access other facilities? That is why I find it absolutely...
So there it is right there. He could not get a job because the immigrants have come into the country and taken all the jobs. But could there be any other reasons? Well, he has a criminal record for assault. So, so that does... but that's the sort of mindset. That's the sort of mindset that results in what happened in America yesterday. So that's the sort of mindset that results in what happened in America yesterday. So the sort of mindset, oh, do I want to play you this one? This one goes to the East, and you know we always go to the East with somewhat some trepidation, but trepidation, but we still have to make that leap. Let's go to the East for a microsecond.
In Igbo land, murder is acceptable depending on who committed the murder. Just recently, one Ogene musician, his name is LAGBAJA, was murdered by the police, and there has been protests going on in Enugu State because of this murder. Why I condemn the murder of LAGBAJA, the Ogene musician in Enugu State, I want to also let you know that there has been festival of blood in Igbo land for the past 3 years now, and there has not been protest. Igbos have never protested against it. Igbos have no issues with it. As a matter of fact, a lot of Igbos go as far as celebrating the murder of Igbos by fellow Igbos. Why am I saying this? Each time I criticize the festival of blood, the killings that is going on in Igbo land, so many of my Igbo brothers would go to my comment section or my inbox to write that hand go soon touch you. Hand go soon touch you. These people are deluded. They thought that by supporting the criminals, killing their brothers in Igbo land, their own life is saved. But let me tell you, let me shock you. Supporting them does not guarantee the safety of your life. Supporting them means that you can be killed at any time, because these people don't care about you. They don't care about people who criticizes them. They don't care about people who supports them. They don't care if you support or you are against IPOB. 80% of Igbos are pro-Biafran. They support Biafra. Majority of Igbos who are against Biafra don't stay in Igbo land. They don't live in Igbo land. The people bearing the brunt of this criminality are Biafra supporters. 99% of the victims of the criminality going on in the Igbo land are Biafran supporters. Nobody would double cross your car and ask you whether you support Biafra or not. They pick people randomly. They pick people indiscriminately. All they are after is that money. They don't care who you support. They don't care whether you know Simon Ekpa or you know Nnamdi Kanu. And I can tell you that if you release Nnamdi Kanu today and allow him to walk on his own, so many of these criminals will kidnap him and start demanding for ransom. So the fact that you are supporting the killing, the festival of blood going on in Igbo land does not guarantee the safety of your own life.
So there it is right there. Odino, that guy speaks truth to the space. Festival of blood. I cannot think of anything that captures it more. But I cannot add or remove from anything that he did. Say somebody send that in a plate and then I'll move on. So we've got 2 more clips. This now next one is the story of all of us, and everybody that hears this now will associate with what this guy is saying, especially if you live in the diaspora. This is the story of all of us.
You think you're staying here until 65?
I don't intend to be here in the next year.
There you go.
I don't intend to be in this country. This country is rubbish. No. People are just pretending. No. You're working literally to pay your bills. And it wasn't like that years ago. So when people say, oh, but you're meant to work. Yes, you're meant to work. But when I was looking at some stats, in 1985, the average house price in the UK was £29,000. The average salary was £14,000. Look at this. The average salary was £14,000 in 1985, and the average home was 29 grand. That was just double. The average salary now in the UK is what?
You and your woman could pay that in 4 years.
The average salary now in the UK is roughly about 30 odd K. The average property price in the UK now is 240 something for a house. It's 10 times nearly. It wasn't like that. Meant to be on right now, technically, is if the average is 240, if we was to keep with the level or the ratio back then, we should be on about 100k.
Yeah.
If the average was 100k, who would be stressed right now?
No one.
No one.
You should run 140k.
We're finished.
Yeah, we're finished.
This country, we're working just to pay bills.
Bro.
This country's finished. Okay. Do you live by yourself?
No, I live with my mum.
Okay. Look at what you earn now as a 24-year-old. One would argue and say you earn a decent wage for your age, for what you do.
Yeah.
Just imagine you stepped out your mum's house and
Yeah.
now you jumped into my shoes.
Yeah.
Of just say paying 1350 or even
Yeah.
paying 1200.
Yeah.
You calculate all of your expenses now. What would you have left?
I'd probably break even and just be on zero. I could
You're working full time.
Yeah, more than full time. Yeah.
Right, people don't understand the problem we've got now. You're working. Imagine working full time.
I ain't never seen my bills on camera.
Mate.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a mess.
'Cause if I see my bills on camera, people are gonna dive in the Thames. Yeah,
It's a like.
you just have to firm it.
As a pro, there's like the civil plays and the Femela Bushes. They go to war. They riot. We're not doing that here. No one wants to go to jail. So there's nothing that's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Like the banks are in control. There's nothing that's going to happen. What they did, mess up the economy, gave away a whole heap of free money. When you do what they call quantitative easing, what happens is that the value of everything goes down, inflation goes up, and this is the problem we've got now. We're in trouble. And I don't say this lightly, that everyone's got to figure out what they're doing, because you cannot be working full time as a grown adult and have nothing left. You haven't done anything.
You know, when I first saw that clip, it actually struck me what that guy was saying. So he's saying in 1984 thereabout, the average wage was about £14,000 thereabout, and the average house was about £24,000. So just twice your average wage. So now the average wage in the UK is about 35k. That's the average wage. But the average property, I think he got that wrong, is about £300,000. So there is no entry point, you know, for new buyers, for first-time buyers in the UK. And it's exactly right. With an average wage of 30 to 35k, what you are going to end up doing is you will live with your parents forever and hope to inherit their property, or you rent and not be able to afford. And really, your wages only really service your life. It doesn't expand you in any way. So this country is dead, as he said. It's completely gone. So it's just dead. There is no money left in the UK, none. You know, you can come and live the comforts of the NHS, the social welfare system, the welfarist, whatever it is, and the cold nights or whatever. But if you are looking to make leaps in life, then you will have to go some to make those leaps in the UK. So you have to go, and I'm not quite sure what the narrative is where you are, but I think that might well be universal to the Western space. So there is it. So there's one last clip. This one is from one of our own who is sending you a message of good news. Watch this.
Yes. She said yes.
Yeah, I was supposed to go.
Take my friend.
Yeah, yes to love.
Oh my God.
Why you come here?
So there it is. She said yes, and we're all glad that she did. So like I said, it's from one of our own. It was a dark something. So that was Des. You all know Des, of course. Des, our businessman trucker that owns a fleet of truck, presently in the service of the United States. So there he is in that scene, proposing to his Haitian now a former girlfriend, now fiance, she said yes, and Des wanted to announce the good news. So congratulations to Des, and now he's now our ex-girlfriend, now fiance. So congratulations to Des. So we like that. We like that very much here. So we like that very much here. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. The super chat still open. Anybody that wants to super chat. First, DK guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Making a rare cameo appearance, we got Choma joining us. Coming to glory and luxuriating it, Prince Daddy. And then, of course, our father of the bride, Ajale Koko. There he is right there. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. So we kick it off and we start it off with Choma, who I suspect is only here for one reason. Choma, like, okay, let's have it now. Is it, we want to come here to whoop and holler.
I just want to dance, in the words of Tinubu. No, I'm just so excited for, the United States of America. I'm very proud of Kamala Harris.
Whatever happened to the sisterhood, eh? Whatever happened? No sisterhood.
But one man, like I'm a very realistic person, and that's one thing I told you guys when I was on the last Dipsy show. It's just like you even if you have half a brain, you should figure this out, that there is no way she could win. Like there's absolutely no way. Someone that defeated Hillary Clinton can do it again. Like you can't compare Hillary Clinton to Kamala. Like even Hillary had a stronger policy. Do you agree with me on that part?
No, nobody really knew what Kamala's policies were. It was more the bigger question, is the wonder, really.
Exactly. So it's more like, the Democrats, they made a very big mistake. They should have kicked out Biden before the primary so that, Kamala can actually compete. She never competed. We don't know what she stands for. So I don't know why anyone is surprised. I don't even know why we have to. I'm even surprised she got votes. I'm so sorry, one member. I'm surprised she actually got votes.
Well, a lot of people actually say that the Trump victory is an anti-victory, ANTI. So they said it's a lot of angry white young men or angry white men really who feel that they are just being edged to the very, very back of society, and all of this anti-woke, anti-this, anti-that. So it was more like protest votes that are evolving into.
Okay, sorry, one man.
Wait, 1 minute. I mean, wait, Prince Daddy, let me. Did you want to say something, Prince Daddy?
No, I was going to say one man is full of
Chris Daddy,
media propaganda.
Exactly.
Listen, I don't want to call you names.
You can't help yourself. Let her finish. You don't have to interject. Same story you're going to repeat. We know it. Let her finish.
I can tell you are I'm not sure what word to use, but you're pained. Let's just put it that way. You're extremely pained.
Please, Daddy, calm it down. Adewale is hungry because they are candidates.
Let him be angry. I mean,
let Chioma speak.
5 seconds. No, 5 seconds. I was gonna say the same rhetoric woman just repeated was said 8 years ago when Trump came. You're repeating the same garbage essentially. Or the white people are angry, black people, everybody's angry. That's why it's. And by the way, one man, I know you know about a little bit of American election. Trump actually not only won the electoral college, he won the popular vote. So go do your math and you figure the rest out.
Yes, they said that's the first time in 20 years that a Republican has done that. That's captured. Often instances they never win the popular vote. Hello?
Well, Bush won the popular vote in the second time.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago. That was over 20 years ago.
Okay.
All right, Choma, back to you. I'm not quite sure. When we start to... what are you making of the fact that he wouldn't even take a concession call from Kamala Harris, which is on spotting, but then of course, Trump is known for not being spotting.
So that's actually a fake news because
thank you.
You're welcome, Prince Daddy. Because I was watching. I'm a big Fox News person, but just in the spirit of the election, I'm like, okay, let me watch CNN. So I was watching CNN for a while, and they said that CNN announced that Trump did speak with Harris, and they had long discussion, and she was speaking about democracy and the importance of inclusivity and everything. So yeah, Trump did. I mean, of course, Trump would love to talk to Harris and let her know I won, So, I mean, do you believe that fake news? Of course, Trump will pick up the phone and really speak with Harris.
But it's consistent with how we know Trump, though. That sort of behavior is consistent with how we know him.
Even you have to come on. Let's stop with the fake news, okay? Trump would love to pick up the phone for victory. Yes, he would. Just to hear you congratulate him. He will, especially from his opponent. He will really, really love that. He would love that. I mean, did you see the way, like during the debate, how Harris was giving him an attitude, staring him down, and he was just like mature, not emotional like her, and professional. So yes, he would love to get that.
Trump professional, is that not an oxy? Those two words have never been used together. What's your expectation for the future? Now we have Trump at the driving seat. What's your expectation for the future?
Well, it's as simple as this. America will be great again. I trust whatever Trump is going to do. I trust that he will do a great job because you know what? He ran the country before and he did a great job. And that is why, you know.
No, he didn't do a great job, but it came off the Obama bounce, but it doesn't have the Obama bounce anymore.
Well,
so it will have to now do something.
Okay, well, we don't want anything related to Obama or Biden. So we have Trump, and he has ran the country before, and we trust his judgment. He will do a great job.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? You know, he's already inviting China to a trade war, threatening to impose 40% tariff on them.
Yes, I love that. I love that. I mean, we kicked China
that will
out.
collapse. That will collapse the American economy.
During COVID, we kicked out China from Houston. Remember, that's where their office was during COVID. We kicked them out. So yeah, I love that. I love that energy. You know, that big D energy. Yes, that's what we need. I love that. Can you imagine Kamala with high heels speaking with Putin? Are you kidding me? One man, like you guys, this is what you people in the UK want. You want to reduce us to be on your level with the Queen Elizabeth, Prince Charles, all those monarchs. We're not y'all. We are the most powerful country in the world. So you can never try.
You were? You mean you were?
Well, we are. In fact, we are the greatest at this point because we are going to end that war. Because UK can never do that. Only the US can. You know, we are so patriotic right now because we
have... Yes, that's only because you signed the checks. It's not because of anything. It's only because you signed the checks.
No, we have a real president. If I was like, honestly, when you think about it, if I was in the army, you know, and let's say if we started a World War III and Kamala was the president, I will quit because I would never trust that kind of person to, you know, picking and choosing what I'm going to do. No, I would never trust her. And she's very emotional. I never really trust women to lead. I'm sorry. I'm going to be honest. I don't trust right now at this point. I feel like the only women I can trust to lead a big nation like the US is someone like Condoleezza Rice or, you know, even Michelle. I like strong women. Kamala is soft. She does not stand a chance. Even Hillary was better than her. So I don't even know why she even got a vote. I'm surprised she got the votes that she did. And I'm surprised that, you know, people are crying. Why are you guys surprised that she lost? Like, you don't even need a whole full brain to realize that this woman didn't have a chance to start with.
Well, sorry, Shamra. Yeah.
A disaster.
Well, you shouldn't be surprised she get any vote anyway. All those votes were not for her. They were just standard establishment votes anyway. You could have put a baboon or monkey in there, and that monkey would have still gotten some numbers, some high numbers. So she didn't do anything. I mean, you could have tested it.
The election is over now. Let the woman breathe now. The election is over.
You could have tested it.
Very unsporting.
Somebody who is a convicted criminal. You're not surprised how he got that much votes, but you're surprised how Kamala got votes.
He's not a convicted criminal.
No, he is.
Well,
he is.
See,
He's a convicted criminal.
I don't know who's talking right there. People like that person talking, and the so-called ex-ambassador that you mentioned earlier, insulting the American people. I mean, saying that. What did he say? One man that is disappointed that
he says that
angry white.
Hold on, let one man talk. Huh?
No, there's an angry white man's votes.
Exactly.
No. The Nigerian. Hold on, let me talk, please. Who is that? I'm sorry. Who's talking?
It's the progressive
team.
Okay, let me talk, please. One man, the Nigerian ex-ambassador said was disappointed that the American people elected Donald Trump again. Is that what he said?
Yeah, Bolaji.
Okay. But okay, it shows how much he knows. You know, being an ex-diplomat, you would think, you know, you would have a modicum of sense to talk in an appropriate way. How can a nation of millions of people voted for their own president that won both the Electoral College and the popular vote, and this man coming and talking down on America. Imagine that insult. And we talk about people insulting people. American voted. And if you want to even test Kamala Harris's, political acumen, strength, whatever you want to call it.
Yo, Chris, Daddy, you spent 4 years. You spent 4 years saying Biden stole the election. You spent 4 years saying Biden stole the election.
Daddy, she proved herself last night that she's weak. You're right. If we were to test her strength, she has no strength because she proved herself she was weak. Because all those people that were waiting for her at Howard University, she left them dry and cold. She didn't come to tell them, we lost,
Right, but more poignantly, she did not pick up one of the main states, the so-called swing states. She didn't pick any one of them, including Pennsylvania, right, where they have, according to Colata, over 500,000 Puerto Ricans. Supposedly, you're just going to wake up overnight because somebody called their island an island of garbage to want to vote for Kamala. Listen, I didn't want to come on the show today anyway. I was just going to listen in the background. And the reason,
my point is, you can see how she only used her the voters. She only used them for votes.
Right.
She didn't even acknowledge them last night. That is sad. Even when Trump lost in 2020. He showed up and told them, listen, we're going to do a recount. We're going to find all those votes, this and that, go home.
When did he say that? When did he say that? You're just making it up.
Let me I know Chairman has a floor, but let me a couple more seconds. So I didn't want to come on the show. I was just going to listen to the background because it was one man and maybe people like Diwali thought Kamala had a chance. I knew from the onset, if you heard my analysis in the past, she never had a chance. She was trash. She had nothing to offer. She's not smart. I mean, she's IQ is super low. Let me talk, Progressive. IQ is super low. She has nothing to offer. I said it. I can repeat myself. Kamala, she's not smart. And she has a low IQ. I'm not the one to even call her anybody with a low IQ anyways. One that's been in politics that can go out there and extemporaneously answer questions, and she had to read from a teleprompter. I mean, she was a wreck from the onset. So, trust me, I was not jubilating. I mean, me and Colata be back and forth on text, over the weekend. And after the announcement, I was like, it was expected. I wasn't jubilating. There's nothing to offer. Only people like Adewale that sold. Now, if you guys go to Adewale's house, you're gonna see on his lawn for sale. Not the house is not for sale, but his conscience is for sale because he doesn't know any better. One that listens to CNN and MSNBC, you can expect such a person not to have any judgment when it comes to politics in America. It's nothing new, not a big news. It was expected. Kamala had nothing to offer from the onset. So for those that are crying, the white dudes for Kamala and the black dudes for Kamala, like Adewale, continue to cry. Nothing's going to happen. Trump is the president. Come January 20th, he's going to take over the presidency, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you.
We wish you all luck. Hold on 1 second, Akim. Can Roblox Gaming, can you switch on your camera so I can? I won't put you on the screen, but I need to see who you are because we've been having some issues with I just want to. So put on your cameras before I can. Put on your cameras, then put it back off. But I need to see who you are. But whatever happened to being magnanimous in victory? So that doesn't even. So this is the signs of things to come, isn't it? This is the format that we are going to follow, is it?
What do you mean by that? Which format?
You are taking some dubious victory, which I suspect.
Dubious? How is it dubious?
Yes, because I heard that Mahmoud Yakubu was missing for a week, so I suspect that and it was cited in America somewhere. So, so I suspect that you must have Mahmoud Yakubu your way into position, but. Even with that, you cannot.
That's a good one, man.
You've taken the victory, so why can't you be magnanimous in it? Why are you still throwing bullets?
We have to throw bullets because it's a no-brainer. This is something like, why did we even have to argue this? Democrats made a big mistake. Like, they should have dumped Biden a long time ago. But Like they always like to use people the same way they used Obama. They try to use Kamala, and Americans are smarter than that. You can't keep using us. Americans really showed the whole world that we're smarter than.
So they didn't use Biden.
I mean, I guess they used him too. Yeah.
They used him, but America was not smart enough when it was Biden.
Well, like I said, they rigged the election.
Oh, now they rigged the election.
The election was rigged in 2020.
Oh,
it was actually
absolutely was rigged.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are the millions of votes that Biden got?
This was
Where are
how
they today?
Trump was leading in 2020. This was how Trump was leading, and then all of a sudden they announced Biden as president. I'm like, wait.
So why did they not rig? Why did they not rig him again? Rig him out again this time?
Because they don't have a chance to do that. They had observers.
Because there's no COVID. They can't hide behind COVID and count. Do you know the last election, 2020?
They had election observers at every polling unit.
One man. Can I quickly just say something quick? Look, the tide was always against the Democrat. The polls after polls shows that 70+% of America says the country was going in the wrong direction. So that it has never happened that a party in government wins election with such numbers. So she was fighting a battle that was difficult to overcome on its own. To say she's not bright or she's not, this is just common, man. Why did Trump lose election? It was because of the way he handled COVID. So when you have issues of polling, when overwhelming majority of the people says no, the country is not going in the right direction, it's almost impossible. It has never happened. They've showed it in polls that no party in government have ever won election.
The country was not going in the right direction, and now the same country chose Trump.
Can I interject you?
Of course.
I didn't want to interject because I want you to finish your analogy before I come up. But
hurry up.
Hold on, you are not going to pressurize me, and I'm not here to join the issue, but to speak to the fact.
Hold on 1 second, Dewale. Ajale Koko, coordinate for about 5 minutes. I just need to attend to something. Carry on.
Okay, I've heard your analogy, Shirma. I think it's a little bit flawed. Okay, one thing is to disagree with someone, another thing is to look at it from a disparate angle. Kamala Harris has never seen herself as the contender. She has always referred to herself as an underdog. Progressive just makes something now when he said that, look, for an incumbent administration, we haven't the incumbent is not even on the top of the ticket, but his subordinate is the one being featured to contest for this election. First and foremost, everything is stacked against her. The economy, according to them, is not doing well to them. 2, you have an administration that is considered to be on the extreme left. 3, I don't know if you've seen the data that came out after this election. It is a known fact now that white male Americans are the one that actually voted Trump to become president.
Yeah, while the alphabet community were the only ones that voted for Kamala, because I don't see how.
No. That's a wrong.
Well, today Adwale is complaining about the economy. Adwale today. Hold on. You are shamefully complaining about the economy that you said inflation is only 2%. How shameful is that? Just a couple of weeks ago, you were talking about the inflation is 2%. Now the economy is bad. That's why she lost.
Let me be categorical. I knew from the jump when I said it on this show that I'm cautiously optimistic for the victory of Kamala Harris in this election. The reason being is this: I wasn't even going too deeper, about what actually happened. If you look at the data doesn't lie. It shows that over 70-something% of white male actually voted for Donald Trump. So if you look at all the blue wars, all the states that are supposed to have gone in favor of Kamala Harris, they believe that a white Caucasian person would be more suitable. Ever since Barack Obama became the president of America, there has been an underlined a kind of a protest. A nigger.
Oh, it's all about racism. Racism. I
That was
got
the
it.
reason. Hold on, let me finish.
Racism.
Let me finish. That was the reason why Kamala Harris' campaign decided not to use the black race, but to at least use other race where Kamala is more or less identified with her mother's side, South Asian, I believe that's what they call them, so that it won't look like, oh, she's a black woman. Because the white, the Caucasian American male.
I don't want to, it's too late for your analysis right now. This is trash analysis. You should have, okay, you should have known all this from the onset.
Also, majority of those people, because the data came out that evangelical male actually voted en masse for Donald Trump. Now, if you take it state by state,
and real black man.
no, black men voted for Kamala Harris. They actually, I can forward
it's the alphabet community that voted for Kamala Harris. There's
How
no
would
real
you
black
have? Am I an alphabet people? But I voted for
We don't know, and black women, and black women also.
Don't be ridiculous, man. Don't be ridiculous. It's look. Let me tell you this. This election was an off-key task for Kamala. We all knew that. We knew the odds that are stacked against our candidates.
I do have a question. Then why didn't you leave Joe Biden in the race then, if that was the case?
Look, if Joe Biden was, because when Joe Biden was replaced, I was furious. Number one, at least if he's going to go out, that should have allowed him to go out on his own shield. But he was replaced overnight, and the party coalesced around Kamala Harris and have solidarity.
Let me explain to you. See, you guys pick out Joe Biden, and Joe Biden played you guys. No, Joe Biden played you guys. You know why? Because Barack Obama wanted somebody else, especially in the person of Michelle Obama. He wanted an open primary, but guess what? Joe Biden. But Joe Biden. No. See, Joe Biden was going to play you guys.
Barack Obama wanted his wife. This woman has always made it known that there's never been interested.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You trust them. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. You trust them, but it didn't matter. Listen, they all knew. They all knew that Kamala was a weak candidate. Hold on, 5 seconds. The only Kamala was a weak candidate. Hold on, give me 5 seconds. They knew Kamala was a weak candidate, but nonetheless.
Gentlemen, I want to say this. I don't want to be going back and forth with you or anybody. Let me tell you, it's so disheartening and disappointing to hear that Kamala Harris does not have anything upstairs.
She doesn't. I repeat that all day. Nothing's going to happen.
It is disappointing and disheartening. Let me tell you this. If anybody say that, okay, to any of our family member, we will kick back. Because this woman...
forget all that, man. She's a politician, man. Don't get personal. Don't get emotional. It's too late for that right now. Don't get emotional. Don't get emotional. It's too late for that right now.
It is not about being a politician.
She's a public figure. She's a politician. It don't matter.
Let me tell you, I live and work in a red state.
It look like both of you will not let us enjoy this.
No, he's the one interjecting. I will not let me land. I'm not ready to be doing back and forth. I'm ready to say my point and move on. Prince Daddy will not let me finish my story. Every time.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
As it is, it's a known fact because I live in the red state and I know what is obtainable in this place. As a black person, not even talk about you coming from Africa, you have to be ×2 better than your Caucasian counterpart to be considered one of the best. Now, to be a woman aspiring for a higher office or something that is usually reserved for male, you have to be ×10 better of your male counterpart. to be considered. So
I
a
don't
lot
think
of
that's
these
true.
facts,
I'm from the red state too, and
a
that doesn't
lot,
happen here in Texas.
no,
So I don't
a
know
lot
where
of
you're getting your
factors.
facts
Have
from.
you ever seen a female governor of Texas before? Have you seen the Attorney General that is a female in Texas before? Those are the things that.
Adewale, I think all you are doing is just
Excuses.
you are just looking for
I
excuses.
forgot what I was saying.
It's
We are
whining
agreeing
and
with them.
crying
So
with excuses. That's what it's
I'll
doing.
let you guys have
Let's go
your
to Chairman.
Congratulations! Make America great again.
Yes, sir.
Make America
Congrats!
great
You got the
again.
party tonight.
Let's go back to Chairman. Let's Chairman round up, and then so that we can take everybody. Let Chairman round up, and then we can go to another person, and maybe like Prince Daddy, and then we go.
Actually, we were coming to you just to break it up, and then did you say make America gay again or gay great? What was the phrase? What did I hear?
Make America great
I thought it
again.
was gay.
America
I thought
gay
it was gay
again.
America great
already.
again.
So when was America a great country?
This is the
Number one country in the world.
America was
Look at this immigrant. Look at this immigrant saying that. What is respect?
Hold on, Choma. Akim asked the question there. I have a clip that speaks to that space. America is latterly occupying a position temporarily, but it's never really in the pantheons of time. You cannot describe America as great. If you're actually thinking about who the world belongs to, it belongs to 5 people: the Egyptians, the Persians, the English, the Arabs, and the Chinese. If you go through the sands of times, these are the people that shape the world. It's not all this America great nothing. It's just a temporary spot they're occupying, soon to be replaced by the Chinese.
No, one man. I want them to answer that question. When was America great?
No. Let's not go into that because we'll open another portal. So Ajale Kukas has asked Choma to round up.
Legalized gay marriage. America was great.
Well, my time is short, so this one I can get in. That was nice.
So, one man, people are forgetting, right, that the forefathers of this country was founded by, the forefathers, and in every coin and in every dollar, you know what's encrypted on it? In God we trust. You cannot, for the love of God, campaign on abortion. Like your whole, strategy is abortion rights. When this country is founded by God, ultimately, in God we trust, and you think God is going to allow you to win, it's not possible.
So when did God say this against abortion?
Huh?
When did God say this against
Obviously,
abortion?
you're not a Christian, so I don't even want to argue about that. But what I noticed.
So who told you God is a Christian?
Like I said, I don't want to argue on that. I just made my point. Okay, in God we trust. That is a strong foundation this country has, and you guys have to always remember that. You cannot go far left. You cannot be legalizing gay marriage and next in abortion. This country has values, and that is why I say I thank God that America has shown the world that we are smarter than Democrats. You cannot be doing stupid stuff. Campaigning.
But did you know that?
All right, let her round up so we can move it around a bit. Yeah.
Okay, one man. Can I just make a submission when she round up, please?
I think we have to go to Prince Daddy. We were going to Ajale Koko, but we're going to Prince Daddy just to have a structure.
Yeah, I just want you guys to know that America have decided that, they don't care about, the rhetoric, the emotional blackmail, the celebrities, the propaganda, the, grab them by the this and that, They want a great country. They want a president that can fix the economy. And they want a strong nation that has values. How can you campaign strictly for single women and abortion? Or do you have a brain? Is that normal? In a country that is founded by God? Are you insane? That is so dumb. In God we trust is freaking in your hands every day. You use a dollar bill. You use coins. You cannot not change the foundation of this country. And that is why I love conservatives. They will always remind these liberals that we founded this country, and that is on period. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent
One man. You can't just let people spew some level of ignorance and just walk it and just let them go away with it. You can't.
That's
Because that's my freedom of speech. That is what you Democrats like to do. That is what you Democrats like to do. But guess what?
How can somebody with their one man? How can someone?
Please allow one man to run the show. Okay, everybody.
Choma, you finish your submission. I just want to quickly say something. How can someone open their mouth and say that America was created by God? Do you not understand the history of that country? Do you know how many native people they have that was killed for that country to be created? Do you not know the history of black people in America? Those were the work of God? Really?
It's a sales pitch now. It's like
those were the work of God. God created those past American history. Really? If that is what your God do, I don't want to know such God.
You can't change
the statement. I don't want to know that. Well, it's my turn anyway. So
you can't change the statement that says in God we trust.
All right.
We trust. Okay.
All right. In God they trust. They can trust in God now. At least I don't think that's offense.
We trust. Period.
In God, indeed, in God we all trust. In God we all trust, and I'm sure Prince Daddy trusts in God. I was going to come to Ajanle Koko, but I think Prince Daddy's pressed for time, so I'll go to Prince Daddy, Ajanle Koko, Akim, and then Princess Rosie, who we've not heard from for a long time. Prince, in God you trust. I know you.
Yeah, I was in Nigeria for some time now. I just got back.
You missed Luxie's session. I have to send you the link to go and watch it. We were looking for you to be part of it, but I
was in Nigeria.
Okay, we'll come and catch up with those stories. So in God he trusts, Prince Daddy, except of course when he's throwing invectives at the Democrats. Prince Daddy, we start the 5-7 minutes monologue.
Yes, in God we trust. In God I trust. The one and only God I trust. That's right. Just like I said, one man, I don't want to come on the show because there's nothing really to jubilate about. It was known from the onset for those that were paying attention, to what's going on in the country. I don't even want to talk about Kamala, but that lady had nothing to offer from the onset. It's really quite shocking, I would say. It's not like a dolly coming over to make excuses to why she lost. All of a sudden, the same Kamala Harris was asked in an interview by a liberal media outlet that what would she change in Biden's administration, and she said nothing she can think about. Imagine that. So if economy was the problem, how come she didn't say what she was going to do and do better? The only reason why she came out eventually and concocted this trashy offerings to Black America or Black men was because Barack Obama, as usual, insulted the black man. That you guys, stand in line, you Negroes, you just do what I tell you. You don't want to vote for a woman, you better do it. So it's so condescending and disrespectful to Black people in this country, especially Black people I'm talking about, not even white people. See, other constituents, other groups, they always put a demand forward, and the leaders always approach them with offerings, to pacify them. But when it comes to Black people, they just talk down on us. I'm talking about our fellow Black leaders like Barack Obama, Al Sharpton, and Ben Jones. They just talk down on us. Like, no, you guys do what we tell you. You don't have to get anything. Just stay in line, obey what we tell you, and that's it. So condescending, so disrespectful. I mean, that's what we deal with here. So there comes a character like Trump that comes by, an equal opportunity offender, really. That's what Trump is. Then one man, you start spewing the liberal, trashy points about, white men are upset. That's why they voted for Trump. That's exactly what it said in 2016 when he won, when he beat Hillary Clinton, the so-called formidable candidate, and she was, by the way, perhaps the best Democratic candidate in a very, very long time after his husband, Bill Clinton. She was that good. But Trump took him to school because he understood politics and how to play. And and that's why I would have said really that Hillary Clinton, she's rolling in her grave. Well, we all know she's not dead yet, but she's like shaking her head like, look, I mean, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and I can't get a chance again against Trump. And you guys are putting forward these trashy people, low IQ people like Kamala Harris. I mean, Hillary Clinton, she's beside herself. I mean, that's why I didn't see like real campaign from Hillary, from Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. See, it's all politics at the end of the day, and that's one thing that the world doesn't know, that the Obamas were played by Joe Biden. Even though as senile as he is, he knows better. You know, they forced him out. We watched it the week before Joe Biden was kicked out. He was saying that there's no way he wasn't going to run unless God Himself, took him out. And guess what? The following weekend, he announced is not running again for the second term. Why was that? Because he was forced out. So Joe Biden being smart, if you follow the trend of what happened that weekend, after he gave the letter of not running again, immediately a few minutes after the announcement on X, he threw his weight, that he even had one, behind Kamala Harris. Why did he do that? Because he knew that the way he wasn't happy at all. He wasn't happy with Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. It was a coup, and Trump said it over and over again. And we knew it was a coup because no single person in America voted for Kamala Harris to become the nominee. And Barack Obama wanted to go that route, an open convention whereby they select another candidate, preferably again Michelle Obama. But Biden, being vindictive as he is, he threw his weight and announced publicly that Kamala Harris was going to be the next person. And they didn't like that, and that's why it took Barack Obama quite a while to come out and supported Kamala, because he had no choice. So it was a game of chess that was being played, believe it or not. And at the end of the day, Joe Biden actually won because he knew himself that Kamala was not going to win. He knew himself. He knew that. So at the end of the day, really, again, there's nothing to jubilate about because I wasn't blinded or overwhelmed by anything that occurred, quite frankly. I just like I took me and Colas almost had a bet over the weekend that Trump was going to win the popular vote. He didn't believe that. He said no way it was going to happen. Well, there we go. So it just shows how lightweight Kamala was. She was never a formidable candidate. She had nothing to offer. She's the least of the qualified people. In fact, she was never qualified to run. So I'm glad Trump won. Now we can begin the restoration of America and make America great again. And to people like Akim, to ask such an audacious question, when was America ever great? That's not even a question to ask. Okay, I mean, where are you coming from? Name any other country that's greater than America right now. Well, sure, China is behind, and we expect China to take over. But again, thank God that Trump is back in line, back to take over, because now we can slow down China, because the managerial class of America and China.
The question I asked was, when was American great? I didn't say when was he ever great. I said, when was American great? That was my question.
America has had a topsy-turvy. It's always been great in many ways, from its innovation, imagination, creativity. I mean, look,
America is a great country.
Yes, he is. America is a great country. Yes.
So sorry, Prince. 1 second. Yomi, can you click on mute and unmute? Your device is not connecting with the system properly. So if you click on mute and then unmute, that should do it. I see you in the background, but it's not allowing me to add you. Sorry, carry on, Prince.
Yeah, America has always been great. Just like any other country, it's had its ups and downs. So I'm not sure. I mean, if you want to do a tabulation by yourself and try to delineate all the great inventions that's come up in the world, and tell me the top country that it came from. So you trying to be disparaging when was America great? When was America ever great? I mean, it's just a ridiculous
Daddy,
question.
1 second, please. Prince Daddy, I think America is a great country today. I'm not saying America is not a great country. When you say make America great again, it's almost like there was a time when it was great and now it's no longer a great nation. So that was why I asked that question.
Well, obviously, you know, in this country, because I can tell you in this past few years, it's been a nightmare on many Americans, especially the working class that depend on their paychecks. See, Americans can afford the mortgage or rent, you know, skyrocketing. If you go to the grocery store, an average increase on produce is going up like 20-30%. And people's wages have not gone up.
That is a good argument to make. But to say make America
that's a global phenomenon anyway.
Yeah, but one man, even at that, it's a good argument to make, right? Okay, see, Conservative lost election in the UK due to economic issues, largely due to economic issues. So you can make such argument without saying make America great. When was there?
But you not the one to tell us. You're not the one to tell us how to.
Don't worry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not the one to tell us how to.
For you, since I got in here, you're getting some stipulation and concessions from the progressive. Because I'm here. I heard what you saying.
It's always because you are here. But carry on now, Prince. Yeah.
Okay, let me try and wrap it up. Well,
and by the way, sorry, Yomi, I still can't connect you. Maybe go out and come back in. It's saying it said they will need to connect their mic or camera before you can add them to the stream. So I see you there, but it's just not giving me the prompt to bring you on. Sorry about that, Prince. There's a chap in the background I can bring on. Prince.
Yeah, I tell you, actually, you know, I've been there for quite a while, and a lot of people, like maybe Chairman, others can testify, quite frankly. Even during 2008 economic debacle and the previous ones, I tell you what, man, at the grocery store, things never went up by, I don't know, 5% or less. It was very marginal in the increase in grocery prices and many other items, quite frankly. And that's why I was listening to this show earlier, this lady called Crystal, anyway, she didn't have a clue. And you know, she's a presenter on the Hill. But anyway, she was talking about the economic recession in 2008 compared to right now is not the same. I lived through it, and the grocery prices never went up, even though globally and nationally, yes, there was. You can tell, you can feel the tension in the economy, but people were still producing. Grocery was much affordable, even though wages were not going up. But this time around, it's totally different. For anyone that has a modicum of sense and pays attention to what is going on, it's this economic situation that we find ourselves this time around is actually much worse than it's ever been in a very long time. So seeing the real price of produce or item go up by 20-30%, even a crate or a dozen of eggs went up by almost 30-50%. In some places, if you want to go organic, for sure, 50% increase. I mean, if you go to the dollar store, a dollar store really went up by 50%, from $1 to $1.50. And people that shop there, it does weigh on their pockets. So when people are like really condescending, when was America ever great? I mean, America has always been great. No, it's good to recognize when you have a problem, so we can work and talk towards fixing the problem. You don't have to like Trump; it's totally irrelevant. And I think people that dislike him are quite what do you say? They're quite And anyways, I like to be focused on issues. Like, let's focus on issues and solve problems. And Kamala was never a problem solver. She never had anything to offer. And you said to yourself, one man, that no one can actually articulate Kamala's position on anything. She had nothing. She had nothing to offer.
Tried being magnanimous in victory. There's no need to insult her. I mean, she tried.
Well, again, you're not the one to tell me how to talk. So I don't know who died and made you God. Okay, so I will talk freely. So I'll talk freely. So now I don't have to be, and because usually people on that side, the side that you belong to, are quite vile. in a presentation and a pronunciation when it comes to Trump and the way conservatives are. So I don't have to hold back, and nobody can stop me from holding back. I speak freely.
And, yes, exactly. And Trump can say whatever he wants, and America knows better, and they will still vote for him.
Exactly. So I mean,
like y'all, you guys are too freaking sensitive. I cannot stand Democrats because you guys are too emotional and you're so emotional. You always play victim cards. Why can't you like stop that? Like just stop. I mean, literally, do you see how many women that were crying on TV? Like, why are you surprised? I mean,
I don't know. They were surprised because many of them listen to CNN and MSNBC that gaslight them and give them false information. But if you truly pay attention, really, just talk to normal people and pay attention to what is going on in your community around you. You will see yourself. I mean, you see people on television and people like Adewale will come, oh, the inflation in the country is only 2%. Oh, I'm sorry. People like Men of Prestige, it's only 2% inflation.
They only social media and Taylor Swift and Beyonce. I mean, Kamala Harris, you know, she went to a dance party with Beyonce and stayed all night, but she couldn't come out to address her fans last night because she lost. You guys were just used and dumped last night. Literally. She didn't respect her fans enough to even come and address them. People that voted for her. They
why are you worried? Why are you worried about how she responds to her fans?
I'm trying to help people like you. I'm trying to help people like you to see the bigger picture. Stop being a victim.
You don't need to help me. I'm not a US citizen. I don't live in your country.
All right, let's go on to Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, we want to stay with the American topic. Do about 5-7 minutes just to move it around. There's so many people on the screen, and I'm sure they're impatient to speak. But the floor is yours. Ajande Koko, really, the Americans have done it again, shot themselves in the foot, and they've put all of us in danger. Ajande Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't. Adewale.
Just a real quick. One man, I'll be right back. I just want to do something, but I'll be right back so that that won't think I ran away, okay? I'll be right back.
All right. When you come back, I'll come straight to you because I was going to go to you after I came. But yes, Ajande Koko, back to you.
Yeah, so I would say congratulations to all American for the election, presidential election, that Americans spoke very loud and spoke clearly by the outcome of the election. It's clearly, how do I describe it? Democracy at its best. Democracy at its best in the sense that people voted for the candidate of their choice. And the outcome gave the victory to Trump.
Ajande Koko, what are you saying now? You can't say in Nigeria we don't vote for the candidate for our choice.
Let me land now. Let me land. People voted for the candidate of their choice. He won the election clean and clear.
In half a mile, use
what
the
do you
right
call
two
it?
lanes to take exit 81 for Wedgwood Avenue.
The Electoral College he won the Electoral College landslide. He won the what do you call it? The popular
right
vote.
To take exit 81.
He won it landslide as well. So it's a remarkable victory. An historical.
Use the left two lanes to turn left onto Wedgwood Avenue.
It's an historical victory as well.
Use the left two lanes to turn left onto Wedgwood Avenue.
So he won. President Trump made history. You might not like him, but
Continue on Wedgwood Avenue for 1 mile.
his victory election.
Maybe you should when you park, you call back in. Your GPS is
Hold on.
not letting you.
Let me turn it off. Let me turn it off. Okay, so can you hear me now? So,
Yeah, much better. Much better.
Yeah, his victory is historical. He made history being a candidate that, served a first term.
Just don't end up at your mother-in-law's house because you don't have a direction on how to get home.
Lost election in his re-election bid, came back after, and then 4 years later, and got re-elected. That's an history. The last time we had such experience in America was over 100 years ago. So he made history whether you like it or not. He came back strongly, defeated the candidate of Democratic Party, landslide. American people stood up, rejected Democratic Party candidate. We saw the result. He led in the majority vote with over 5 million votes. All the swing states, he cleaned it up. He won all the swing states. How do you want to describe such an election? That's an outstanding victory. And American people are not stupid for voting for Trump. I didn't vote for him.
They are not.
They are not stupid for voting for him. Let me tell you this. And the reason I will tell you why they are not stupid. Because American people doesn't have another choice other than him. Democratic Party failed the country. They failed the people of America. And the American people said, no, we are not re-electing you guys into the office. We're going to go the other way. And the other way is Trump, no other person. If we have had another candidate that is, capable, or how do I describe it? Capable for the position, maybe they will have done it. But Trump is the other choice they had, and they voted him. Even the Muslim in Michigan, they voted for Trump. And some people were asking the question, do they think that Trump will be better off than Biden? It's a dumb question. It's a stupid question. Because what Biden have done for the Muslim in Gaza, they'd be so stupid to say they want to vote for him again. You cannot. I'm referring to, what do you call this guy now? I'm referring to Biden. With all he did, supporting Netanyahu to commit genocide against the Palestinian people. And for the Muslim to now look at him as a good man that is better than Trump. No, they did the right thing. They voted against Democratic Party because Democratic Party has brought hardship and failure to America. They disgrace America. America image, they ruin it with what is happening in Israel, in Gaza, rather, in Lebanon, and in Ukraine. They ruin American image. So, American people, what they have done is to you know, re, 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 is to give a new is to give that assurance to the world that we can still continue to lead the world. We want the world to trust us that this set of leadership that governed us for 4 years, that have ruined our image, we have taken them out of place and we are replacing them with somebody that during his time for 4 years never fought war. During his time for 4 years make peace with those countries that have been described as enemy of America, that is North Korea, that is, Russia and others. We want to replace him with that.
Sorry, Ajahn Lekoko. After Ajahn Lekoko lands, I came 5-7 minutes. Carry on, Ajahn Lekoko.
Yeah. So American people have spoken so loud, clearly, for the world to understand that they are very sensible people. They have used the power of democracy to take off bad leadership, replacing with a man with a record that did not fight war, did not wage war with any country around the world, and a man that you can hate him for all sort of things that he did. That they said he's a criminal. They have criminal this thing around him, but he have a record that during his own time he made peace with those that are described as adversaries of America. He made peace with them, and there was peace in the world. That is what will really matter now, because what do you call this? Biden is driving this country to nuclear war. If they don't stop him now, we might end up going into nuclear war with Russia, and we all be gone. So American people have saved the world. With this vote, they have saved the world from going into nuclear war. So some dumb people around the world that are describing what American people have done, voting for Trump as, describing it as, a stupid decision or something like that. I think they should recheck themselves. They might be acting stupid and not American people. So I am surprised that Dr. Professor Akiyemi, I don't know where I respect him so much, and I will still respect him till tomorrow. I don't know where he got the information that Trump tried to, Kamala tried several times to get in touch with Trump. Trump avoided her call. I don't know where he got that information, and that is the fake news. Kamala, in her concession speech, told us that he spoke with Trump, and that both of them spoke well, and he guaranteed Trump, and his team a successful transition. To have a successful transition period prior to next year, when Trump will finally get into take over the reign of power. That is what she said in her concession speech. So where did Dr. Akiyemi got his information that Trump avoided her for over 4 times? Maybe some fake news, about listening to some fake news, and that is what is that form his judgment. So to me, I did not vote for him. I did not vote for either one of them. I voted for my son for the position of President of the United States, because I am disappointed in politicians all over in this country at the national level. But I will stand by American people that the decision making, for voting for the person of their choice, who is the winner, I think I give American people that respect for exercising their civic responsibility and making democracy to work and work well in America. So, American people, congratulations to you, and I hope this zeal that they put into this effort to have Trump back to be the president of the United States, they will use the same to correct Trump if Trump is trying to derail in all the promises. Trump did good yesterday in his speech, in his victory speech, that I will end all wars. That's a message to Netanyahu. That's a message to Zelensky of Ukraine. I hope he will stand by his word.
Ajaleko, could I just use 30 seconds to say something on that particular point?
Yeah.
I don't think it's such a good thing. What Trump just said about ending all wars. The former Trump that we all supported, I was a big Trump supporter by far, more than anybody else on this platform, including Prince Daddy. But there's something missing in the statement that he made. The phrase is like, I will stop wars or something like that. Now, the former Trump would say, I will stop wars, but if you make me do it, then I'm going to do it better than anybody else. That's a very key point. That thing they're missing, it would deter people from trying right now. If he's not going to end wars, which means he'll be lying if he doesn't end it. And those Russians could play hardball. So the Trump we have now is a totally different Trump that would have said, if you make me do it, I'm really going to do it big. We'll have nuclear weapons, so we're going to use it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Keep going. I will elaborate, elucidate more when it's my turn here, and I hope it's very soon. Thank you.
All right, bring it to Ajaleko, and then we're going to think.
Yes, I think he said it well. Trump said it well, because the world is in turmoil now. The confrontation between the West and Russia is so high that we have to do something to bring each other closer to each other. And by the word of mouth, and the way we say it all the time can bring about, that closer and that reunion that matters in order to have peace in this world. So I give kudos to Trump for that statement that I will end all wars. I will not fight war. There's no need for war. America doesn't need any war. There's no country in the world that is challenging American leadership. When these warmongers in America are pushing for war so that they can make their own money, they can make their bread, I think it's time to stop them. China is not contesting for leadership of this world. India is not contesting for leadership of this world. Neither is Russia contesting for leadership of this war. It's a way that you see warmonger in Washington calling some people our adversary. Why did Kim Jong-un, when Trump met Kim Jong-un and went to shake his hand, Kim Jong-un for 4 years did not fire his shot? Do you want to tell me that Trump got it wrong? He didn't got it wrong.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry. Let me use another second. It's a very important point. Let me just say that a military strategy that's known as MAD, Mutual Assured Destruction, right? It's assumed that if you do it, then you're gonna destroy it as well. Everybody's gonna get it, right? So you cannot unilaterally disarm and say, "Look, I'm not gonna start a war. I'm not gonna fight. I'm gonna end it." You see what I'm saying? You just understand that little area there. That particular Trump. Let's just say he misspoke. He can't go telling Russians, Chinese, North Koreans, "Hey, look, I'm a peacemonger now." Right? You could do whatever you want. There are certain things you do, and you should go to war. So that's what I'm saying. Just the MAD as an acronym, I'm sure everybody's familiar with.
Well, sorry, but it's called strength. Strength through peace. I believe that's how you put it. Trump is not naive or stupid. That's why he spent over $1 trillion in his first term on U.S. military. Okay, but because you spend that much money on your military doesn't mean you should gear up for war. Meaning we are prepared for war, but we don't go to war unnecessarily and trying to antagonize our adversaries. Okay,
that's you're advancing my point. What you said is what he should have said. That's not what he said. He's saying, "I'm not going to start wars. I'm going to end wars and all that kind of stuff." But I'm assuming that he just didn't elaborate, right? So let's just. I can't wait till you get to me so I could then elaborate. I will elucidate very well. I just don't want to be carried away. If he said that and he means that, then he's wrong. That's not the Trump we want.
Let me round up. You see, war in this modern world is not helping America in any way. It's, as a matter of fact, it's killing American economy. War is not helping America in any way. The Afghanistan war, all the $7 trillion spent, wasted, gone down the drain. That will have taken off all the, what do you call it, homeless people out of the street in America. That will have built America to, a super country in the world. But where is that money? Gone down the drain. The money spent, in Iraq, in Iraq war, gone down the drain. What did we gain? The money spending to fund Gaza war, given to Russia, gone down the drain. America cannot continue in that fashion. It's a waste of resources. When you see other economy building their economy, building their people, doing everything to industrialize their country, America is wasting money on unnecessary war. So, Trump, I think I give kudos to him for that statement. We cannot fight it. We don't need any war. We need to spend that huge money. Do you know how much Americans spend on interest on their debt every year? Do you guys know? It's over $1 trillion every year. Go and check it. When we spend over 800 billion on our defense every year, we are spending $1 trillion, over $1 trillion on paying interest rate on our debt every year. America cannot continue.
So
it is stupidity. So for Trump to tell us how we end all war and want peace, that is the way a leadership in this world, when the image already battered, that is the statement you can make to bring people together and give people hope that yes, we want to end crisis, we want peace, and we want America to lead the world. That is it. Put 10 most advanced country budget on defense together. 10 of them is not up to that what Americans spend on defense. For what? That is old-fashioned. It doesn't work. Put that money in economy. American economy is suffering. American people are suffering. That money to be injected into the economy for the American people to live a better economic life, so that we can get American great again. So he did well. Let me end it there so that other people can talk. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. I'm not quite sure who we lost just there, but we go to Akim, Princess Rosie, who we've not heard from in a long time. Chooks makes one of his very rare cameo appearances at Pansat. So Akim, you're up next. 7 minutes monologue.
Hey, one man. Yes, it's nice to be here again for after a while. I just want to say kudos to yourself for the work that you do, and kudos to the guys in the house. Look, for me, I don't like Trump. Okay, but election has come and gone, so going to say congratulations to him on his victory. So he won the election. There's no point beating around the bush. Like days before, when I started seeing some certain numbers in the polls, I knew it was going to be a hard fight for Kamala. So having said that, I don't like the man. I think he's a buffoon. I don't see anything good in that man. I don't know how anybody with any form of decency will support a man like Trump. There are a lot of things that you will see in Trump that will make you will understand that Trump is not for it's not for the good of the nation. It's for the good of himself. I think this is the first time that any nation we elect a convicted criminal into the highest office of their country. Look, I will say that it's the choice of the American people. I don't live there, so I don't have anything against the decision that they've come to. And I've heard certain comment like "Make America Great Again," right? I don't argue that America is not a great country, but I always ask, when was it great? Okay, I want someone to tell me when it was a great country. A lady was saying earlier when they.
Can I tell you? I can tell you very easily. Can I tell you?
I don't want you to tell me. Okay, please.
Daddy already answered your question. I don't know why you keep asking the same question.
He didn't answer my question.
Okay, but I will answer it very clearly for you within a minute.
No, Pansad, please. Your answering is not going to be answering. It's going to be just you talking, taking my time. So I don't want that.
So let the audience decide that.
When you get to your turn, you can answer it.
Akim, you asked for a question, Nami. You asked a question.
No, not Pansad. I did not ask Pansad. Pansad is just going to waste my time. Pansad is going to waste my time. He's coming from the beer parlor now, so I don't want that kind of wahala now.
Question, so let me give you a good answer, right?
No, Pastor, I didn't ask you a question. Okay, I withdraw the question. I didn't ask the question again.
Okay, good then. Good.
Okay, so when I say when was the country ever great, and what is wrong with it now? What is the situation? So someone was saying, no, because they passed the law for same-sex marriage, they passed the law, they support abortion and stuff like that. Like those kind of talk. Like it's almost like people who didn't understand the history of the country where they live.
You don't live in, sir. You don't understand anything you're saying.
But the history of the country is clearly written out. So if you can read it anywhere. It's there for you to read.
And in our money, it says, "In God we trust." So we have strong Christian values.
There's nothing like a strong Christian value. It's a white man's word. A strong Christian value is a white man word.
Vote with their feet. Vote for America. It's the best country that has ever existed. Respectfully, go ahead.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying it's not the best country. That's not my bowl of contention right now.
When was
better than Rome? Better than England?
When was America?
One man let them have fun. Let them enjoy themselves. Okay, country where a first world country that have the highest number of homelessness people. You go to cities across that country.
In America live better than the rich people in many parts of the world. Go ahead.
It's good. We accept that. Okay, we accept that. We are not arguing with you people. That's fine. So I would say that one man, right? Look, the situation for me, like what Ajali Koko was saying, that it's good for he's trying to speak to Netanyahu, he's trying to speak to Zelensky. No, Trump is a businessman. Look, he's going to sell the Arab world down the line. Look, what did he do in his first time when he was in office? Israel moved the capital to Jerusalem. He was Ajali Koko. You that is fighting for the Muslim community, did you forget that? Do you not understand that there were treaties that were signed, that was already in place? Why is it that every Western nation never accepted Israel to move that capital city before, until Trump got into office and Netanyahu moved the capital?
Why didn't Biden return it to Tel Aviv? Why did he return it when he got there?
So Biden should return it, but you are saying it's good for them. So the idea,
I say, why
the
didn't
idea that you
Biden
think that
return it?
Trump
You are
is going
blaming
to,
Trump.
the idea that you think that Trump is going to do well for the Arab for the Arab nations, you don't know the man. Like, okay, forget Trump. Any American president are not going to go against Israel when it comes to the Middle East. Let's just put that one aside. Whoever won that election, whether it was Kamala, whether it was Trump, they're never going to go against Israel. When you say that America should stop sending its money into countries, does that include Israel as well? And if can you go out there and say that America should stop supporting Israel? You can't do that. If you do that,
Well,
people will not
because
come to
Israel is our ally. I mean, what's the big deal?
Oh, Israel is our ally, so you can continue to spend your taxpayers' dollars.
Akim, let me respond to you. Let me what I was saying. What I was saying is that the Muslim in Michigan that were so furious of Democratic Party supporting, giving all this harm to kill Muslim in Gaza, Palestinian in Gaza. You know, Michigan is they have large population of Muslim, Arabs in Michigan, and they voted. They always vote hugely for Democratic Party, so they are not happy. So because of that reason, they voted against Democratic Party, because Democratic Party that they giving their vote for all this while disappointed them.
Ajali Koko, the Democratic Party did not disappoint them. The Democratic Party told the line. They told the line. That is the line that American. Which line? No, it's the look.
Which
okay,
line?
So listen. Ajali Koko, hold on. You see, in this current set of elections,
line did the Democratic Party
hold on now, Ajali Koko, let me explain something to you. You see, in this current set of election, right? There were House Congress members, Democratic House Congress members, that were so against the Israel invasion, the Israel attack in Gaza, that they came out publicly. Ajali Koko, did you know that nearly all of them lost in their primaries when APAC spent record amount of money against them in their primaries? What are you talking? Do you think Kamala will come out openly against Israel? She lost big. She probably would have lost California. She would have lost California. So the Muslim, even if she had won Michigan, okay, would she still won the election? She won't. So what difference does it make?
What are you talking about, Akim? Do you really understand what you are talking about?
Yeah,
are you saying that? Hold on. Are you saying that they should vote for Democratic Party when Democratic Party, they always giving their vote, did not listen to them, did not feel for them, but rather go after supporting Israel killing Muslim in Gaza? Are you saying they should vote for Democratic Party?
No,
Is that the right thing for them to do?
I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying they should vote for Democratic Party. I'm talking in response to your own submission. Because you made a submission in a way that make it look as if Trump would be better in terms
I didn't
of
say so. Why can't you people just listen, for God's sake? I didn't say that Trump will be better for them. But what I'm saying is that they punish. Hold on, listen now. Listen. Don't say what I didn't say. What I said was that, look, they have no other choice but to punish Democratic Party for disappointing them. And that is how democracy works. When you have a party,
of course, I'm not against that. I'm not against that.
That don't do your wishes after giving them support for all this, you must punish them when it comes to the time for vote. That is the way you can send a message for them that next time you listen to us, our vote matters.
Ajali Koko, I'm not disagreeing with you in that aspect. What I'm saying is that you made a submission to say when Trump made certain statements,
all right, Akim, start to bring it home so we move it
he
around.
was sending message to Netanyahu, and I'm saying no, Trump will not send message to Netanyahu because he's a close ally of Netanyahu. It's a very, very look. In fact, you know what's going. I'm going to tell you something today. Go if you have a pen now, write it down. Okay, Trump, that war is going to end with Israel taking over Gaza. Go and write it down right now. I'm telling you for a fact. Israel is going to take over Gaza.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Next.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with stealing another man's land.
Nothing. No, absolutely nothing.
Okay. Okay,
you guys don't know Trump. You know that Trump is very unpredictable. You don't know Trump.
Okay.
Look,
it's all right.
Let me tell you this.
Write it down when it happens. One man, please. Clip this tape. When it happened, I want to come back and tell Ajali Koko and make him understand the difference between Trump's way of doing things and the difference between what the Democratic Party would have done. They would it's a total different universe. I will say that one man. Look, the election have come and gone. Congratulations to Trump. Prince Daddy or whatever. Prince Daddy. Yes, sorry, I don't want to be rude. So look, whatever you say, look, it's an election. Somebody must win and somebody must lose. I wanted Kamala to win. She didn't win. So she fought a good battle, and I respect her. But to keep saying she's dumb when you're supporting Trump, to keep saying she's dumb, somebody who was a state prosecutor, somebody who was a federal senator, a sitting vice president. Look, our records are out there. Compared to a man who was spoon-fed, somebody who got a lot from his late father to become who he is today. Upon all that, he fight a lot of bankruptcy. His personality stinks. Look, for a human being, Trump,
personal attack.
Let him land.
The same way you're attacking Trump.
Choma, let him land so we go on to Princess Rodi.
For a human being, Trump is a waste of space. The man is a joke. Look, congratulations to the United States of America. But one thing I know, one man, none of them can ever hold us to that that standard of how do you call that word? To try to hold other people to a higher standard when they've elected Trump to as a convicted criminal, somebody who has been convicted by the law. That man should be in prison now, if not for the court.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. It's fact. He's a convicted criminal.
On earth
okay. So one man. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. I never knew you were this feisty, Choma. But thank you, Akim. Stay with us. So that's Akim, of course. One of the long-standing members of the platform. Another long-standing member of the platform, Princess Rosie. We've been wondering where she was. She just told us now she's been in Nigeria for a while. So good to have you back, Princess Rosie. As you come in to take the floor, this set of data is coming in. What happened in America yesterday? So they are breaking down the demography of how it played out. So these are some of the details coming out. 24% white men voted for Kamala Harris. 74% voted for Donald Trump. So that angry white man narrative is borne out by statistics. White women, 31% voted for Kamala Harris, 69% voted for Donald Trump. So now this is surprising now. With black men, 81% voted for Kamala Harris, and that's not the narrative we have been hearing on this platform from people like Larry, Prince Daddy, etc. But 81% of black men voted for Kamala Harris, 16% Donald Trump. Black women, 90% Kamala Harris, 8% Donald Trump. Latino men, 53% Kamala Harris, 45% Donald Trump. Latino women, 59% Kamala Harris, 40% Donald Trump. Other races, 42% Kamala Harris, 55% Donald Trump. So it does bear out that it's an anti-vote. Princess, the floor is yours. It's been a while. Princess Rosie? All right. I don't think Princess is at her system at the moment. So default to you, Chooks. So Chooks, we don't often have you, but you couldn't contain yourself for this American whatnot. But here it is. The data, statistics, and damn lies. But the data, it tells us what just happened.
Yes. Well, yeah. This is accurate. Black Americans have a brand loyalty to the Democratic Party owing to events that happened in the 1960s. Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the 1965 Voting Rights Act and Civil Rights Act, and as a consequence, Black Americans have seen the Democrats as being the side of civil rights. So this is what owes this level of support from Black Americans. But regarding Kamala Harris, she was selected as Biden's nominee to court the Black vote and the female vote. So she's not a good candidate. Even when she was running for president, she got like 2% of the vote. She's not. She doesn't comport herself well. She cackles a lot. She doesn't make sense when she talks. She doesn't come off as intelligent or smart. She is a liability. If she was the president, we would be in bad shape. She doesn't represent America well. She's not. She's a uniquely bad candidate. This is why she lost the election. I've heard arguments to the effect that she lost because of racism and sexism. That's not the case. She's not a good candidate. She was only selected.
So that doesn't factor in at all. Does that factor in at all?
Does what factor in?
The racism, sexism, does it factor in at all?
I think it's maybe number 15 on the list of reasons why she was not selected. She is a bad. She is part of an administration that has overseen disastrous foreign policy and domestic policies. One of the first policies Biden did was to end a deal with Canada, the XL Keystone Pipeline, which would have reduced energy costs. So shortly after his inauguration, the Americans noticed increased energy costs. He had some green initiatives that also increased the cost of many things for the average citizen. And his foreign policy has been another disaster. The withdrawal in Afghanistan and how he makes Biden has embarrassed this country in ways that no other president in the history of this nation has. I cannot tell you the amount of destruction that this current administration has done to this country. And the way that they court the vote is identity politics. They seek to polarize the Americans by dividing us by sex, by race, by gender, sexual orientation, and using grievance to drive people to vote for them because they're supposed to save us from the mean racists. There's all these narratives that are dividing the country. We should be united. Americans should see themselves as part of a single project and not be split up into different groups based on their sex, gender, race, things of that nature. So this is another destructive legacy of the current administration, which Kamala Harris has won. And the way that she campaigned in this election was to paint this false image that she is an African American when a cursory examination will show you that she is not that at all. She does not have any, genetic or cultural connection to Black Americans. And even, I don't know, it's a show. There's a lot of virtue signaling. She's not.
Yo, dude, our dad is from Jamaica. Our dad, our father is a Jamaican. What are you talking about?
Right, but Jamaica is not a Black nation. It's a multicultural.
Where did Jamaicans come from?
Well, Jamaicans are not foundational Black Americans, so that's the answer.
Not only that,
but they're not foundational Black Americans.
They're Chinese.
They're not.
They're not.
Are they Black people?
There are some of them.
There's black people in Jamaica.
Yeah,
but-
there are black people there, but not every Jamaican is black. You have to understand that.
So Kamala's father is not black. Have you seen him?
He looks like he's a dark Indian. It's dubious. His genetic ancestry to I don't see how he connects himself to Africa personally, but I haven't done a deep dive. But he looks dubiously black. He looks like he's mixed with something at best. But anyway, that's besides the point. She is not a good candidate. She does not speak well. She does not represent the America's interests well. And if we are entering a phase of international instability, we're talking about the threat of war is a reality. We need a wartime president. We need a president who will inspire fear in our enemies and protect our interests. We don't need a cackling woman who makes us look ridiculous. This is a dangerous thing.
She's always rolling her eyes.
And another thing too, the Democratic foreign policy is a very interventionist foreign policy. It's one that requires America to intervene in other countries, to depose dictators, to start coups, to use secret ways to install puppets to benefit our foreign policy. But Trump wants a much more non-interventionist foreign policy that's focused on America first, like strengthening the homeland and getting out of other people's business. So the Democrats would like to socially engineer a world that mimics the United States, like to convert all nations into liberal democracies and spread LGBTQ and abortion to every country so that every country is essentially a mirror image of the United States.
What's the trigger point with you for the Democrats? Is it that LGBTQ thing? Is it a promotion of the rainbow agenda? Is that what triggers you with them?
Sexualizing our children, transgenderism, cutting off the penises of our boys and excavating the vaginas of our little girls. Yeah, that's a big problem.
And always playing victim.
Right. That's a very that is a cultural war that's happening in the United States. That is a very important part. But also this democratic foreign policy is not only expensive, but it destabilizes the globe, and it's the reason why we have this war in Ukraine. It's the reason why we have these other wars flaring up around the world. The foreign policy of the United States requires a certain intervention that to topple dictators, install puppets, and it's meeting resistance against nationalist regimes and dictators around the world. So if you want more global conflict, then Kamala Harris is your candidate. But if you want less global conflict, you need Trump in there to bring people together and to use strength to reduce tensions. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think we dodged the bullet and we avoided World War by electing Trump. So you should be
5 seconds, Q, if you don't mind.
I have to say I'm surprised that so many black people, because traditionally, just like the Labour Party here, historically, black people always go with those left-leaning parties. But sorry, Prince. Yes.
No, but just in land. I have a lot of investments in this country and in the stock market, and Trump being elected adds a certain amount of stability to the stock market and allows my portfolio to increase without the threat of World War III or military conflict, messing with the normal returns that I would normally expect. And I'll land.
So there we have it, self-interest. So after all that long, noble speech, it boils down to self-interest.
That's just reality. And to mention also the non-interventionist Trump's policy, it's really great. See, the deep state and people like John Bolton, they try to bait him into intervening in Venezuela, trying to topple a government and install another one by the name of Juan Guaido. See, Trump knew that. He played that game, but he knew that even people living their own internal problems, okay, and don't allow America to be part of everything that goes on around the world. Saves a lot of lives. It does. But people don't like that. People like Akeem will condemn him.
As if he's a smart person. Trump is not a smart person.
Trump is very smart.
One man, I think it's my turn.
For the record, one man, I like to say Trump is a genius. For the record, Trump is a genius.
Let those who have spoken hold their peace. When it's my turn, don't make it free for all. One man, be a fair man.
You the one that told us that Kamala was going to win on a landslide. Where's the landslide?
Yes.
You have
let me. Okay, I will address that.
Yes, Pansat and Kulata. Yes, but give Chooks 1 minute to round up. So Chooks, bring it home, and then we go on. If Princess is still not with us, we go on to Pansat.
So Kamala is a bad candidate because she was only put there. She was only installed as Biden's vice president because Black people were complaining we need representation, and by having her as Biden's vice president, it courted the Black vote and the woman vote. So she ticked off 2 boxes. But she wasn't there because she was a good candidate and people actually liked her. She was there because Black people could say, okay, I'll vote for the Black person. And women could say, okay, there's a woman. But it's not anything that was, it was just for virtue signaling and appearances and symbolism. She's a symbolic candidate. She's not a candidate of substance. She's not a candidate who you can rely on at 3 o'clock in the morning to make a decision on whether or not to fire a nuclear weapon. She's not that kind of candidate. She would be a good puppet. I think she was Obama's puppet. I think she was here to facilitate Obama's 3rd term, and Obama could use her as some kind of a puppet figure to continue his administration. But she's a uniquely bad candidate. She's not likable, and it's very easy just to look at her and see how she acts. If you've ever just listened to her speak, she's a ridiculous person. She's not a serious person.
She dances well, though. She dances better than Trump.
Well,
I saw her dancing once.
Be that as it may, we are
not. One man, it's not even dance. One man, did you listen to Trump when he said I do this thing. It's called the weave. Like when I go, oh my God, how are you making a statement saying Kamala doesn't know how to talk, but you supported Trump? How do you even look? One man, one man. No, I want to ask one man a question, please. I want to ask one man. Those of us that live in Europe, do we have a different set of brains from these guys that live in the United States or something? I don't understand.
You know, just to you see that question. Now, a lot of people argue that the Americans are not sophisticated enough to have the decision on who should be the president of that country, because they are very, very tribal in the way they think. They just hold to stock, and yes, like they hold to stock, Republicans or Democrats, and then they go by primal instincts, racial lines, and all of this sort of narrative.
That is not true, because you just placed, you put in a graphic there.
There's
you
no
show the graphic
in the pattern of thinking.
It's not true.
The graphic backs that up.
No, what I will advise people who are in Britain to do is stay out of American politics, because you never had a general election in your life. Since your existence, you never had a general election. So how could you stay there and tell us it? Right?
Let me just land this.
Bring it home. Bring it home now.
Okay, let me just bring it home. Okay, so she's a symbolic candidate. The reason why Europeans like this is because Europeans are satisfied with symbolic gestures and virtue signaling. Americans need
Europeans can think. They have brains. They think properly. They can assess people.
You're taken by fancy words and speeches and things that look and sound pretty. You like beautiful lies. We need things that are real, that we can depend on. I can depend on Trump to reduce my fuel costs. I can depend on Trump to increase the security of this nation. I can depend on Trump to reduce my taxes. I can't depend on Kamala Harris to do anything except lie and
any other Republican could do that for you if that's what you. Any other Republican could give you a tax cut. Any other Republican could make you drill oil as much as you want.
depend? What can you
Trump
depend
is
on
a
Kamala Harris
businessman.
for?
He has
Depend
experience.
on her for anything. She's not a dependable candidate, and I land the plane there.
All right, brilliant. So, Chooks, the floor. I'm sorry, Pansat, rather, the floor is yours. And as Chioma rightly trailed it, you said it with so much authority severally that Kamala would win. That some may have believed you, certainly not me, but some. So now, next time you speak with authority, should we revert back to the authority you spoke?
I
to give
didn't
that
believe
assurance?
him.
Yeah.
Right.
I did not believe that.
Let me then say that is true. There were two conversations. Earlier, I spoke of who I want to win. And when I spoke about that, Prince Daddy and I were on the same page. I wanted Trump to win. Then where I got it wrong is who is going to win, right? So that conversation took place the last week. A little primordial instincts. I spoke instinctually. I wanted a black woman, a strong black woman who doesn't deserve all the insults that being heaped on her here. So that's in the last week. Yes, I said she was in a clean house and win. That was just instinctual because as a black man, I was rooting for her. But I get to have who I want to win. As far as it's the Trump that came down the escalator. Now, it doesn't help for Europeans or European Nigerians to condescend to Americans as docile, uninformed, or lacking vision or convictions here. Because that exercise you witnessed yesterday has never, ever happened in Britain. Britain has never had a head of state elected where everybody goes in there in a plebiscite and choose their head of state. They're a monarchy, they're undemocratic. So people such as the progressive especially, who has got two things driving all his comments here against American people and their choice. It's obviously his tradition, his cultural background as a Muslim, right? And then the other one, jealousy. Europeans, especially Brits, are very jealous.
What cultural background as a Muslim? Who is a Muslim?
Let me land now. You wouldn't let me interject you. You're a Muslim. If you're not a Muslim, you could tell us right now.
I'm not a Muslim. Look, I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a religious person.
Okay, but are you people in your family, your grandfather, your father, are they Muslims? You know,
your family, the people.
Okay, let me spend the time and answer your question that you wouldn't let me answer before.
The people in your family, are they Hindus?
Pat said he's a Muslim. Let's continue. He just
I know he's a Muslim. Not only is he a Muslim, I believe I actually know him by Muhammad or something. He had another name before this progress.
Exactly, me too.
Okay, so now let me use this time now to answer
answer my question. The people in your family, are they Hindus?
They're Christians.
Oh.
Okay, so now let me answer the question you asked. It was a good question. The United States is the world's most dominant economic and military power. From the bustling streets of New York City to the serene landscapes of the Grand Canyon, the United States is known for its diversity, innovation, and cultural influence. From Hollywood's silver screen to Silicon Valley's technological marvels. So when it comes to hegemonic powers, that is the United States. It's a hegemony. It has significant exports, including computers, electrical machinery, vehicles, chemical, food, live animals, military equipment. It's endless. But the true strength comes in our cultural diversity. Right? We celebrate and embrace our diversity in this country. You saw what one man posted as a graphic here. It's actually the Mexicans who determined the Democratic Harris' fate. Is the Mexicans, right? It's like, I don't know what's wrong with them. The Democrats fight to have them not get deported, and they vote against the Democratic Party.
Past that, they have strong religious value. I mean, you cannot campaign on abortion and think Hispanics were going to vote for you. They
Is
don't
that
think that.
that's
Listen,
true.
madam.
That's
And,
no, no, sir.
and then
Please,
also,
please, one man. I really have a lot to say, so I don't want my time. I haven't started. What am I?
and then
What I'm
also
about to?
strong family values.
Please, let's have order. Now, what I'm saying is that what I want to talk about is that to the Democrats, Democratic Party, they're listening. They need to listen. Now, we know that Ms. Harris accomplished a lot. I'm going to take stock of some of her accomplishments, right? For openness, the way she transformed things. But it's more important that I speak to the Democratic Party because they try to sit in the middle, especially when it comes to elections. They don't want to embrace the core tenets of the Democratic Party. You know, there's a candidate here. It's an elderly gentleman. His name is Bernie Sanders. You have to go and take a look at Bernie Sanders' political dialogue, what he means to the young people and liberal white people, how he pushed his agenda. What you particularly have to look at his campaign against Hillary Clinton in the primary a few years ago, right? Pushing his agenda to the forefront of the larger discussion. The impetus was on unrelenting focus on two broad areas of national dysfunction: the corrosive corruption of our campaign finance system, the degree to which our politics abet rather than ameliorate the economic inequality and dislocation, which is killing off our collective sense of opportunity and hope. Here, Bernie Sanders should have been the nominee for this party. But they want to go to the right, they want to stay in the middle. There's no difference between these two people. And that is what's killing them. It's not like them Republicans defeated the Democrats, is that Republicans defeated the Republican light.
Pansat,
Yes.
since I know you, this is the first time you said something that made sense. Honestly.
This is the first time you listened. So
this is the first
I
time
know
you
what I
said-
had to do
this is the
here
first time you said something
to
that
have you
makes
listen. No, it's true. By the way, I appreciate that. I thank you for that statement. But we don't have time to go in there. Right here, we're talking about passion. Passion is important. It's an important ingredient in a political success story, right? But a passionate voter still votes only once. So the difference between these two candidates, these two parties, mutates. So let me tell those who are disappointed to take heart, right? Take heart. I give a lot of kudos to Ms. Harris. She tried. She came into this election as underdog, accidental candidate within months, and then she was able to pull this off. So she shouldn't feel sorry or bad. The American electorate, they are shrewd, astute, they're savvy, right? Well, they have the acumen, the acuity, the intelligence, the wit, the common sense to discern, unlike Nigerians. And I hope, yesterday I said, what people should be looking out for is how to do it. If you're in Nigeria, this is how election is done. You look at the graphic on the screen right now, they know to the T how many white men voted, how many white women voted, how many black men voted, how many black women, how many Latino women, and other races. They know what's going on. It's not easy to rig the election. So Nigerians, they have to start putting this data together, learn from the United States. Stop running your mouth against the United States, a country that is the best since caveman. The Romans have nothing to touch America. So those who come here and they are running their mouth at the United States, just one state here, let's say California, is bigger than Great Britain, where these the progressive Nigeria is. Do you know how big even Los Angeles school board has more money than some of these countries out there. So we should be learning. Stop being jealous of
your standard of living, Pansat.
I mean, look, you can't even compare. And like I said, you cannot compare.
Trump is
That's why
president.
we elected Trump to make America great again, because you know that when Trump comes in, right,
America is not even in the top 10 when it comes to standard of living of their citizens.
No, that is a gossip on the internet. How many times have you been to the United States? I've been to Britain. How many times have you been to the United States?
Me, I don't want to be shot by the police.
Just the cuisine alone they serve and the hot line, the soup line here is better than your 5-star restaurants in Britain.
You will have soup line.
Listen, you don't have soup line because you cannot afford it. Don't tell me you don't have people who don't.
Because look, Pastor, you in Ireland, you need one job, just one job, and you're okay. You don't need the 2 jobs.
Yeah, you're okay because you're not trying to buy a Rolls Royce, right? You're okay because you don't want to live in a mansion. You don't want to. You rather have your king or your queen, not in Ireland but in Britain. The queen or the king could live in the biggest palaces in the world, where you live in a little shack. If you what kind of job?
Argue with someone that lives in a farm.
Chioma, you give me friendly fire. I appreciate it, but let me deal with this progressive now. Progressive, you could run as much as you want from your people, from your culture, from your tradition, right? Trump is coming in now, so some of us who want to divide that country, who could divide it? Now,
divide which country?
Nigeria. Let me land now. Let me land.
No, you are landing, Pansat, but just in the space that you are, who do you think Trump's victory favors the most within the Nigerian paradigm?
You go and you look at past tapes. The day Trump won the first time, Southeasterners were on fire, jumping up, celebrating. When Osama bin Laden was captured, Karim, I believe this guy's name is some kind of like Harim or Hakim or some Islamic name. He changed it since Trump won. So they were rioting. There's a big difference. When Trump lost, we were shedding our clothes, crying because Trump had lost in 2020. Now, you could see that for example, now this is one other thing. This is very interesting. Secretary of State at the time, John Kerry with Obama, right? What he did in our country, that's what brought in Buhari now. He summoned 19 northern governors to the White House. Right, so they've been picking our leaders. This administration, what is his name? Biden, right? Even though John Kerry is no longer the Secretary of State, but he's in charge there. He's like an environmental Zana, but they're in charge of our country, including the ambassadors. Somebody like Showore will be picked up, abused in front of the courtrooms. Let me land.
Southeast.
What is it?
Jonathan is from the south. He's not an Igbo man.
I know. But tell it to your people. They looked at him as he's an Igbo man, but he's not. That's true. Now, when we say somebody's an Igbo man, we don't mean geography, right? It's not geographical. An Igbo man is somebody who tells the truth, believes in the Lord, right? Embraces Western education, right? It's very comprehensive stuff. When you talk geography, you're right. So to make it short, what we've been going through in Nigeria is nothing but...
Pastor, when Nnamdi Kanu said Peter Obi is a gay, so what is it? He was telling the truth.
He was talking nonsense there. Nobody says Nnamdi Kanu doesn't talk nonsense, right? What they say, he's right most of the time. Sometimes he's wrong. So, but to bring it home, which is going to take about 5 minutes, this is what I have to say to somebody like you, who you like to come to our platform like here. You don't belong here. That's what you don't know. This is a Christian platform. Now, changing your name is not going to eradicate the fact that your opinion on progressive candidates, strong Christian candidates like Donald Trump, you want to knock him for other ulterior reasons. So that exposes you. You see what I'm saying? We want a country that's fair in Nigeria, not once that Europeans and Americans are able to infiltrate, plant goons, right, who profess not to like Westerners, Boko Haram and all that, but they're using them to retard our country. So when Buhari came here the last time in 2019, Trump told him, hey, look, you are killing my people. You go back and you knock it off and don't come back here again. You understand? So what happened then is that we got lucky that Trump came in when he did come in. Because what Buhari and all these people wanted to do to Nigeria is unimaginable. And let me just tell you right now. So now we have a chance to go back. When Democrats are in power, Nigeria doesn't do very, very well. And one of the chief culprits is John Kerry, right? I know that people such as maybe Rufai and all those people, they have something on them. I don't know what the hell it is. Hopefully we'll have a chance. Now, Trump made a mistake. When he came in, he did not remove the ambassadors that were left behind by Obama in our country. So Trump was over there wasting his time with Russian ambassadors from the United States, but he did not think that Nigeria was fit to also be considered in uprooting all those evil they planted in our country. That's why now we have this kind of inflation we have. We have done since as our head of state. If Trump were there during that election, Tinubu's records would have been exposed. They would have done something about that. And if he makes the same mistake again, I'm going to be against him. So with that in mind, I would yield back. There were a lot of things I was going to talk about, including the mutual assured destruction thing I talked to Prince Daddy about. I don't see him here now, so there's no need to say that. I bet you everybody here knows about that. So I yield back, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that's Pansat, of course. Thank you, Pansat. We've gone from Pansat. So we're still waiting to hear from Princess Rosie. She's now dropped to the background for whatever reason. It's been so long since we heard from her. I was really excited to hear from her. Princess, where is she? And I think Tux has left as well. So, Princess, your connection is now not connecting. And Yomi, if you want to attempt again, you may well be a new voice. I don't think we've heard from you before, so we're keen to hear from you. So I'll send the link, Yomi. I'll try again. We'll see if it connects. Patrick, so Patrick, you were here in the late nights yesterday as we were going through the figures, and it was becoming increasingly apparent that we were even grasping at straws, weren't we, Patrick, to see a pathway for Kamala Harris, but alas, the deed is done.
Yeah. It was a very, very wonderful experience for some of us. Yeah. That's what we want, sincerely. That's what we want. And one thing that I just saw yesterday and was very funny was that they were interviewing one of the campaign team members for Kamala, and she said, okay, that they had the projections that the early votes were going to just be in favor of Trump, but that by the time we go back and sleep and by the time we come out, things will change. It was just saying it as if that, like, they're going to do something and it's just say, so we are okay now. We just want to go. By the time we go and come back, I'm sure everything would have changed. That was their projection. And I was like, were these people planning to do something or to just do one abracadabra stuff like that? But I'm happy that the Republicans were all alert and they were watching and monitoring and doing everything. I think it's going to be a good day for America and hopefully for Canada, because Trump had a project they were trying to do it, the Keystone Pipeline project they were trying to do with Canada. And this guy just came and stopped everything, and it really affected my province. So, and we're all looking forward to that. And we know Trump favors that area of energy. So, very
what's Trump's relationship with Trudeau like? What's his relationship with Trudeau?
Yeah, it's neither here nor there. But Trudeau is leaving very soon. I think by next year he should be out. So he doesn't really, and we just want him out completely. He's been there for about 8 years now, more than 8 years now, and so we want him out of that space. I can't wait to at least contribute my own vote to see him out of that place. So it's neither here nor there, but we all believe that Trump is going to favor us, because the better America, the better for Canada, right? It's just like Lagos and Nuku, If Lagos is growing very well, definitely is going to impact Canada more, even more than it would impact a space like Mexico and stuff like that. So that's the point for some of us. But for Nigeria,
all right. And to bring Nigeria into, yes, how does it impact on Nigeria?
you see, the point is this, and I keep saying that when there are opportunities, when America, for example, becomes a great country and achieve greatness, and by virtue of that, consequentially, there are opportunities. So it behoves on you as a country to see how you can take advantage of those things. If you don't, nothing will happen to you. If you don't have people that are very honest and sincere and have the love of the country at heart, which the way I'm thinking now, Tinubu does not seem to have. Let me not say it doesn't have, but Tinubu seems to have put self-interest above national interest, which is the dumbest thing to do. Even ordinary private soldier fighting in the trench has put the national interest above his own personal interest. That's why they stick out there, risking their lives for something that is not worth it. Some of them would have even earned better if they become a cleaner in maybe one big man house in Lekki or something, than they would wearing the Nigerian uniform into the trenches, risking their lives, and they are one of the least paid people in that country. Yeah, they put the national interest above theirs. Look at what Tinubu is doing with Dangote and Ocean and Oil and all this. Just to me, it is ridiculous. Baba said something that, look, the guy is old and what does he want again? But Baba, if you are listening, sir, you know greed. A man who is greedy is greedy. That's just the point. If you make him the president of the United States tomorrow, he's still going to be greedy. That's the thing.
Sorry, Patrick. Sorry, Patrick. You still have the floor. Gentlemen, manage the conversation amongst yourself for a moment, but Patrick still has the floor. Carry on.
Is that?
I said manage. I'm going to be a few minutes. You still have the floor, but manage the conversation amongst yourself.
Okay.
But I'm going to be a few minutes. Yeah.
So the point is that if somebody is greedy, the person is just greedy. You can't take. It takes grace to take greed out of someone. A greedy person cannot say, "I don't want to be greedy now. I will just." Human beings don't change easily. Human beings don't change easily. And this is applicable to all of us. We want to change certain things in our lives. We just know that it doesn't happen by sheer will. So that's why, as a people, we must be careful when we elect our leaders, actually. The guy, his greed is obvious. His greed is written on his forehead. That's the truth. And unfortunately, some of us supported him. But look at what he's displaying now. I mean, the Dangote, the oil thing, you were the one that removed the subsidy. And it was based on, our refinery will soon be working, it will improve, we will not be, dollars will improve because of Dangote. Every of those things, the strategy were around there, and then Dangote is here now. And then it is now that you remember that you have Ocean and Oil, and then you have, it's just the greed in the man. And I'm telling you, somebody with that kind of spirit cannot really not only govern Nigeria, that somebody with that kind of spirit cannot govern anything, not even his own life. You understand? Because greed drives you and is self-destroying. So you will see, just mark it. If he maintains this kind of disposition, he will be self-destroyed.
Patrick. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, the issue of this Dangote of a thing. Why I don't understand. I've not been following a bit for some time. But the the prices I quote, I saw the importers quoting as of tonight. is about 80 naira lesser than what Dangote is quoting. Who are we to want to blame in this scenario? Is it Dangote that is overcharging Nigerians? I mean, or who are we to blame? Because the marketers are saying that the price is too high, that it could reduce it. And right now, some of them have already gone to import some fuel. And Dangote is saying so that they are trying to blend some oil beside itself at the Pinnacle Oil and Gas. Because what I know before is that Pinnacle Oil and Gas actually built that oil and gas storage, and I think it's the largest in West Africa. What about $1
It looks
billion?
like you are
The reason
breaking.
why
I
he
don't know.
built
Is it just me?
the reason the reason why the reason why he built it was to at least take products from Dangote, help to store, and also distribute. But now they are alleging them that they are blending petrol there, and now what I hear is that the price is now lesser than that of Dangote. Who should we hold accountable? Is it the government officials or Tinubu that is saying the Dangote should not have full monopoly of being the one that will just set the price and nobody will be able to challenge him, because that's what I think that's what Dangote is driving at, and it's normal because he wants to recoup back his money. Or is he also charging too much? I mean, I just want some clarification on that because I'm not
Yeah,
been
I don't.
following
I don't have.
that
I don't
space.
have enough information about that space. But what I'm even driving at is not the pricing, because competitions, the market forces should determine that. I don't believe that Dangote should be given the kind of monopoly he had in sugar and all those areas. No. The point is, and nobody is giving him monopoly. The market is open. Everybody can come and build a refinery. Boy is trying to do in that quite from what I heard. But the point is, Dangote refinery is already here. Look at how long it took this government to be able to fine-tune the arrangement that they had promised even long before he came into power.
Yes.
All right, brilliant. All right. So thank you, Patrick. So we've got Yomi joining us. It's been in and out, Patrick. His device was not connecting, but I think it's fully connected now. I think it's keen to come into that American space. Yomi, good to have you. Is this your first time here, Yomi?
Good evening. Actually, this is not my first time, but I'm just an occasional,
That's
guest.
Thomas, isn't
Yeah.
that Thomas?
No,
Yomi, is your other name
I wanted to
Thomas?
say that.
no,
That's
no,
Thomas
no,
now.
no. This is Yummy. This is Yummy. This is Yummy. This is Yummy. How is everybody is doing?
We're all
Thomas,
good.
we're doing fine, but go ahead.
This
It sounds like it's Thomas though.
No, this is not Thomas. This is not Thomas Pansad. This is Yummy. This is Yummy. Okay.
It's not Thomas now.
All right, go on.
Hold on 1 second. Just see my face. This is Yummy.
Okay,
This is
that's
not
definitely
Thomas.
not Thomas.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I
Okay.
believe you.
Okay. Thank you.
Nobody looks like Thomas, so.
Okay. So
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Carry on.
So what I always enjoying all the conversations so far with you guys. I really want to commend you guys for wonderful job that you have been putting together. Let me just come up with my submission on American elections that just completed right now. I am not totally happy with the way the result went, but I will give credits to Republican for the good job well done so far. Basically, most people believe that, with Trump presidency and all these kind of things, the whole things is going to, change positively. Well, that is my wish and that is my prayer. But I can assure you, no, I'm not seeing any positive changes, especially given the fact that this guy, Trump, that we know is just a typical person that we talk and talk and talk and talk, but with little to achieve. Just look at what the 4 years of Trump, about 4 years ago, right? Look at what he achieved. Look at the way he will wake up in the middle of the night and tweet. All those kind of patterns, they are not healthy. They are not healthy at all. So I'm seeing, the same kind of repetitions that this guy is coming up with. I mean, I am not against his presidency, but I'm not seeing anything whatsoever that he can single-handedly lead done on his own without the input of Democrats, because he has to unite the country. He has to move people, just come into the middle. But I'm not seeing him uniting that country, and that is point number one. Point number two is that if you are Nigerian, especially black man, when I say black man, including women, you should be concerned. You should be afraid. We are always, thinking that, oh, we are safe because we are law abiding. But I'm telling you, when it comes to this color, we are at let me use this word. We are on our own. So that is my submission. So, but I will always, listen to different kind of opinion. Okay. All right. Thank you for, allowing me, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Yomi. So that's Yomi. This is not a new voice here, but certainly first time I'm hearing him. So we'll do a whip round as we start to bring it home. Does anybody else want to make a contribution? I heard somebody just
Yeah. Yes, I'm the one.
Oh, Darati, yes. You've not spoken, Darati, yet.
Yes, thank you, one man. Well, congratulations to the United States and Mr. Donald Trump, at least.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Panza.
I'm speaking.
Okay, was somebody speaking before I said
I'm speaking already.
Yeah, okay, it's Darati, but it's very faint, but it's Darati.
Okay, let's give him a chance.
Yeah, so I was watching the results, and that result was being turned out. And I want to say congratulations to the United States of America and Mr. Donald Trump for his re-election and staging a comeback. And it's very, very instructive. And I want to believe one of the reasons why I would prefer to have a Donald Trump presidency. Although some people normally talk about him, he's an anti-immigration person, But the fact is just that America is actually for Americans. Of course, they have the right to determine who comes into their country, and of course, so far as you are coming legally, and whatever they need to do, of course, I want to believe it's going to be within the ambit of the law. And another thing is this: the effect of the Biden presidency on the world. I do not just like it. In the last 4 years, look at how the whole scenario from the way they manage the Middle East problem, the way the COVID issue was managed, the way conflicts all over the world was managed also. And those things, if you look at it, we might be looking at this, it says that, hey, it doesn't mean let them continue. The last 3 years has not been rosy for the African governments. I mean, most African countries were plunged into so many problems because of these three things I mentioned: the Russian-Ukraine war, there was the Middle East crisis, and also the COVID-19 thing. So Trump has his own issue also with COVID-19, but post COVID-19, we are supposed to be kind of managing the space before that war came in, and that has plunged a lot of economies into problem. Even America itself had its own share of that problem before it was able to rally. They were able to rally around and at least stabilize things. But I believe Trump will be a stabilizing factor, at least a peace factor, to make sure that everywhere becomes stable. One of the mistakes that the Biden presidency did was to follow suit on that Asian pivot that Obama started. Obama started an Asian pivot plan whereby he was trying to rally a lot of Asian Pacific countries against Russia and even against China. But while they were doing it, they were still a bit friendly to China, but more kind of, they were so hard on the Russians, using Ukraine as a poker to poke them. But in the Biden presidency, they made the biggest blunder in the foreign policy ever made in the foreign policy of America. And that is fighting two supposedly powers that has the capability to challenge America one way or the other. We're fighting fighting Russia. We are not even doing it undercover again. We are also doing it with China as well. And you are bringing the two of them together to form a strategic alliance, which is not also too healthy for the world. Because whether we like it or not, there is this strategic balancing of power. And immediately you are doing that, you make them to become friends. They begin to declare their strategic alliance. They call it friendship without limit. That was the height of it. And I said, if Americans will not vote these guys out, they're not going to regret it at the point. If you look at what is happening right now, look at what's happening in the Israeli-Gaza war. America has almost lost some voice when it comes to the moral ground. I mean, what's the justification? I'm a Christian, but what is the justification for killing over for 70,000 people? What was 150,000 people died? If civilians, not even the terrorists themselves, which we condemn in every manner, what they did on Israel, and they are supposed to pay for that. But the way they manage that is telling other countries that you can also still do anyhow and get away with it. That particular area was not also managed very well. And I think when Trump was around, there's a way he was able, I think it was the one that was bringing in the Abraham Accord, which was trying to unite Israel with the other, even with Saudi Arabia, open diplomatic channel with them, and other Middle Eastern and Persian Gulf countries. So, which is a very good one. I think we could have probably done a better job than Biden, the way Biden did this job. So we can't afford to have Biden or any of his stooge or whatever, Harris, for another 4 years. It's gonna be suicidal. The war in Ukraine was one of the reasons why commodities, oil and gas, every other thing got skyrocketed all over the world. And we saw it. Even Europe is still battling it for some time. So to date, so at least if they're able to bring the two of them to the table, I think Trump has that capacity. He has that negotiating capacity. When he was there, he was able to call Putin. He was able to call them together, even though he was still fighting China, but on a low key, because it was a peace factor, which was very, very anti. I mean, it's not common to how Republicans normally operate. I think that was one of the reasons why they wanted to get him out of the way that time, and they did. They successfully managed to do that. and they were trying to do that again, but at least he was able to escape through this time around. And I want to believe probably he himself will have seen the handwriting on the wall. But there are more black people and even Africans that actually voted for him probably this time, and they voted for him unlike the last time when he was contested. I mean, for a second time then that he lost. So, and I want to believe there may be a little shift as regards how he will treat that, and it will probably be a bit fairer than what he was in the first time, because he himself must have learned his mistake when he called Africa a shithole. It was that same shithole that saved his ass to an extent, because he had to extend his house of friendship, open the borders, give visas to doctors from Africa and Nigeria and some other countries to form this saving. So I want to believe he must have been able to learn some few things from there.
Dorothy, your mic is very, very faint.
So okay, so we'll be able to get a peaceful world to some extent. At least we will manage the space a bit well. But what is left to be seen is how it relates with other African countries in terms of the aid, how America normally aid other African countries, exchanges, technological and militarily. But whichever way it goes, that one is left to be seen. How Tinubu will be able to
all right.
Look into that. Look into that space. But I want to believe right now, Nigeria itself probably they've been studying the template. And I think that was one of the reasons why they were able to get them to be a partner country with BRICS. And I want to believe this is one of the first time Nigeria is actually pivoting to the east a bit. We have always been pro-West, and we are still pro-West. No doubt about that. There are more people in the West, so we are still in that.
All right.
State. So with time, we get to see how the foreign policy of the presidency will unfold, and how Africa and Nigeria also can also play along. But it's not going to be as usual. So right now, Nigeria is also not putting all his eggs in one basket right now, because the world is going multipolar one way or the other. So that's my submission. So I can only wish the Americans.
All right. The audio was very, 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 very. If you listen back, you hear it is very, very faint. But we were able to make out what we're saying, and it was quite gripping stuff as well. But the audio was somewhat. But thank you. No, it's not your fault. It's just maybe the connection where you are. So that's
I wanted to correct just one little aspect of Yomi's speech, which was okay. But you have to understand that Trump just doesn't talk. Now, when he does talk, some of it helps to make things move along, right? In his last foray into politics, when he became president of the United States, he was able to establish what we call here the United States Space Force. That was a big achievement that is underreported. It's a space service branch along with the U.S. Air Force itself. So that was founded in December of 2019 by Trump. So that helps to organize, train, equip personnel in order to protect the U.S. and other allied interests via the space. That's not talking. That is carrying a very, very big stick, right? So when you look at his agenda, it's defensive in nature. Speak softly and you carry a big stick, which is what he did. I don't know why he doesn't get as much credit as he should get, or the U.S. not get as. A lot of countries wouldn't even be in existence without the hegemonic power of the United States. There was a French socialist politician back in 1999 that described the U.S. as a
that's true. That's Saudi Arabia is one of those countries, actually. They wouldn't exist if they weren't being backed by America.
Including Britain. See, that's another. When I say that white supremacy is prevalent in the United States, one of the benefactors is Britain, right? They've got some.
Are you talking about the Second World War?
No, I'm talking about today, whereby Britain have the same features, the same problem that Nigeria has, which is tribal in nature, right? We have a tribal division in the country. Now, US allow Britain to occupy Scotland, Wales, Southern Ireland, or Northern Ireland, rather, right?
Okay.
Without the US, that place would break into pieces. Do you understand what I'm saying?
How would that happen?
Oh, yeah. It will happen by just let it go, and then Scotland will take over their land. Let me just land on it. This is not just talking. This is serious business. I'm responding to what you already said.
Right. I am trying to see, your point though. But my point is, he said that he's going to intervene in Russia-Ukraine war. That war will never last for one day. How is it going to do that? Is it going to just hand over Ukraine to Russia?
That will have to happen ultimately. Yeah, Russia is too invested in that space to play neutral. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is that he has leverage on both sides.
Or to play for a draw.
You asked a good question. It's outside of what I was going to say.
They don't have leverage over Russia because they've cashed in all their chips. What leverage? They've done all the best. What else can they do to
If
Russia?
I don't get to answer, you're not going to know. And you know what? Yomi won't get to know. The point is, the question you just asked, let me address that first, one man. The way Trump will fight the war there if Russia doesn't listen is different from the way Biden has been fighting it. They would actually go in there and do the job, right? Which they can. That's the reason why Russia doesn't start attacking.
They'll send troops into Russia. You must be.
Yeah, they will send NATO. Let me land now. This is something that's happened in World War II. They have NATO. NATO's role is to contain Russia, right? Soviet Union doesn't have the Warsaw anymore that would have countered NATO. NATO has been supplying arms to Ukraine. That's provocation. If Russia actually has something to do, they would have attacked NATO or US forces, because they're giving them offensive weapons and they're killing a lot of Russians. So if they don't do anything, it means they cannot do anything. But Trump has leverage on both sides. The way it's going to end, he's going to call Ukraine and say, okay, the jig's up, stop. And then he's going to say to Russia, okay, look, we're not going to come allowing Ukraine into NATO. We're going to respect you over there, but don't make me have to come back in here. So stop, pull back to whatever. He's going to give him some territory, obviously, including Crimea, whatever he had before.
That is exactly where I'm going.
Yes.
So how could you think that a sovereignty like Ukraine will allow to lose just a parcel of their land?
But Russia is already occupying the Crimeans anyway. The Crimea is it Crimeans?
Take the place. Russia could take it if America says we're out, right? Do you know how many billions of dollars and weaponry that have been? It's the same thing with Israel, right? All these people. If Trump has pledged that he doesn't want these wars to go on, they're not going to go on. Trump is not Biden. So if he says to them, stop. You see, the United States, it's by far more powerful than all the nations combined. So that's one thing you have to understand. Whatever America doesn't accomplish, they don't want to accomplish it. If they want it, they can. That includes Britain, by the way, in what I'm saying here. The U.S. sustains all these people. We have a first-tier window that we pretty much give Britain money every day here to survive. If we cut it off, let's say they want to treat Britain like Iran, they'll be done. They'll be done overnight. So people, like I was saying before, people like Scotland, do you think you can actually defeat Scotland if they want independence there? Of course you can't. You can only do it because the U.S. will not support anything like that. That's the way it works. When America wants Britain into EU, they get in. When they want them out, they get out. It depends on the administration. It's not a monolith. These administrations make a difference. So when they come in there, Russia will do exactly what Trump wants him to do because they're friends. His approach is to have a low respect for Russia's strength, which is in that area, Russia is more powerful than Ukraine. That's not even a doubt. And Putin is breathing a sigh of relief because he knows that when Trump comes in there, then he could gracefully exit like he's doing Trump a favor. The same thing with Netanyahu. Guess who Netanyahu fired yesterday as the election was going on? He fired
the defense minister, yes.
Exactly, who has been a champion there doing exactly what they want to do. But he fired him and it's not even a big deal. That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, you follow me?
All right, brilliant. I want to go on to BT, who's just joined us. So BT, you came in latterly yesterday when we were just shutting down. Yeah, coming in around about the same time, but of course, a fan favorite. So if you turn up, they must hear from you. So BT, you were somewhat in a celebratory mood yesterday. So which is to tell you then that we are not going to ask you how you cast your vote, but I think we can make some assumptions.
Right. That was a victory for common sense, victory for freedom-loving Americans. Thank God we have our country back, finally. And so I was even thinking of moving to Mexico if Kamala had won. But thank God I get to stay in America. It's a victory for common sense, sweet victory. And I think the problem with the Democratic Party is that they have the corporate Democrats are the problem, because they bring in these unpopular positions and force people like TYT and all those movements to promote this nonsense, even though they know it's not. I mean, Democrats are a populist party, the pro-family. That's what they were originally known for. But this open tent ideology has destroyed that political tent, where any miscreant is welcome. Whatever you believe, we don't scrutinize it. We just welcome you into this so-called coalition, and it's destroyed the fabric of that political party. It's no longer. People think I'm some kind of staunch Republican. No, I've always been. I was a Democrat, but they swung so far left. They're making me look like a staunch Republican. That's what happened. 25 years ago, Pastor is here to testify. I know he lives in California. 25 years ago, it was okay to be a Democrat and be a gun owner. It was okay. It was okay to be anti-illegal immigration as a Democrat 25 years ago in this country. It was okay to be anti-abortionist in this country and still be a Democrat. We had the independent, I've forgotten the moderates in the House and in the Senate. We used to have moderates at some point in this country, but now it's all extreme positions. So the corporate Democrats destroyed that party, bringing up popular positions. So Trump winning is not shocking. And one more demographic that benefits the most, if you look at the numbers, I think I saw you earlier showing up the poster there. Look at the white women. It's the same number that Trump got the last time, 52%. So they talk all this and grab them by the pussy. He's a misogynist, he hates women, but they turn around and still vote for him. Meanwhile, your black liberal woman is still taking the bait. That's their problem for them to resolve. I mean, that's their problem. But look at the swing with the Latinos. Look at the swing, 40 to 60. That is huge. So he won with the Latinos, despite this so-called anti-immigration thing that put on him. So he won with the Latinos and he won with white women. I mean, he got some black votes too, close to what I was predicting. I was predicting about 24%, but he got about close to 20%. So that was my prediction. So he was close to my number. But
sorry, where did he win with the? Where did he win with the Latinos?
No. You're not getting it. What he got with them, ordinarily, he shouldn't get that much.
A significant incursion into that space.
Yeah, he made, even with black men, that number, usually a Republican gets about 9 to 11%, about 12% with the black men. It got about 19%, I believe. 18 to 19%?
16.
Are you sure? I think I saw 18%. Are you sure this is latest? Because I have the one from CNN.
Which
Yes.
demographic are you talking
Black
about?
men.
12%, which is what I predicted.
No.
12.
I think it got more because I have the CNN poll. I have the CNN poll. So, okay. So the idea is that he made moves, and the Democratic Party, we are not almost, okay. I was listening to this Democratic pollster talking about the mistakes of the Democrats. They do something very terrible, man. If they want to address black people, they will just they paint them with this broad stroke, like they think all black people think the same, all Latinos are the same people, all women are the same. That's the way they reason in the Democratic Party. No, you can't say because Trump doesn't like illegal immigrants, therefore he hates all Hispanics. You can't. That's not America. Okay, there are different voting blocks even within different ethnic groups. So what we've learned is you have to address black educated men differently, those that are high school educated differently, non-college. So everybody, you have to appeal to them differently. That's what we learned in this political exercise. But this idea of taking extreme unpopular position and forcing the media narrative on people has failed, even with all the celebrities. Even with all the concert, it didn't work. Nobody cares what Cardi B has to say. I'm college educated. You're not going to bring some rapper or Beyonce to convince me to vote for a candidate. I care more about policy. That's the way I vote. If you don't appeal to my interest, I'm not going to vote for you. I don't care who's shaking their ass on stage. Okay, but they think black people just bring celebrities shaking their ass on stage, Cardi B, all these rappers, and we should listen to Jay-Z and Beyonce because they're black. That's the way they see black people. So that they have to let that go. And taking extreme positions, I think that they need to stop. That has even California. I don't want to pick on the Californian on the platform. You know what, man? They downgraded their crime. They moved felony charges. Some felony crimes in California were moved down to misdemeanors. The crime went up so high. 3 days ago, they had to move it back up to felony charges again. They've gone crazy over in California anyways. They've lost a goddamn mind over there in that part of the country. So those kind of policies are not going to work nationally. You can't keep promoting that nonsense. America is not California. California is part of the United States, but it's not America. So those California policy has to stay in California. That's what we learned from the Texas side, man. Thank you.
Careful with those assumptions you're making. I agree largely what you're saying, but this particular election is beyond those one issue cultural wars. The cultural war, they've been here for a long time. There are many things that explain the phenomenon, and we have to study it over and over. California is a pace setter. We cannot put these extreme ideological divides on, painted on one. A lot of these parties, they have a lot of things in common.
But you missed my point. There are issues that Democrats should easily win on all the time. Let me give you one example. Family that will get you, even the Republicans will vote for you. Family paid leave. That test the number. If you look at the polls for family paid leave across board, Democrats, Independents, Libertarians, 94% support family paid leave. That is a Democrat position.
Yes.
But so why are you not pushing that?
Pre-exists this particular election, right? The issue you're talking about, they've been there when Democrats also won. Do you understand why it's not an aberration or something you could pick out? Those issues existed when, say, Obama won. Those issues existed when Biden won. So there has to then be a variable. You understand? So those are constants when Republican won and when Democrats won. So then what is a variable? What is different this time? You see what I'm saying? So it's not like Trump won because of this or that. Trump is a special candidate, a former president who has some kind of sympathy, and you just have to study it over the weeks. I don't disagree with you totally. I believe they all account for it, but if you just want to pick out one thing, it will not be the liberal stuff. As a matter of fact, any liberal that embraces that and talks that way and say, you know what, this is the position. We are not going to have this. We're not going to do this. We're going to do this democratic thing, the Californian thing. It's just that we nominate in the Democratic Party candidates who want to poo-poo the main issue, and they're caught in independence and they're caught in others. I said earlier that a typical example of a true Democrat, a liberal, is Bernie Sanders and what he did, especially when he ran against Hillary Clinton, who was Republican light. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in that case, you have to look at what he contributed to the politics. He was beloved by a lot of young white kids, right? He was beloved by just your typical demography for Democrats, but then he was able to attract others. So I know that if somebody comes out and make those kids forcefully that Kamala Harris is running from, he's not against it, but he's not pushing it and then talking forcefully against anybody who goes against it, how he's going to deal with them, and transform the political dialogue to be within the Democratic Party issues, pushing their agenda to the forefront. So that will give them impetus to actually win. They haven't been defeated because they haven't brought in a true liberal to go against these extreme right-wingers. So that's my position. I do hear what you're saying. If you, for example, notice what I said earlier, how Bernie Sanders was able to tap into the corrosive corruption that we have in our campaigns, the degree by which politics are best rather than ameliorate the economic inequality in our country. They have to, these people who cannot afford food, the inflation, nobody addressed that issue. Trump is
but that's my point. But that used to be a very strong Democrat talking point memo. A kids program, lower college tuition fees. That's the typical the way the Democrat talks. So how did we move away from there to talking about trans rights and all this immigration? What they abandoned their core values. What made them? They are a family value party. That's what the Democrats used to be. Provide as much service, much funds for you to raise your kids and your wife and the community. That's the whole point of the DNC. But they abandoned that to all these divisive issues. That's the reason why they're losing.
Yeah, they abandoned it because they decided that Harris embodies the knowledge, experience, and practical approach to making progress.
No.
Right? That's what Democrats that's what Democrats
believe. What progress are they going to make with that?
I'm saying though that she embodies the knowledge, right? The experience that somebody earlier noted her positions in government, from Attorney General of a very, very one of the best states in the world, the largest, all the way to vice presidency. So you have to give anybody who makes a decision based on that is sufficient. She has experience, she has a practical approach. So if it's not just the rallies and all that, but there's no need to be condescending about that from a smaller state. Since you're not here, I bet you, Babati, you're in a smaller state, right? So you cannot be condescending on the state of California. We got 54.
Is Babati a minority too now? Is that
I'm saying, I don't know where the hell he is, but whatever it is, it's smaller than California.
But
so
California has now become a non-factor, because the only people that are voting in California are the alphabet community.
No, it's not. It's not true. I believe that we should not look. I support Trump. I want Trump to win. He at this time, somebody, if he's the same guy we had last time, if somebody can do a good job, he did a good job the last time. But let's not get carried away. There is nothing the Democrats did now that you could identify as a problem, except the one that we mutually agreed on, which is they're not really pushing.
We can identify as a problem. Yeah, there's a bunch of problems. They ran a whole campaign on abortion.
They did not.
Because they like to pick on trending topic because of Roe versus Wade.
Right. I support that position, by the way. I'm saying that the election was determined by a couple of states, right? Battleground states. These battleground states, they've been there for a long time.
Okay. So hold on.
Those things don't matter. Trump flipped a lot of states, even Georgia.
That's the point.
Full of LGBTQTWS community.
You cannot. Sorry.
On American major issues. So
I have a question for you, Chairman. I have a question for you. Okay, so now I understand your concern and your faith, right? But just like you, right? I am a Christian as well. But my question to you is that the issue of abortion, right? So what do you think about somebody that got raped and by giving birth to such kind of child or baby or something like that will be a long-term stigma? How do you address that?
She can go to therapy. Like there's no way you can twist this that can make me feel okay with the idea of abortion, because you're using an extreme example. I don't do extreme. So just be serious when you're asking me a question. If you don't want to have abortion, don't have sex, use condom or pull out. Stop using extreme example with me. Don't tell me about rape and all this stuff. We're being realistic with normal female issues.
We know that some people got raped by their immediate family, right? So it wasn't their intentions to have, sex. But it will happen. So how do you address that?
You can give up the baby for adoption. I don't know why you're asking me these questions. To me, it's
can I address that question? Can I address that question? Let me address that question. Hold on, get me. So there are 27 birth controls that we have right now. Birth controls, 27. Post-rape, we have the post-rape kit in EDs. Somebody is raped, police is called, they go to the ED, they can take it, they can flush it out. Then you do your STD testing for 1 to 3 months to make sure you didn't get any STDs or any cases of that. Or abortion, you can. So here's where I demarcate the line. So they say, what is life? I say if you don't have any fetal heart tones, to me, there's no life. So when you have fetal heart tones, between 6 weeks to 10 weeks, right? Once you notice, so that's why you. So to me, in those cases, before 8, even to me, I said 8 weeks down below, you can take it out. Number 2, if you have what we call ectopic pregnancy, that means the baby is not developing where it's supposed to develop in the woman's fetus. Let's say in the fallopian tube, then because the baby will not survive, the mother will actually die too. So there are situations where you have to. What we're talking about is when you've detected fetal heart tone at 10 weeks. That's about 2.5 months, right?
Okay.
And so if you look at the Democratic position, not the Democrat per se, but the extreme end of the Democratic Party, they want to go as far as even offering the baby, even when they were born, a few hours or a few days after birth. They still believe that should be abortion. So they have this extreme view of abortion is the problem. So I'll say, prior to having fetal heart tones, if you have any complications, genetic problem, ectopic pregnancies, that can be taken care of. But the idea of rape as an excuse for that, no, you can take care of that at the ED. If the police is called in and you seek medical advice, that will be taken care of for you, where you wouldn't even get pregnant at all. So just testing for STDs to make sure you don't have any severe. But so that's the response to it. So let's not use extreme cases, which is very rare, by the way, to justify our position.
That's what you just said, though.
Yes.
You did that.
Thank you for that. Yes. That is very, very true.
I do not think that the issues contested in this election were thoroughly aired out. There's immigration issue. That's Trump embracing what's the Kennedy guy, Elon Musk. There are a lot of things.
Right.
So Americans are very savvy. They put it together. They figure Trump 4 more years. We have substantial breaks in the Constitution.
Yeah, but the point is, abortion does not test well in swing states. You can't go to Pennsylvania to go and discuss abortion right. You know that's political suicide. You can't go to Wisconsin discussing immigration of illegal immigrants, giving them free housing and free vouchers and free lunch and free health care.
No, I don't know about that because in the past,
no. Hold on. That's what I'm telling you. They did that is the problem. Even
like Biden, Obama, they also won those states. Do you understand?
But they were not pushing those. That's what I'm saying.
They were pushing.
I see what you mean. I didn't see her push it, but if she did, then you'd be right.
Yeah. Even in Chicago, okay, it was so bad in Chicago. Okay, I have friends that practice in Chicago and Wisconsin. It was so bad they were closing down middle schools to house illegal immigrants. They were even trying to pay for them to get houses in Chicago for illegal immigrants. That never happened before.
That is crazy.
That's my point. They went so far left, too extreme. You don't push immigration stuff to illegals in the Midwest. That is political suicide. Who does that?
That is one of those things that Democrats did that caused them. Yeah.
So the Wisconsin, them losing Wisconsin, that I was not sure. I mean, I wasn't sure they were going to lose all those areas. But the idea, and like I said earlier, it is not the core. It's not the core liberals that were pushing those agendas. It was the corporate liberals that was funding the madness. Okay, that's the problem. It's the money behind that. It's not
the peculiarity of the voting in these battleground states. Cannot be so narrowly translated because it was a shellacking that was pretty much nationwide, aside from obviously far western states. So you cannot really pin it on that for these viable states because he won in places that you wouldn't even think he would win, like Wisconsin, right?
Yep.
And he got Florida early. I was shocked by that. Even though everybody said he was, I didn't think he was going to win Florida. Even I almost gave Harris Texas because of the way I saw Trump end his campaign. It was lack of energy. He was not paying some of his bills towards the end. It looks flat.
That place is fast becoming purple. In the next maybe 2 or 3 cycles, you might have a blue Texas with the way they're going there. It's getting closer and closer by each cycle. So it's like 6-4, right? So the Democrats are really gaining ground in Texas, but not fast enough to change. But maybe 10 years, you might have a blue Texas. It's going to happen eventually with the way.
Okay, let me conclude and I'm done. I will exit. I have to go to dinner date here in a minute. The point I'm making is Democrats should not take any lesson from this as far as abandoning women's rights, right? Women have a right to choose whether Republicans like it or not. We cannot let these Republican extremities dominate the mainstream. What they have to do is go back, figure a way to bring some of the issues that Babati elucidated. Some of them are cogent. The abortion issue, that's nonsense. We don't have a right to abortion or whatever they want to do. It's their business. And also to thoroughly...
sorry, Pansat, one microsecond. I'm going to bail out and hand over to you, Pansat, if you don't object to that. Acknowledging the super chatters are your Chioma and Ayo again. So thank you to those two. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
One man.
Yeah.
Ibolon love.
I'm in charge now. No Batimati here. One man. Go ahead.
I'll be in the background letting people listen out.
Can I check a key phone now?
Can I raise one point? Sorry. Oh man, can I raise one point with Pansat? Can we at least admit that? Okay, if you remember, when Harris ran against Joe Biden in the primaries, she didn't even get up to 3%. Number two, she never went to any primaries. Exactly. Number three, she picked a terrible. Why would you pick somebody from a liberal state as a VP? You're gonna win anyway.
Look,
it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, let me say we'll have time to nitpick all those things. And by the way, I like the fact that you go into the minutia. We have to start afresh now. One man is gone. I'm in charge. I have very simple rules. I don't get paid for this, so I don't want to work too hard on it. We're gonna go according to the script. We each have 3 minutes. Okay. Before we go into starting off from Chioma, let's begin with those who haven't heard from already, which will be Ekene and Omar. Ekene, you have 5 minutes, and then we'll go to Chioma after you.
BT hasn't finished. BT was trying to make a point.
Okay, you're right. Okay, BT, are you concluded or you wanna?
Let me add to it. Thank you, Chioma, for that. Number 4, you gotta understand, she's from California. She's always been coddled. Okay, how hard it is for Democrats to run for office in California? Come on now. I mean, you look at the path to whatever she came from. She's always been handed over stuff. They give her everything as part of gold. She became VP. Who becomes VP getting 1% or 2% in the primaries? So there was no coalition. There was no coalition in the Democratic Party for her. She was shoehorned in. Even I can't confirm it, but they said even she was not really Barack Obama's first choice to replace Joe Biden. That was I can't confirm that, but that was reported that she was not really the Obama's first choice. Remember, the name of Michelle came up at some point, right, to replace Joe Biden, and then came up.
That would have been a joke. Yeah, that would have been a joke.
Yeah,
no,
but
it can be a joke. She's better. Michelle is better than her.
Yeah, so she never, and this is what pissed me off. Each time they ask her a question, she can't go 10 seconds without mentioning Trump. I don't care about Trump's position. Tell me about your position, for God's sake. Just spend 1 minute discussing your own issue without naming Trump. She was just Trump, this, Trump. No, enough of Trump. Tell me your own position. That thing really, I mean.
With that, right, she's using her skills, being the prosecutors. So
somebody should remember that this one will be a court case. So nah, vote with the vote. No be court case.
Let's go. And then eyes on. I just let it go. Then we'll go to Chioma.
Okay. Let me leave. Okay, guys. Good night. Eyes on. Melting soup. Okay, melting pot and melting soup. I see you again. Good night.
Ekene, go ahead. Then after you, eyes on. Then we'll go all the way to the top. Chioma, Yomi, Ajande Kuko.
Pastor, senior brother, good day. Where is Prince Daddy? Now, Prince Daddy, I come to. Prince Daddy, you don't come today.
He left now. He left.
My MAGA guy, the guy really tried for Trump.
Trump.
The guy really tried for Trump. I want to congratulate them. You know, easy here. Even though we are not voting in America, but at least we we rooted for Trump. Trump is a nice guy, you know. I like watching that guy on television more than Joe Biden. The guy, even his victory remark, just watch it now. The guy loves America so much. He's putting his like that victory broadcast, man. It's a 1 in a million. And I'm expecting one day we'll have a Nigerian president that will give such a remark, such this thing. And I just want to say I'm very excited and pleasing with American democracy. When are we going to have this type of election? And this is very sweet. When we're not having an INEC chairman announcing result for us, we see everything happening live. You're taking the citizen announce their results. We see it, everything happen without any mago. And so, and when I see many people come and say, every country is corrupt, they do this. No, not in this election. This election is very perfect. Very, very perfect. I don't see anywhere you come and say, this person cheated, this and this. Nigeria, we did too far. We did too far. When are we going to have it like this? Man, people will just, whether the choice they make is good or bad, but at least people will just stand up like this and make their choice. And you will know that this is the choice of Nigerians. Today, this is the choice of American. And nobody will dispute it. So they're going to live for it for 4 years. So that is it. I like Trump so much, and I'm happy that Trump won. And I'm looking forward to be watching him, because since Joe Biden became the president of America, it's very hard for me to follow American politics and their president and even listen to their presidential speech and all that. But now, the whole vibe has come back again. We're going to be watching Trump on television again. So,
Yeah.
congratulations to Americans, and congratulations to Prince Daddy. I will come again to, whenever I see Prince Daddy, to buy us beer.
Champagne.
Champagne, whatever
Yeah.
he can give us to celebrate his victory. It's a very, and people like Man of Prestige, I want to see them cry, because the day we are doing this debate, Man of Prestige was wanted to cry that day, and many people are supporting Trump. But that is it. That's what it is. That's politics. And I'm happy. Congrats. Pansat, I don't get much to talk. I just want to greet Prince Daddy. Or maybe when I see him next, I'll come and greet him. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Ekene.
All right, if you conclude, then I guess, Chioma, do you have something to say before Izon go on? Okay, Izon, it's your turn.
I hail everyone.
Yeah.
Chioma, my sister. Hope you're well.
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, madam. Thank you so much. I've
Nice.
been listening to you all evening. Has been a very relaxing and welcoming, I guess, tone to my ears. Plus, you made a lot of really good sense, I think, with this election. The crazy thing about it.
So much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You know, the crazy thing is we try to tell people. I have some friends that stopped calling me when they asked me. They're like, "Who are you supporting in this?" I said, "Listen, I'm Nigerian. I'm not supporting anybody." Okay, they put me in a corner. If you are forced to between Kamala and Trump, who will you pick? I said, I'll pick Trump. And they started getting angry at me. And they, oh, you don't support. I have this African American woman I know. Oh, you don't support black women. I knew y'all Nigerians were foul, this and that. I'm just like, look, man, why are you personalizing this thing? If I say I want Trump to win, there's a reason. And you can ask me what that reason is, I'll explain it to you. But you're going on this rant about how Nigerians come to America and they start cooning for the white man and all kinds of stuff, man. It was just crazy. The way people took this thing so personal. But, what's interesting is the Democrats, as usual, because they've already started doing it, will blame everybody else but themselves. You have to understand something. When you look at the history, very recent history of this Trump guy, and I liken Trump to a bad guy in an action movie that just refuses to die. I mean, what did they not try to do to this man? Let me give you guys the historical breakdown. When he won the last election, they said it was a Russian puppet. It didn't stick. They said Michael Flynn was collecting money from Russia. They said that the Russian people came to Trump Towers. It didn't stick. He ran off his bam, bam, bam. COVID came. They accused him of doing this and that in COVID. It didn't stick. The January 6th thing happened. They accused him of insurrection. He was trying to overthrow the government. He was planning a coup. It didn't stick. He finished that one. They indicted him in New York. They charged him with a crime. They tried to put him in jail. It didn't stick. He finished that one. They tried to assassinate the guy 2 different times. It didn't stick. They know if he kill himself. So at the end of all that, the guy runs an election and he wins. Not just wins like by the skin of your teeth. He literally kicked her ass all over the country. And he's a 2-time American president. This is unheard of. I think most people are not looking at it from that perspective. This is unheard of in the history of politics globally. If you're looking at advanced industrialized nations, that a guy, even in Nigeria, think about it, that you would have all these scandals, all these attempts, including attempts on your life. And the guy comes back and he wins convincingly. Not just he wins convincingly. I mean, the margin was not even close. So you can imagine that Americans really decided that this is the guy they wanted. And what's going to happen now? Just watch all you CNN heads. I don't watch CNN anymore, or MSNBC and all those useless channels. But watch what they're going to start doing. These Democrats are going to find a moral compass. They're going to start talking about the Gaza incident and how it's messed up that all these kids have been killed and how Trump is this and how Trump is that. And how they're going to use every single thing they can use as propaganda to try to deface his administration, make him look incompetent so that way they can come back into power. And it's just this, and that's the reason why people didn't vote for them in the first place, because they lost credibility. And let me talk about Kamala. If you listen to Kamala, right, she never really stood for anything. And I think that was her biggest shortcoming. They asked her what her policy. She didn't have strong policies. She didn't stand for anything. And that people were not going to get behind someone that doesn't seem like they have a backbone. Trump, on the other hand, whether you hate him or love him, you know that this guy, he stands for something. There's something he truly believes in that is driving him. So, when you compare the two from that trajectory, it's clear that there was no competition. And then on top of that, Kamala was like maybe the 5th best Democrat in the primary that they held, right? This is something that all the people on the left that I know, they want to dismiss. Oh, they went through a process. They didn't go through a process. It was akin to a coup when Biden wasn't going to be in office anymore. They just handpicked her, put her in there, and tried to market her to people to put her in office. You can't do stuff like that. The reason why you have a primary is that way your base can get behind a candidate that becomes your champion. The champion will go and compete, and that champion, you're putting your best out there. Kamala was not the Democratic best. She was not even second or third. Why was she running for office? So that's my 2 cents. It's just crazy how the thing panned out, but that's my 2 cents on the matter. Pans out.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission. I do have a bone to pick with your comment, but I would wait.
Pick the bone. Let's hash it out. Go ahead.
Okay. I would let's see if anybody else, Yomi or Chioma, want to make an input.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Thank you again, Pansat, everyone, Chioma, Ainzo, Ekene. Listen, individual has their own perception, and the way it affects us may be a little bit slight different. When we talk of policy and the individual candidate, let's take, for instance, Democrat candidate and Republican candidate. Can somebody tell me, without being biased, who of these two candidates has credibility? So now, having said that, we all know who Trump is, and we all know how he propagates his own, personalities, including his business, how he inflates his this so-called real estate value and all. So, but that is just by the way. We also know, the kind of way he presents himself, being a president of a nation is always, behaving as if he's the king. Okay, so all these, we all know who he is. But that is not to say that he's not competent to lead a nation or something like that. But for me, as a person, whenever I wake up and I listen to all these remarks, negative comment, abusive words, calling people out, it bothers me. That is for me. So he might be one of the best presidents, but he has to find a way to present himself as a leader of a great nation. But I'm not seeing that in him. These 4 years, I'm telling you, everything happens for a reason. Everything happened for a reason, in the sense that I believe strongly that God makes this guy to come back. And it's just a matter of time. In the next 4 years, we are going to see if America will make progress or it will retard backward. And when such kind of things happen, I will conclude by saying America deserves what they get. That's my submission. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Yomi. Let me say, Aizon, that the complaint that you lodged towards the end of your submission about how she emerged as the candidate for the Democratic Party. In a way, you're talking about
super delegate and the delegates who would normally be involved in picking who's going to be the nominee, right? If let's say they just had an open primary where everybody can vote, we know that the most committed Democrats care about winning, right? So she would have garnered most, if not all, of the super delegates, right? So you cannot say you want to eliminate the super delegates because in a primary, that's who picks it. It's not a rule that's made by Harris. She would have had a clear majority, not only if including the popular vote, if she went through a primary, but the pledged delegates she would have gotten because she has Clinton, has Obama, has the heavy party chicks, right? So mathematically speaking, she would have clinched it. So your argument turns on itself when that's the complaint that you have. She did very well. Unless you're complaining about the existence of super delegates, then maybe we could talk about that. And because they exist, that's the way it's done.
Where did she do very well?
That was my question. That was the question I was about to ask.
Because I feel like you're actually defending Democrats in their failure.
No,
nothing they did well from beginning to the end. They didn't kick out Biden on time.
That's why we're gonna allot you time so you could you develop your theory, which is okay with me. I'm saying that under any formulation, Harris will have the clear majority of the pledged delegates, the super delegate, not to even mention the super delegates. That should clean the house. But this notion that she didn't do very well, it's unfair to say. She won Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, New Mexico, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey.
Outside, most of those states are irrelevant. She lost the swing states.
And even Trump,
she lost what?
She lost all the swing states.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Pennsylvania has historically been blue. Wisconsin, when you look at certain states that she lost. Wait.
Purple states, right? I made the same argument with Baba T. These are this is a dynamic situation. But then when you pick out one thing, in this case, Aizon picked out one thing, which was that the way she emerged. So we have to look at it technically. How do one emerge as a nominee for the Democratic Party? They have something they call super delegates. Then you have the pledged delegates. Let's say she went through the primary. So you have to understand that those are the people who play the role. That's what would happen. So now who would have, let's say the governor of California. If this election was between governor of California and Trump, the results would even be more disastrous. Trump is a special case. They tried everything to prevent him from running just because of that. Because in the first instance, in his primary, he wiped the floor with a lot of people, including the governor of Florida, for example, who was a very viable candidate. And before that, in 2016, 2017, he ran against 17 super conservative Republicans, including the Bushes, the governor of Florida then, and so many others at the time. And so Trump is a different animal. They tried to stop him by extra constitutional means, take him to the courts. But once he survived, then you have to look at it from that aperture. Who would have done better? It's a couple of states here and there. So we cannot underestimate her strength in this election. She did very, very well.
She didn't do well at all. I'm sorry.
She didn't win. Yeah, you could say that. But
Kansas, she got her ass kicked, man.
She
Come on,
didn't win nothing. Let's stop being.
Okay, it's your turn. 5 minutes. Go ahead and develop your theory, and then we could poke holes in it.
I don't really have a theory. She just sucked. She was horrible choice of a candidate. She lost in Democratic states like Pennsylvania. You know, Trump flipped a lot of, even Georgia. She campaigned a great deal in Georgia, and she still lost it. So, I mean, stop trying to be nice, Uncle Pansett. You're not normally the nice guy here.
No, I'm not being nice.
Not you.
I'm going by the data though.
She
She
sucks.
lost it by fifth. Which state? If you name a state, I'll tell you the percentage, right? So
Either way
Okay,
it goes,
so
even the county,
Sponsor,
she lost woefully.
Sponsor, she lost Michigan, didn't she?
She did lose Michigan.
How can a Democrat lose Michigan, Sponsor? Honestly,
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's unheard of, man.
She did
And you know,
horrible.
and let me even tell you what makes it terrible. Even with all Trump's rhetoric about anti-immigration, the Muslim ban he had previously done, he won all the mayors in majority Arab cities in Michigan. These Democrats, they have failed woefully, and they don't learn their lessons. Listen, Master, I was listening to MSNBC. Joy Reid was on there. You know what she was saying? That Kamala lost because white women didn't vote for her. Are you serious? They don't even try to understand the reason why they lost. You understand? You lost because you guys have lost reality. You don't have the pulse of the nation anymore. You don't understand what people really care about. Think about this, Pastor. A guy who wait a second now. Just think about this. A guy who ran, was in office for 4 years, lost an election. You demonized him in every way possible you can imagine, right? Indicted him, everything you can think of that would totally destroy a candidate. You did to this guy. He comes back and he beats your best candidate. What does that say about your best candidate?
Okay, let me say that.
But they don't have a solution to the problem that the American people, real American people are facing, not social media people.
Okay, let me say, Choma, let's try to be in order. Let's have a little order. Whenever you want to speak, you just let me know and I'll let you speak.
Okay.
What I'm saying to Aizon, it doesn't mean because we lost, then we're not going to look at the moral reason. If our cause is just, it will be myopic to be looking at tactical wins, such as what Republicans are enjoying right now. They did the same thing in 2000 when George Bush won, which then brought in the tsunami of Obama. The cause is just. If we lose because we want women to have right to their bodies, let us lose. You could have it. If what you're saying that winning means right, I disagree with you on that.
Exactly.
This election was fought on fundamental issues of what this country stands for, who we are.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. So when it comes to it, tactically, yes, I can agree. One of the reasons you elucidated is that nobody knows exactly where Harris stands, if she's for this or if she's for that. And this is the same thing I said in my own presentation, that we have to have people such as Bernie Sanders come in as a liberal Democrat and then fight for the things that we believe in so that they could then steer the discussion towards the stuff that we believe in. If you look at what the criticism you lay on Harris, which lands, that one does land. They do not frame the tenets of the Democratic Party as the issue to talk about. They go talking about nonsense instead of embracing the solid things for the working class.
Exactly.
About inflation.
Exactly.
About the stuff. She started off very well. And it's so strange when you started this campaign. She started off talking about what she's going to do about price gouging. That's the first time I heard a candidate say that, and she was doing very well. About a month and a half ago, she was going at it, talking about democratic issues.
Answer. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So,
why Kamala Harris is supposed to be this Democrat on the left, championing, like you're saying, ideals that they're meant to stand for. That's my problem with Democrats. They don't stand on what they believe.
Exactly.
They waver. They try to move too much towards the middle or even, center right? And because they think, there are votes there that they need to get. No. by doing that, you isolate your base. One of the biggest mistakes, why was she parading herself around with Liz Cheney?
And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Democrats focus on social media trends. That was what's trending. The Roe versus Wade. They lost that. So they're pushing this agenda of women's rights to have abortion. You get what I'm saying? Because that was what was trending on social media.
That is a point, but the more vexing question is the one that's raised by Aizon, right? We have to understand the role of a political party, right? I use Bernie Sanders because I keep going back at them. The contest between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton at the primary level a few years ago, it's what they have to look at. That's what we have to look at here. For openness, you could see how Bernie Sanders transformed the political dialogue within the Democratic Party, pushing his own agenda to the forefront of the larger discussion. So that is one area that we can all agree. But when you start talking about how she lost, and the reason she lost being that she's pushing for abortion rights, women to have the right. That one is core. We're not going to compromise on it. Let's lose, right? We'll lose, but we have to fight for all these constituencies that make up the Democratic Party, all of them, especially when we know we're right.
Relevant factors.
If they overplay their hands, which they will do again, they did it under George Bush. Towards the end, the country was so tired of him that they didn't care who comes in, which is exactly what happened in this case with Biden. It's just a flip. If you were, I bet you, Choma, you probably were not a blastocyst at the time, but you probably were even in high school in 2000. At the time that George Bush, who was a war hero, he fought the Iraq War, and he was he rose up, skyrocketed as far as in the polls and stuff like that. But towards the end, the country was tired of Republicans. They overplayed their hands.
But he still won.
Corporations, excuse me?
But he still won. George Bush, Jr., he still won.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But after his second time, he did cheat. Obviously, they rigged the election. At the end, everybody was tired of Republicans. That ushered in Obama, and he was bequeathed with a super majority in the Senate, and then also on the House, just like what we have now with Trump, where he has the House.
Here's the problem, though, right? This is the problem with Democrats. Bush started wars, right?
Exactly.
Initially, they were popular, right? Initially, right after 9/11, they were popular. Then they became unpopular when the body bags started coming home, right?
Because of that war.
Because of the war, correct.
Yes,
then, on top of that, when the human rights abuses associated with Abu Ghraib and those other places, and the reports from Guantanamo started coming out, they even got more unpopular. What did we see during that period? The Democrats found their moral compass. Everywhere you went where there was a Democrat, they were chanting anti-war, they were chanting America has lost its respect, they were chanting abuses, Geneva Conventions, they were chanting all these things, right? They found moral compass. Okay, Bush leaves, we vote in Barack Obama.
30 seconds.
Obama comes in, what does he promise? He's going to close Guantanamo. He doesn't. What does he promise? He's going to pull out of Afghanistan. He doesn't. What does he promise? He's going to reduce the wars. He doesn't. He increases them from 4 to 7. Fact check me on that. Obama actually. The point I'm trying to make is, this is the problem with Democrats. They don't have real principles, so people are not going to follow. Okay,
I agree with that. Let's go ahead and bring it forward. I will come back to you again when I have a chance with my prerogative.
Can I contribute?
I would recognize. I don't know between Remy and Prince Daddy who came in first.
I think I come in first.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, and I am going to be very exact on that 3 minutes. Ready, go ahead.
Maybe I'm not going to use 3 minutes. Okay. Congratulations to Donald Trump for comeback win, but I think the Democrats got it wrong, and I'll tell you the reason. First and foremost, because of personal ambition, I think they get from the current president Biden, because he truly know that his health will not be able to take him through to that second term, because everybody personal ambition and being a president of one of the strongest nations in the world, he does not want to let it go. That is the first basic problem. If he had said, okay, I'm not going to contest, I think a lot of Democrats would have come out and they would have had their primaries, and that would have gingered a lot of American people to see and and pick a better one out of them. But within the shortest little time that he has to step aside and this woman came on board, we can all agree that this woman performed relatively good, considering so many factors. And now we hit the nail on the head. First and foremost, I think Americans, whether male or female, immigrant, non-immigrant, everybody, I think they are not ready for a woman president.
Absolutely. That's correct.
Two, I also see this one might look a little bit off the mark, but that is the truth. That is what we call the white supremacy is also there. And they are saying that America is turning too much to brown. There's also a way to say.
Sorry, Remy,
let me finish. There's this thing that also said that they look at it that we don't want this country belong to us. There's this sense of entitlement. We dictate the pace, others follow. So
that's true.
That might also be a big factor. And Donald Trump, I gave him that. He sees the real American, and then somebody, I'm echoing, I don't know why. Okay, maybe. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that as a politician, he knows that the core American white people, he ganked them, and he put them in like a group, and he continued to build on that base. They are fanatical in nature, and then we also see new set of immigrants. They are professionals, and they look at stuff differently from the local, from other, what I would say, from other Africans that are immigrants that have opportunity to vote. They look at things differently. They look at it from their own perspective of job, or maybe securing their own position. But to me, at the end of the day, this is a low for America. Because when you are preaching the best democracy in the world, is this what you can offer us? We also what happened in the last 4 years of this man. And I bet you will see it again, even more than that. It will be abusive, it will be arrogancy, it will be all sort of this you are going to see.
Okay, enough of the propaganda.
100% agree with you.
We knew that before we voted him for the second term.
Exactly.
Stop using emotional argument. Let's drop that rhetoric, and he's gonna be abused.
I know. You have the opportunity to talk. To see your own. Not just on 1 more minute, and then things that will come and it will come. Okay. So just relax, chill out. It's okay. This is not an emotional something. This is reality of life. Unless you are trying to deceive yourself, you are not telling yourself.
Well, reality, as you say, so that is okay.
Let me finish. You will come, please. Let me finish.
Could you mute your mic? It's making noise. Let Remy land, and then we'll
I'll finish, and then you come. No matter what you say here, no matter what you are going to say, that it's a propaganda. Everybody have seen this man 4 years ago. There's nothing special he's going to do in the next 4 years again. Because I will tell you the truth, in the next 1 or 2 years, age, we have a factor on him too. And you have another Biden again. So I wish American good luck. And I wish that the second time he's coming in, I wish he has a ton of heart, maybe rule wisely and more better than the first one. But I don't see that one on the horizon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Remy. Right. Good input there. Prince Daddy, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Pansat. Yeah, in order to wait off Remy's propaganda,
Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy, you don't come. My
Yeah,
guy.
don't come. Can I day?
Maga. Where they buy our drink, man?
Soon we go drink. No worry.
No, Allah.
Yeah.
You don't win your enemy. You don't win your enemy for this one. Your enemy, they don't shut up.
Yeah, we thank God for sure. Like enemy, like Remy. By the way, thank you. Remy's submission is that of it has an undertone. We know that. You can't wish America good luck at the same time talk down on the leader. It doesn't cohere. On the issue about America is not ready for a woman president, that's a farce. Okay, because Hillary Clinton, politics is about competition. Hillary Clinton was a more formidable opponent, contestant than Joe Biden, and for sure than Kamala Harris. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that Hillary won the popular vote. That meant more Americans voted for her. Okay? So let's not deceive ourselves that America is not ready for a woman president. No. But at the end of the day, there has to be, you have to strategize. Even Bill Clinton told the Democrats, hey, what Trump is doing here is being strategic in the 2016 election, and is gonna win enough electoral college to become president. Clinton is a very smart politician. We all know that, but they didn't listen to him. They dismissed him, thinking, everyone's gonna vote for Hillary, and a lot of people did vote for Hillary. But guess what? She lost due to the electoral college. But there comes this weak Kamala. She has nothing to offer, and that's why she lost both the electoral college and the popular votes. Okay, so I don't buy into that notion that America is not ready for a woman president. No, if you present a formidable candidate on either side, Americans will vote for that person, be it a woman or a man. So let's put that to rest. The notion that Trump is a danger to America and all this other
That's Nigerian perspective for you. They don't look at competency and who can deliver and who can govern. They just look at menial issues and use it to choose a candidate, and that's why Nigerians are Nigerians. Continue.
Exactly. To that point, actually, and that's why the Democrat lost. Again, they thought they can present a candidate, an empty suit like Kamala Harris. That is not. She's not brilliant, not a good specifier. She had nothing to offer people. Just like one man said, and many other people, no one can articulate a position on anything, and they want her to win. Why? Because she's quote unquote black and she's a woman, and that's supposed to be sufficient for her to win. That's ridiculous. Okay, in a country full of smart people that can think outside the box, most people are going to weigh the issues and decide on that. And Kamala had nothing to offer. Just like Joe Biden did not have anything to offer in 2020. Why did they win? Because they stole the election. It was quite clear. Okay, so Trump, they've had a taste of Trump 4 years in 2016. They did, and we know what he did. Now, for someone like Remy, a foreigner like Remy, to come by and tell us why Trump all of a sudden is now a bad choice, we know nothing about him. He has nothing to offer. Is just for the win.
Why are you making it about me, for God's sake, man?
Because you are
order. Let me just have order. Let him land. Prince Daddy, you have 1 minute. Try to wrap it up.
Thanks. Yeah. So we have. I mean, and everyone is people like again Remy is biased, and people are not fair in analysis. If you ask anyone here right now, we all know that your past performance is an indicator of your future performance. And we've had Trump for 4 years, and we know what he did. We had the best economy, the highest stock market in 30 years. We had zero war. Okay, we have peace in the Middle East. What else do we have? We have a safe world. Okay, it was friends with the world leaders. We had a great economy. America's manufacturing was growing. I mean, we had everything was working well. But of course, he had opposition from the deep state and the people that want him to fail. And of course, the media propaganda machine, they kept pumping out all this trash and lies about him. And that's why people like Remy that watches CNN and MSNBC thinks he knows about America more than we that live here do.
30 seconds.
Don't.
30 seconds.
Yeah, to wrap it up, again, congratulations to Americans for waking up and
before you
choosing the
wrap
right
up,
candidate, and voting back Donald Trump to be the next president, the 47th president of America. And we're expecting great things to happen. MAGA is going to thrive. And no matter what they do this time around, we are going to succeed.
All right. It looks like Kenny has
Pastor,
something to say to you.
let me put something
We have to get Adewale and other things. Yeah, make it very short, please. And then we'll have Adewale.
President, what do you think about don't you think that Elon Musk's Twitter space is just like a very big channel for Trump in this election? Don't you think that make a very big impact?
Yes, sir. It was a blessing.
You know, that he used it to kill that narrative of those CNN, and it's just like using Twitter to win an election. Elon Musk
exactly.
I really love that guy.
All right, I believe. Let me use my prerogative here as chair to respond to. I don't have an allotted time. I'm a timekeeper here. Moderator will be a big title. But let me respond a little bit to Eyes On again, and then we'll go to Adewale. You see, Eyes On, the problem with somebody coming out blazing like a laborer, can you hear me? Is that it takes a lot to create a populist uprising that's big enough to bring up to a sweeping populist agenda. So if Harris went there, the more she pushed for those democratic mores and all those things we believe in, sharp messaging, then the vicious counter reaction that will come from these these Republicans was just mentioned a few minutes ago with social media, it will tribalize the entire country. So we know that Obama held a lesson for us in that case. For example, in the Affordable Care Act, right, whereby Obama was pushing. This time he was running to be president. Everybody was for affordable care, but it was hollowed out. His entire presidency was hollowed out by that issue. So Harris vainly trying to pass, say, a single payer, that would be a good resounding message in healthcare. It would have been a non-starter. It would have polarized and divided everything in the country. So I just want to be able to mention, I want to use one bellwether, something like healthcare, which we're all for, and we cannot get a real government healthcare. So Democrats have to find a way to do it by force, so that's why I agree with you on that. But anyway, I'll be coming in once in a while, disagreeing with the panelists here and there, or agreeing with them, the case may be. So now we'll go to Adewale, who has a clear, clean-cut, strict 3 minutes. Go ahead, Adewale, with your input.
Pastor, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. I was on the platform earlier and decided to go and come back. Look, I don't know why Prince Daddy is so worked up tonight. Even the hardened supporter of Kamala Harris are not actually. They haven't seen him depicting being sad and the way Prince Daddy makes it look. Look, you don't have to be magnanimous in victory. You just have to speak to the fact or to the truth. Yes, Donald Trump he won, and he won squarely. And this time around, he came back and he mopped the floor. No doubt about it. We understood, what policy is all about. It's all about playing your card right. It's like somebody playing a poker. Now, let's look at the factors that contributed to him winning this election. It into so many faces, okay? And I'll tell you this, Democrat as a party, they have been having issues. Remember, in 2019, they were having a dilemma. They were thinking of who had the best
national appeal to confront this nemesis called Trump. By the way, American politics will never remain the same. After the second tenure of this man, he has changed. It is now a norm that you being morally flawed doesn't make you not to be politically appealing. As a matter of fact, it is non issue. If you like, go and commit murder, you will still be elected to a public office. And moral has gone into dustbin. So, what are the things that contributed to where we found ourselves? Number one, we have to look at it. When Biden was picked, uh, you remember that he wasn't the favorite when he was elected, but they look at who had been there before, who can be trusted among all the candidates. Biden has never been an extreme left in his life, in his political life. He has always been a moderate left. But they needed somebody who could appeal to the other side, and the party decided to embrace him and they make him the nominee, and he won the election fair and square. So this time around, the comeback is more or less a boomerang on the face of Democrats. The miscalculation they had, I saw the tweet put out by Bernie Sanders this evening or today, and he was accurate. Most of the messages from Democrats has always been about family, more of giving hands out to the family, helping out. But if you look at people, especially the workers, not just in the South, we know South is an ardent supporter of red. They always vote red anyway, even if their governors or their representative go to Cancun 100 times a year, they will continue to vote for them. But if you look at the Midwest or right there in the West Coast, it has always been about workers. And you see that being played out. And to top it off, uneducated American, male American, voted massively for this man. Why? Because number one, apart from being the man issue that a woman can probably not be the president, they saw in him somebody who they believe if they whisper into his ear, he could do their bidding. Especially the white Caucasian. The stat shows that the black male voted for Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders was right. The way the campaign of Kamala Harris went about parading the elite, the celebrities, hardly you could find A-list celebrities in the campaign of Trump, and they voted for him. But I know for a fact that the end of his tenure is not going to be like the beginning. I can assure you that. I can guarantee you that 100%. Why do I think so? When he came in first time, a lot of missteps. For example, he inherited a robust economy from Obama era, and that carried him over till the COVID hit. And when COVID hit, his yash was exposed. He couldn't manage the situation.
Excellent.
But in this America, we witnessed shortly after COVID was going down, there was a huge shortage of products in the market. And also, there was a time that where American had value chain issue where the canal was blocked and whole America was going through a lot of hardship. Here we have with the impact of COVID, and it was reported by the economists then that the impact of COVID would last not less than a decade, especially in the developed world, not to talk about a country like Nigeria. So here we are feeling the impact. Remember, American government had to pump in money, physical cash into the people's pocket for them to be able to, cushion the effect of COVID. Here we have, where we are dealing with the effect of number one, having inflation, but they were able to elevate it by increasing interest rate. Now, what Trump is preaching is, oh, look, how we give tax break to the corporation. I will give I will eliminate taxes on social security for the demographic that are not productive. I've never heard that as an economist. You cannot do that by giving a tax break, by eliminating taxes on social security supplement. You cannot do that because people are drawing from social security. And who are those people drawing from social security? The seniors. They are not productive. They are no longer working. Right now, how many are those people working on tips making? And you say you want to eliminate taxes on overtime. Yes, the workers might be feel a little bit more empowered by that, but come to think of it, how much would that, where would that take them? It's going to cost social security. It's going to cost
It's been nice
Medicaid.
to interject because I
Hold on,
normally
hold on. Would you let you see? You always interject
I
when you
don't
are making your
interject you, but you keep running away with these things that don't
when it
cohere.
is your turn.
No, it's not
Correct.
about my turn. See, if you know anything about the service industry, many of these workers, about 30 to 50% of their wages come from tips. So what do you mean it's not going to make an impact?
It won't make any impact.
Or if 50% of their wages come from tip, it won't make an impact. Okay, go ahead.
It won't. It won't make. It won't make any impact. Let me tell you this. You know, when you targeted, just like Kamala Harris that was targeting family, it won't make any difference. But when you have, see, the backbone of any economy is small scale businesses because it's a business to business oriented. Okay, money is in hand. That is how wealth are created or distributed evenly. But when you're now saying, well, how many people working in the service industry compared to other workers that are working in the other economic sector that are not about tips? Okay, you have to look at it that way. Look, he's interested in favoring corporations, the 3% or the 2%. Okay, he believes that money will trickle down. All right, but we all know that corporations do not trickle down. They don't distribute the wealth easily. They withhold their own gain and use the government incentives to build their companies. Okay, look, we can continue to promulgate about what Trump is planning to do. He won, and he won squarely, and he won fair and square. Unlike in the past, when we had him till today, even he even echoed the same thing that it was stolen from him, and we knew that. That is why I won't even blame the white Caucasian 50 something percent that actually voted for him. The reason being is that these are the same people that voted for Biden with the hope that it would transform. But we forgot so soon that when Biden took over, it didn't take over because to build the economy number one. It was to save the democracy first. That was the first mandate, and it did.
Save democracy.
We could be, yes. Now people talking about
You're so full of
see,
propaganda. It's not even
people
funny anymore.
would
Save democracy.
look.
But that's why American people knew better, and
You
that's why
said
they
your own.
actually
Let
gave
me let me
they
say
gave the
my
mandate
own.
back to Trump because Biden wanted to
Please,
save
Daddy.
democracy. So
Please,
American
Daddy.
people are stupid, right?
I will really appreciate if you let me finish mine. It won't take much longer. You can debunk whatever I said, but please let me. I listen to you honestly. I wouldn't want to be going back and forth like we used to do.
All right,
Like,
I'll
let
give
us
you
close.
1 minute to conclude, Adewale, from
I will
interruption.
want to reclaim
1
some
minute.
of my time because I was interrupted.
Yeah,
Now,
but 1 minute, you should be done. Go ahead.
like I said, so many factors comes to play for this woman to have lost the election. Apart from the fact that we talked about the other statistical issues, but the fact that she was a female, America is now ready for a female president. That is a known fact. America has shown that it's a patriarchy society, and they will continue to live that till Jesus come. And it has shown. Now, come to think about it, for the first time in the history, Democrats actually elected a female vice president. Oh yes, he wasn't effective. She wasn't doing much when she was in the office. But we've come to realize that if at all a female will be elected into that exotic office of presidency, it won't come from Republican. I know that for a fact. It will always be either an independent or a Democrat, because Democrat has always been a groundbreaking party, and they always were when other fears to. But a time will tell if Trump administration will be like in the past, or it's going to turn a different person. But I doubt it, because leopard never change its color. But we will see what will comes ahead. But for now, he's the president elect, and we'll pray for him that he do well. And I hope the Republicans that are basking in victory now would look beyond the victory of now and see how the party has been bastardized and reduced to just be a movement. But time will tell.
Adewale, sorry, in a quick response to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, I understand you. You are still in the fury of your candidate winning. But what you expect from the rest of the world, you are not seeing it. And that one can make you feel a little bit sad. I understand. Because when
all right, all time has expired, emanating from Adewale. So now, Chioma,
well, let me respond to Prince Daddy.
Let's have order here. You're gonna get there's only 8 of us.
You have to give a rebuttal. 30 seconds rebuttal, please.
Okay, 30 seconds, but please make it snappy.
So what I'm trying to say is that what Prince Daddy was expecting that the rest of the world should jump up and start jubilating, but he didn't say that. He see a lot of it sees a lot of people like, this is not special. This is low. This is a person that we have tested. They have tested before in America. The rest of the world are not totally excited about it. So sometimes as an individual, you feel sad. And when you see some people talking this way, you want to fight back for your candidate. But what I'm just trying to tell you is very simple. He has been tested before. And I also say that, who knows? Maybe he can turn things around and change from the past. But who knows? It can
all right. No rebuttal. No rebuttal for the rebuttal. Prince, you're usually a very cooperative fellow.
I'm only asking for 30 seconds.
I want you to no, just hold on for a minute. Let's find out if Chioma wants to speak in the first place. Chioma, do you have something to say? Are you awake, Chioma? Once, twice. Okay, now let's have order in this sense. We're gonna go clockwise, starting from Yomi.
Okay.
Everybody's already had a chance. So the way it's gonna go is this: Yomi to Ekene, to Aizon, to Remy, back to Adewale, and then to Prince Daddy. All right, Yomi, we're doing a 3-minute thing again. This time it's gonna be stricter. But let's be more interested in what we're talking about. Let's not have a redundant thing. Go for anything. You could talk about anything you want. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again, Pansa. Let me start by acknowledging everybody for a wonderful job that you guys have been doing on this platform. Though some people thought that this is my first time, but I always come in and out once in a while. So, Prince Daddy, I always, listening to you, and I always admire how you, stand on so many issues. But this time around, I'm going to go a little bit in the opposite direction. Look, I understand your passion, your sentiment for Donald Trump, and the same goes with some people like me. That this guy, to me, is not a true leader. It's at its best to be a comedian than being a president of a great nation. But that is just by side, right? Let me be specific about the way I'm going to see his presidency. This is a guy that has a lot of promises, but I'm not seeing him deliver on so many promises that he has. But the people have decided. They have voted for him, and I believe he won squarely, which he will not, reciprocate if he lost. Unlike Democrat, they considered, and that shows a lot of maturity on their part. Up to now, this guy never believed that he can lose because he doesn't even like a loser. So when you look at the way this country is going in the United States in the next 4 years, somebody like us should be worried. Regardless of how our status, so far we are black, and especially from Africa, we can be stopped at any time. Profile against us. And when you are in such kind of environment, you'll be more cautious, you'll be more, you won't have much kind of willingness to, be your best. But I will say this though, the people here, they are very, very wonderful people. But when it comes to taking their space, they will fight back. They will put you where you belong. I experience such kind of things at my work. They are wonderful people. They are great people.
30 seconds.
Okay. So to wrap it up, right? Joe wore a red cloth to go and vote. Do you know what that means on the election day? Red cloth. Go and Google it. So he said a lot. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me use this opportunity to thank Mr. Oscar Blackbone for your donation to this platform. If you haven't liked, click like, share, and donate to the one-man platform. Now, let's go to Ekene for 3 minutes. Ekene, your turn.
Yeah, Bansat, I don't have much to say. The only thing I know is that all the argument being made, I mean, I don't live in America, but living in Nigeria and what I see in Donald Trump, I think Trump commands a huge respect among other African leaders, and you can see that happening already. So, I expect peace to return in every part of the world with this Trump win. So that's what I'm expecting. So other policies concerns those living in America, and I wish he does well on that, and I know he will do well. I like Trump. I like the way he carries himself, his charisma and every other thing. So you can dispute other things, but not the respect he commands among other leaders of the world. You will see the influence. It has always been there, and you will see it come back again. So he's gonna make a very big impact among the world leaders. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Bansat.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, did you feel any impact whatsoever in the market, in the faces of Nigerians as you walked around today? Is there anything different in the market or anything?
I think so. Even all these Bitcoin people and most of, I think their market will sell very well under his administration. They're already gearing people to start to buy all these coins and many things. I think I have to key into that to know that if that will benefit me also. So,
all right, very well. I think we're at the all-time high in the Bitcoin and other ancillary coins. All right. Thank you very much, Ekene. Aizon, it's your turn. 3 minutes. Talk about whatever you want.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this American election has come and gone. It played out exactly the way I expected it to. Just understanding that space, the US space. Having been educated there for a chunk of my life as well. I knew how they were going to vote. So I'm not going to dwell on that anymore. I think Trump has won. He was in office for 4 years. The country did not catch fire. The institutions did not get damaged. America has strong institutions. They will be fine. The fear mongering and all the things that people do to try to make it seem like he's going to burn up the whole place is just laughable. Nothing's going to happen. But I want to talk about Nigeria. I want to talk about. I was here, I think, a couple of weeks, like a week or two ago. I had a debate. Some people here dragging the point about our judiciary when Wiki had built quotas for judges. And the point I was making was it was compromising that arm of government, specifically considering how many court cases Wiki has in front of the courts. And people were arguing, he says his role as the executive to buy homes, other governors do it, therefore it makes it okay. Some really silly stuff. And, executives should not be buying homes for any judge. If there's an allocation that's being made for judges, it should go through the Ministry of Justice. And as you would have it, a couple of days after we had that debate, Professor Chidi Odikalu wrote a beautiful piece. I think he called it Wicked Courts or Near-Surmised Judges. I think that was the title. And it was a fantastic piece. And I didn't know this, but he highlighted the history of Wike compromising judges during his time in River State, buying them homes, buying them Range Rovers, open bribery of our judiciary. And so I just want people to understand this. Look, it doesn't matter who you support. You can be Agbado, you cannot be obedient. It doesn't matter. If we don't have a judiciary, we don't have a country. It's that simple. And if we're allowing one person to openly come out and bribe the judiciary in public glare, and Nigerians cannot even recognize that this is happening right in front of their faces and call it out for what it is, and forget it. You're not going to have a country, because all they will do is just force everything to a court, find a judge that will rule in their favor, has collected gifts from them, and that will just continue. There'll be no justice in that country at all. So forget who you support. This is one thing we should all rally behind to say, no, it must stop. So, pass out. That's the only piece I want to. I know it's 3 minutes, so I'm not going to say anymore. Move on.
You're a gentleman, and I agree with you 100% on that input. Justice must not just be something that happens, it must be something that has an appearance that it's happening. Fairness. So I agree with you on that. We're far away from egalitarianism, but impartiality itself and having corruption in such an institution, this is also animals, pretty much. But thank you for your input. I agree with you on that one. Remy, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to Donald Trump. I always say that politics is local, and I must give it to him that he was able to harness and think about how Americans think, and he used it to the fullest. And that's why you are seeing him in the Oval Office for the second time. But unfortunately for his opponent, they didn't get their hearts very well, because if they have done a primary, and if this guy have withdrew, the president, the current president, maybe they will have an equal opportunity to fight. It will be more competitive. Now, what are we expecting in the next 4 years? I don't see anything big difference that is going to happen. No matter what he says in his campaign, no matter what he's going to do, it's not going to be easy against the rest of the world too, because everybody have their own sovereignty. You cannot just lord whatever American want on everybody. It's going to be about negotiation. And that is what transpired when he was in his 4 years. Everybody was just suiting his ego, and they will continue to do the same thing. Not that the world is happy. You just, when you know somebody, then you suit his ego, make him feel good. And at the end of the day, you get what you want from him. That's exactly what is going to happen. Now, I want to quickly talk about Arizona. When you mention about people are building property for George or whatever, something like that, I think if you are a governor or a senator, you should also follow the rules. You cannot say, because no matter what happened, whatever you present in the front of the judge, that is what the judge will educate on and give his own what you call judgment. If you look at what has been happening in River State in terms of going to court, this guy, the present current governor, continued to do the wrong thing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. How can you, for God's sake, a budget of the state, 2 or 3 people pass it? Where are the rest? And when they took him to court, they won, then they continue to win. The local government election, they told you not to do it initially from the beginning. You went ahead, and when the court judgment will come out, you say they are biased again. So please, when we are also analyzing, let's see everything. Let's look at both sides of the divide, how this thing come into being. For me, I think because of the post-COVID-19 and the unnecessary war that is going on in Europe, and also, part of Europe and Middle East, I'm talking about Israel and the rest, affects the world seriously. But I think that with this man coming in, he has boasted that he will stop the war. He will do everything. I hope he can do it. I'll rest my case now so that other people can talk. Thank you.
Pansa, let me just respond to that real quick.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter what you say. You don't have to agree with what has happened. I can debate River State with you all day, and help you understand that what the governor is doing is within his rights. But that doesn't matter. No executive in that country should be buying Range Rovers or using their state or federal capital territory budget to build anything for judges. Because, and even legal experts have come out to say that in the statute, it clearly says that a judge should not collect anything from people if it may even sway their decision, or that party could become a subject in a court case. These are clear, understood things globally. There is no debate about this.
I think that is why
if a federal capital territory minister has taken it upon himself to take land from a corporation and then use that land,
I think let
me finish. Let me finish. Use that land to give quarters to judges. If Julius Berger tomorrow wants to go and challenge the taking of that land, it is the same judges he has just given quarters that will oversee that case. How can they be impartial? Listen to what you are saying and think about. I know you're trying to be partisan and you're thinking in terms of APC. But let me just explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. This is not about partisanship. You don't understand that, right? Because while you're celebrating it now and thinking that it's going to favor APC and your Tinubu government, let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. It is not, because if this behavior continues, after a while, Tinubu is not going to be in office. And when he's not in office, guess what? The other person that comes in is going to also give judges gifts and it is sway in their way as well. So my point.
Remy, please, it's not your turn again. You already
submitted. No.
I'm responding to what you said, because you're bringing up River State and what the governor did.
No more response for a response. Remy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I want to respond to Aizon. The judiciary is also the separation of power. And when they build quota for them, they are not saying they are building quota for Judge Remy or Judge Aizon. It's an institution. It's not for only one judge. It's for several of them over there in that state or maybe in the FCT. And if they are taking land from Julius Berger, have you ever read what happened before they took the land from them?
They should not be receiving any benefit. There's a process of how that can happen. It should not go through a minister.
All right. Adewale, it's your turn. 3 minutes, you could talk about whatever you want.
All right. Real quick, Aison, you may have a point, but you must also understand that what we practice in Nigeria is quite different from other part of the world. I looked it up. Another part of the world, even though judiciary is an independent body of the government, they are not in charge of their own budgets. So most of the advanced democracy actually, when it comes to remunerations and all that, is subject to their parliamentary or Congress approval. But in Nigeria, when you have the state judiciary system under the tight grip of the governor, they are at the mercy of the governor. So, in that case, except the constitution is changed, where government, the executive does not have the political power over them. I'm not discounting that they may not have any influences on the outcome of the cases in their court, but as of now, the executive control how much is being given to the judiciary. But you will agree with me that over the years, the judiciary has been subjected to ridicule to the point that they have to toe the line of the executive for them to even get what they deserved. Uh, Luckily, in Lagos State, they were well treated during the Tinubu's era. That doesn't mean that Tinubu did not influence their decision by making sure that they are well taken care of. Even the court, the building itself, they took the state government to budget and build a new structure. So, except we make changes to our constitution whereby the judiciary will be fully autonomy, will be fully independent from other arms of government and without interferences. I don't see that coming because that means the executive will have power being taken away from them. For now, they hold it over their head. So that is why I won't really criticize Wiki for doing what he did in the name of taking care and making sure that the justice.
Adewale, you make a good point, but let me just, do you know one little fact? Do you know our judiciary was stronger under the military, under Abacha, than it is today?
No, I disagree.
Yes, it was. Do you know there were judges that said no to dictates of Abacha when he tried to get certain things passed? Do you know, in even before the Abacha regime, our judges used to refuse to attend parties where executives were present. Our judiciary, based on even what you said, is almost like an acceptance of the fact that your judiciary is open and vulnerable and willing to accept gifts from executives that are going to go stand in front of that same judiciary that has to try their case. We don't have a judiciary based on what you're saying. We don't have that arm of government existent. And if we don't, then we are finished. These politicians will do and undo. And today, let me say something that's very important. Today it is Tinubu. So all of you are kind of giving it a pass or making slight excuses here and there for it. Tomorrow it will not be him. And I want to have this same conversation with you when it is not him. Because your tone, I promise, not you so much, but maybe Remy, your tone will change 100%. But please go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I think during the military era, the judiciary were reduced to a complete beggar. Those judges that are kind of, portrayed like a renegade among them are not that many. There were few. And I could tell you, without even going to back to the history, that most of those judges that were subordinate to the military actually didn't have much future in the judiciary. We're talking about the era where judgment were being hauled around by the military, and it depends on how connected you are. Anyway, but as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the interference of the executive on the judiciary, I think the constitution has to be amended in a way that will completely separate judiciary and then give them the power to be able to control their budget in a way that Congress will now becomes the what do you call it, the checkmate, or oversees the affair of that arms of government, because they have to be subjected to audit, subjected to checks and balances. But as far as I'm concerned, Wike is still acting within the power that establishes his office. The executive control. I sympathize with you and I understand your predicament on this. But you see, when you are elected into an office and you are empowered by the constitution that governs the office which you are, you will do whatever you like. You will want, because tell me, let's talk about it. Tinubu just increased the salary of
Emil, your phone on 30 seconds.
okay. So
Well, do you know what Wike's nickname is in politics? Corruptor of judges. It's a known factor. That's his nickname. No. In the political circles in Sahara Reporter has had a big piece about this.
In
the political circles in Nigeria, his nickname is corruptor of judges. I just want that to sink in. No, it's not. Listen.
No.
Even if they all do, you don't understand the point I'm making. Even if they all do, right? It is revolting. Because you have to understand what I'm saying here.
I do, but when you are given the executive power, okay, a power vested in your hand, you will use it to your advantage. Look, we're in a country where every politician, every public office holders are desperate because they have no idea what could happen tomorrow. So they want to make sure that they cornered, and making sure that every corners already been, checked before the next election. So I won't dispute the fact that they make influences on those judges, but they are still acting within the power that established their office. If tomorrow Congress now decided to enact a law that takes that power of having that oversight of budget on the judiciary away from executive and give it directly in the hand of the judiciary, we will have full independence, whereby the judges will now be requesting for a protection because they know they will do the right. But we are living in a country or in a continent where, look, corruption pays. And I'll tell you, even the judges wouldn't want them to control their own finances, because they want it to be in the hands of executive so that they can be the tool to the executive. I think that is where we found ourselves.
Prince Daddy, Oni Isejumeta, Soronepa Ohun. Prince Daddy.
Good job,
3 minutes. 3 minutes, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy,
Pansat is reading it from somewhere. He typed it and Google is interpreting for him.
All right, Prince Daddy is asleep.
Pansat, you speaking Yoruba?
Are you around? Okay, go ahead, Prince Daddy. 30 seconds. 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, okay, fine. Maybe I can. Just to rebuttal some few things that Adewale said earlier. Adewale failed to tell us that during the COVID era, that America became the #1 manufacturer of ventilators that we sent around the world, including Nigeria. And all this happened.
I never said that. Not me. Somebody else.
Yeah, he didn't say that. I say you failed to say that because you said it was all doom and gloom under Trump during COVID. And I'm telling you the successes during COVID that Trump had, or the America had. We became the #1 manufacturer of ventilators that we sent around the world. Also, when it came to the leaders in the manufacturing of the R&D and the manufacturing of the COVID vaccine, we also led. So I know people like you would like to blame Trump for COVID, even though it was right from the onset that the COVID came from China, that your people, the Democrats, denied and called him all sorts of names. So that should put to rest your position on that. What else did you mention? Oh, yeah. America's not ready for a woman's president. And I think I answered that earlier. That is not true. Unless you've been disingenuous, you would know, that Hillary Clinton, and she was a formidable candidate for sure. So far, the best Democratic candidate presented since her husband, Bill Clinton, and she did very well. She did excellently. Great debater. She was the whole package, but she just didn't win. Keep in mind, she had the most votes. So you saying that most Americans voted for her and America's not ready for a female president is just not true. That's just the way you say it, and you try to link that to being a misogynist. The men are, and 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 what else you want to attribute that to? That is not true. That is not true. Um, you said one other third main point, if I can remember. But anyways, at the end of the day, you must admit that you had a bad candidate in Kamala Harris. You know very well she had nothing to offer, and you said to yourself that you were not elated when she was chosen over Biden. Okay, you knew that. So for you to come out now and try to cry about, oh, she was a female president, a minority, and all these things, it just shows a sign of a sore loser. She was never good from the onset, and we all know that she lost the election, woefully, by the way. You would have been able to tell that she was a good candidate if she had done very well in the swing states, maybe winning 3 or 4 out of the swing states, but she didn't. Kamala had no message. She was just banking on her female identity. You Democrat, you play identity politics. She was banking on her being a female, a black woman that she's not. We know that. She's not an African American because she's not a foundational black American. So, but no, you see, at the end of the day, no matter what you say about Americans, we believe a lot in merit. Uh, a strong leader. We believe in that. And looking at Kenneth living in Nigeria, all the way there, the way he articulated Trump was quite interesting, actually, calling him a strong leader, bringing back, peace and respect to the rest of the world, that people in Nigeria and around the world respect him. It shows that, that one-sided analysis or storyline that you guys, propagate in the liberal media. Not everybody's falling for it, because we all can see with our crocodile eyes. We can see what is going on. So calling black, white, and all these things, it doesn't always work. People are waking up, and we know what is going on. Don't insult Americans. Okay, they chose their leaders. Okay, they chose their leader in Trump by popular vote and electoral college. You can't call people dumb all the time because it doesn't go the way you want it to go. And maybe lastly, I can say in regards to
Prince Adi, this border issue that people used to campaign against Trump, why are people so? Why don't they comprehend the man? I had.
Are you still there,
His
Ekene?
speech, but that's even if you must come to America, you must come in legally. So why is it a difficult thing to understand? Coming to a country in a legal means, is that chasing people away from the country?
Ekene, why do you understand it the way you understand that Adewale can understand it? Because I know Adewale came into this country legally, okay, but Adewale does not understand that a country without borders is a non-country. It doesn't exist. So I can understand the simple logic. See, it's not about illegal immigrants, because including myself, my family, and a lot of people here, we came as immigrants to this country. It's all about documentation. That's what it doesn't matter how you come to this country as long as you document it. But what they have going on in the southern border, you just open border. Do you know how much drugs? See, a lot of stories are not being told because the media, the liberal media, controls the airwave. But if you know the level of abuses that goes on at the border, especially the abuse of children, women, little girls, it's become a cesspool of prostitution, rape, and all kinds of dirty stuff that they do there, but the media doesn't report it. And it's commonsensical. If you have an uncontrolled environment, you should expect chaos all the time. And that's exactly what goes on there. Is the women and the children that have been abused. It shows how much these people truly care about human beings. They don't.
And that's more reason that's more reason I love Trump so much, because he keep on repeating it, even if you don't understand it. He knows what he's saying. So whether you are using it as a propaganda, he continues saying that he's gonna tighten his border. So it shows that a leader has to be very firm in what he believes, not because
we're
of
coming to you. We're coming to you very soon. Prince Daddy, your phone only for 30 seconds, right? But phone, I want more America. I like the point, so I'm giving you additional 30 seconds for that. So you have 1 minute to conclude, then we'll go to the next person. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thanks. So, Adole, my friend, normally you're a fair guy, but you must admit that you had a bad product to sell. You must admit. I didn't come to the platform today. I didn't want to come today, actually, just like I told one man earlier. I just want to, I know there's nothing to be gleeful about, really, because what happened was expected. It just the media was just lying to people and gaslighting people. But there's nothing surprising to me that happened. I never thought much of Kamala. The only thing I'll tell you that I was scared about is what happened in 2020, that they were going to rig or steal the election again. But guess what? Thank God there's no COVID. So imagine that. Think back, guys. In 2020, some states like Pennsylvania, it took them freaking 2-3 weeks to announce the results because they keep finding ballots every time to bolster up their count. But imagine Pennsylvania announcing literally in the same day an election result. That was amazing. And that's why they had no way to run. There's no way they can try to rig the election. It was an open air.
Prince Daddy. Let's now go to Chioma again. Chioma, you here? All right. Chioma is not here. Therefore, Mr. Yomi.
Yes, thank you, Pansa. Yeah. So
Iseju Meta.
Okay, Iseju Meta. Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, question, quick question, Prince Daddy. Can you tell me what you observed so far in this election in terms of demographic, the way they voted? 72% white male, 50, I believe 54 for women, I guess, for Donald Trump. So can you try to explain that really quick?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, thanks for the question, but the way I analyze my politics, I don't see it's the politician. The people that play politics, they have to concentrate on certain constituents based on their messaging. The reason why Trump messaging really appealed to men in general. And by the way, I think African American vote was up almost 19-20%, not 12%, as said earlier. So it's your messaging. I'm telling you, I talked to college students, female. If you hear the way they talk, you know that the message of abortion and women's right truly resonate. It does big time. And because Trump didn't have a stronger message than that, it didn't. So, Kamala or the Democrat, they had a strong message in that regard. So it depends on your constituents. It depends on which group you target. Hispanic, keep that in mind. Hispanic votes. Trump had more Hispanic vote than any Democrat or any Republican, rather, in a long time. With Hispanics, it was like 53% or so. That's very, very high. And because his message of the economy, his message of border security and safety in the community really appealed to those people. And that's why he got it. They don't care. Hispanics, if you know traditionally, especially the Mexican and the Venezuelan, for example, they are traditional Catholics and Christians. They don't care for abortion. They don't care
Okay.
for it. So that message would not appeal to them.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay. Now, when it comes to immigration, do you know that when these immigration issues came up between Democrat and Republican, they were about to get it done, and this guy told Republican that they should, they should just go back from it, and he's using that as a campaign. So I don't get it. That is by side, right? So then, what do you think when Senate Republican control Senate by 51% or 52% now, and it is very likely that they are going to control the House, right? So, and they have the presidency, they will control Senate, and at the same time they will control House. What do you think is going to happen in the next 4 years?
Well, briefly, instead of unnecessary gridlocks, we should have a smooth sailing and pass policies and laws that benefit the American people. I'm telling you,
So
that'll be the
with
benefit.
okay, so with no challenge, right?
Of course, there'll be challenge. There will be challenge, but it'll
So,
be easier to push through policies that immediately affect the lives of American people. And
but
just like many of this, Biden was able to overturn a lot of things by executive order. Trump's going to do the same thing. It's just course for the par, or par for the
okay,
course. It's
okay. So
Akokotipe, Akokoto.
okay,
Emilio Fon Onipa 30 seconds.
okay. Now, okay. So now, what is your intake with say, student loan and cancellation of student loan debt?
well,
Do you benefit from it? Do you benefit from it?
well, sure, absolutely, absolutely. But
Thank
I
you.
tell you,
Okay.
I think they should give benefits to student loans, but to be
Okay.
fair, those people that have paid their student loan, they should reimburse them. I think that
Okay.
is fair.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. That's my submission.
Ocean. Okay. Who's next here? It's Ekene, you still with us? Ekene? Okay.
Senior brother.
Orugogonaka Amala.
But we are still on Trump now. It's just that many things that Trump has been saying is very clear to understand, but I don't know why many people that live abroad don't understand his message so well. But for me, I understand his message so well, and I just imagine if we have a leader that can make that policy work in Nigeria, tightening our borders, illegal entrance, and all those stuff. Don't you think that our security would improve very much? So, but when you see a leader speaking to that, it shows that he loves his people. He don't want his people to be harmed.
He wants things to be done in a legal way for the benefit of the people. And when you see him talk, he talk about American. We're gonna make America great again. We're gonna do this for American. We're gonna do this for the future of our children. I love that so much, and I wish we can have such leaders in our country who will really love our country and put to the American citizen, and that's what a leader should be like. So I don't know why people are criticizing that man so much. Is it because he doesn't want to? He's a very sincere man. And that's what I understand by people that used to spoil their mind, people that look sincere and all that. People used to misunderstand them. So Trump is very sincere, and he's making his message clear. So whether you like him or not, whether you like what he's saying or not, he will tell you this is what I believe in, and I'm gonna do it. Border issue, come in, but come in legally. Don't just come into America because you want to come into America. Have all your documents complete, then enter the country. Is it very difficult for people to understand? Why are they using it against him, saying that he dislike blacks? Or do you have any intention of entering another man's country in an illegal way? That's very bad. So, and that will improve the security of that country. It's a leader that I would like to have in my own country. So that's all I have to say. And Nigerian stuff, we are keeping it behind for now. Let me enjoy America for once, at least. Let me use America whole body for now. Thank you, Pastor.
All right. Everybody go no Odegunwoke. Right now, we're gonna go to the next person here, who I believe to be Remy. Remy, are you ready to give a 3-minute submission on any topic? Remy once, going twice. Okay, now let's go to Adewale. Prince, you already spoke, right? So we'll go to Adewale for 3 minutes. Adewale, it's your turn.
Make it 6 minutes. There's nobody here with us anymore. So let it be me.
5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Ekene, my brother. It's easy to get carried away by what you see being depicted on the television. When you watch the Nollywood movie, it's easier to conclude that America is always look the same way it's been portrayed in the movie. But I'm sorry to burst your bubble that not America is not like that. There are ghetto cities in America. People they shit for grand here in America as well. But let me dial it back a little bit. You see that man you spoke about, like he's a nationalist, he loves his country. Well, let's just take it for face value that he loves his country. But I'll tell you this, he doesn't. Okay? Take it from me as an authority, someone who had worked in the criminal justice and also who has been a first responder who knows about crime. Okay? Most of what you hear in the news or what is being said about the politicians are not true, or some of them are half truth. Look, a crime that occurs in America on a daily basis, if it's being reported on the national or international media platform, people will be scared to come to America every day. But I'll tell you this, most of the crime that occur are not actually perpetrated by other nationalists from immigrants. If you look at the prison in America, majority of which you will find there are the most number one, they are American. Now, regardless of their color, whether black or white, okay, they are mostly American. And I can tell you this, for someone who had actually worked in the prison in America here, I could tell you that for you to even find India, you will search. For you to even find Chinese, you will search. For you to even find Nigeria, you will search everywhere. Okay? Now, when you come to the southern part of the country, where you have the Mexico, New Mexico, every neighboring states to Mexico, they are kind of share border with Mexico. Yes, there has been an influx of these people jumping fences and coming to America. But I'll tell you this, majority of those people, and I'm speaking from someone who take that as an authority from this angle, I can tell you majority of those people jumping fences are not coming to America to steal, to destroy, or to kill. They are coming because they have something pursuing them. And it's not just starting from today. In the 19th century, maybe you didn't know, maybe you need to know a little bit more about American history. America has been attracting foreign nationals from time immemorial since the inception of this country. You know, in America before, the Italians, the Germany, they didn't just come from sky. They migrated to America. The influence of those countries started around, I think, even at the beginning of this country. But the number started increasing around 1800. It peaked at around 1900. And I could tell you for a fact there were times in this country in America where Italian was seen and compared to pig. Pig. They are Caucasian like the rest of them, but they don't see them as a superior. They believe that Western Europe are even better. Okay? Now, even Donald Trump father himself had to leave Germany for greener pasture in America. And he
That's true.
went back, I think that was during the First World War, somehow like that. He was a peasant, he was a poor, wretched man. But he went back to Germany, he was not allowed in, so he had no choice than to come back to America. Okay? So, as an immigrant, and look at his lineage in a way that there's nothing as different than those people jumping fence of today. You know, this singer, what is his name again? The one that sang about imagine, no war, no boundary, no country. The whole world is free. I know that won't happen. That's a daydreaming. But you can imagine a world whereby um, countries are not seeking succor in a country like America. Look, from till Jesus come, America will continue to attract people. When you see those people, they are the most hardworking people in America. You will find them doing menial job just to put food on the table. I'm not saying that
That's true.
some people will not be criminal among them, but I'll tell you this: majority of them are hardworking, and as a matter of fact, some of them were employed at Trump company. It was an
I
investigative
wanted
journalist
to say
that
that.
exposed them, and he fired
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
But
yeah.
he claimed that he was unaware that they were hired in his farm. But I'll tell you today, if Trump follow up with what he said, that he will have a mass deportation, American economy will collapse. Mark my word. But
Absolutely.
they are kind of treading softly by saying that they will first of all target criminal. No doubt there are some bad eggs among them that have been captured and put in prison. I live in Texas. I know a little bit about gang and criminal among them. I know what people can. Are people not corrupt? Are people not criminal? Aren't we stealing from them? Are we not duping them? But whether they carry gun or we use pen, crime is crime. You see, a fearmonger. That is what Trump is. Look, he has won. And those who believe that, oh, our country will be secure, I will tell you today, you haven't seen a desperate person. A desperate man will kill you to get what he wanted. You say you want to shut the border, close the wall, build a wall, shut the border, and all that. Let me tell you something. As long as that place is available for them to migrate, they would do everything to get into this country. Mark my word.
O'Shea.
There is no number
Obuna,
of security that you put there that will contain those people. They will continue to find their way back into this country. You know
all
why?
right.
Because they are looking for what to feed them and their families.
Yomi,
Absolutely. Yes.
Yomi,
Yeah.
Monday, Mikan, we and Jumi, Theodore, or Jew. Right now, we're gonna go to who's next here on this list? Yomi, okay. If Chioma, you're still not here, correct?
Okay.
Yomi, go ahead.
Okay.
Speak about
So,
whatever you want. 5 minutes.
right. That is very true. So I would totally agree with Adewale 100% because when we are going to consider what has been saying, right? Um, I listened to his speech about 2 days ago. No, yes, 2 days ago. He said now that American force that they will first of all deal with criminal immigrant, right? So, and that is where he's focusing on. But by the time it started that, resources are needed. So the question is, where is it going to have that kind of budget? So he's going to cut some budget in order to be able to fund um, immigration, more or less like enforcement, right? So now, my concern though is that it might take budget cut from health, health sector like Medicare, Medicaid, and most of these are not even what the so-called immigrant benefit from more than the old people like whites, old people, blacks, you know. But he's going to, dip his hand into such kind of things because he passionately, you know, just ate anything Obamacare, and it's going to backfire in a big time. That is number one. Number two is 2025 agenda that is going to, just end what we call Ministry of Education. If it does that, it's going to affect the vast majority of our children, because I don't know what is going to replace that kind of ministry with. Maybe they are going to privatize everything, and when that happens, that means somebody is going to benefit from it, because these so-called Trumpants, they are not just following him. They know that once they push his button, it's going to um, dance to their tune. So all these kind of things is going to be something of interest in the next 4 years. I am wishing him all the best, but I am a little bit worried that where he's leading this country, it might be something that we
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask a quick question.
Okay.
Everybody
Go
knows
ahead.
that America has great institution. So if he's going to do whatever he wants to do, this institution, are they going to allow him to do it easily, or are they going to fight that?
It's going to be a big fight. It's going to be so, but at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, I can assure you, he's going to abandon it, because when he said that he's going to build wall, he built it to some extent, and he abandoned it. So I'm seeing the same kind of patterns. So at the end of the day, right, he might try a little bit with economy, but I'm not seeing 100% success in that, because this so-called bringing inflations down is not something that it can get done easily, because this is a global problem. It's a worldwide problem. So when it campaign on economy, on immigrations, time will tell. Thank you.
Pakale Theodara Sile. Let's go to
I know Yomi's time is not yet over, so let me just add a little thing. Now, Remy asked a question that with the institution fight back, you know what is what is it called? Is it Plan 2025 or Vision 2025, whatever
Yes.
is that? They
Vision
intend
2025.
they have vision, so they intend to replace every top notch in those institutions you mentioned with their loyalists so that they could help them to carry out some of their agendas. For example, the career diplomats or the career civil government workers and all that, they intend to replace them with an appointee that will assent to every decision being taken from the political side to be, apply in every sector, every government sector, so that they can help them to
Okay.
propagate what they intend to or what it would intend to do. So that's what their plan. The institution
Okay.
would not be able to fight back this time around because they are able to identify that there's some element in the government that are actually pushing back by quoting certain section in the government policies or constitution, just to push back in order not for them to be get themselves into a big hole. But this time
Mm.
around, they are coming back in a bank, replacing those folks and making sure their loyalists are there. For example, now when it comes to Department of Justice, he actually wanted to capture it to himself so that he can
Mhm.
weaponize. And I can guarantee you, Donald Trump on a day one will appoint a special counsel that will prosecute Biden's tenure.
Hold on, Adewale. What you are painting, the scenario you are painting now, I hope Izon is still on this platform. Because it's like the other time he was castigating Nigerian executive for trying to build house or whatever for the judiciary. And now you are not telling us in the great democracy or the greatest democracy, the strongest country in the world, you have another president that will also dictate to your chief justice because invariably or indirectly, that's what you are saying. So what is the difference between the two? I
Nothing.
hope if you here, I would not want to answer the question.
We're coming to you anyways. Remy, it's going to be your turn. So I thank Yomi for a very good drop, a good presentation. So over to you, Remy. 5 minutes, 5 whole minutes.
Okay, I know I won't take too much of a time. What I'm just trying to say, I asked a rhetorical question to if Izon is here, but what we are painting now, whatever it may be or what it's going to do, at the end of the day, the best thing about democracy is that you only have 4 years to do it. And whether it makes your country better or great, it's good for the country. And if he also do good things for the rest of the world will appreciate him. Everybody have a legacy. So if at the end of the day, because this is his second time, after this, he cannot contest anymore. So if he do very well, fine. If he does not do very well, everybody has to probably hope that people survive. But what I'm trying to say here is this. Every country, no matter where you find yourself, there will always be politics. There will always be people using their power to influence what they want, one way or the other. I've never seen a perfect or a country that is El Dorado. I've been to 3 continents and I've seen that the difference between most of this country just little by little. In a very advanced economy, you might have all basic things of life to yourself. Good road, good health, everything is super good. But you have to pay the bills. You have to pay the right taxes. You have to do the right thing. But if you look at the rest of the world, they call developing countries, because you are not paying all those bills. And a lot of things are being subsidized for the citizenry. So many things have to put in place. So you go to some economy, you see that, oh, fine, they don't have this organized system, but still the government is trying. Why some? The government are not trying. There is corruption everywhere. So the degree of corruption might be different from one country to another country. But nobody can come here and be telling me, this country is the perfect example of democracy. What we are seeing lately in all over the world, it's not the best of time for the rest of the world now. For the world, it's not the best of time. Whether you look to Africa, Asia, Europe, Far East, America, it's not the best of time for us. I hope our leaders can come together and find solution to the problem of hunger, inflation, globalization, and so many other stuff that can turn the world around. I hope that America, being one of the strongest countries in the world, and then you have a new leader. I hope, but I'm not totally sure that this guy can turn America around. So I leave it like that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Who's next here? It's don't tell me it's Remy. I mean Prince Daddy again. Prince Daddy, are you here? Prince Daddy.
Pansat,
Yeah.
I would love you to answer the question I asked because Isaiah is not here. I want you to answer that question about what you guys said, that he's going to appoint some new justice and he can also control them to dance to whatever he wants, and not just oppose it with Nigerian situation like Izon said before. Do you see any difference, or is normally the same thing, or the pathway are different to get their result? Thank you.
You're talking about Trump?
Yeah, I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about the new justice, or what Adewale said, and I'm asking that question just opposed with Nigerian system, in which the governors are building the judges, the judiciary, they build their staff quarters, buy car for them, so many stuff they do for them. Yeah.
Okay, let me give you the answer, right? Because it's very simple. First of all, we're comparing apples to a motorcycle or something like that. Here in the United States, there are 3 branches of government for real. And the adversarial, even though on the sub level you have the partisanship, but going by the past, just because somebody nominated somebody to be a justice or even a chief justice, it doesn't mean they're going to vote with that person, for one thing, that where that happened, right? If you look at the Rehnquist court, you go further down back in history to the Warren Court. All those were nominated by, confirmed by conservatives, but the Warren Court ended up being one of the best things that ever happened to civil liberties in this country. So it doesn't happen. But in the case where 2 do conspire, for example, a president nominates somebody and actually get him to be a justice in the court, you also have the legislature. They're there, and they can bring somebody and have him removed from office. If you do by corruption, by giving them money, you have the FBI, which is a very, very big agency. They have eyes and ears like hawks. So here in this country, you cannot do anything like that. If you do it ideologically, maybe you could hide from it into ideology. Yeah, that plays a role. But as far as corruption, where somebody pays you money to rule somehow, there are many, many agencies that could catch you doing that, and they're not partisan, and they're not playing around. But you have 3 true, equal, adversarial branches. It's well established. There's no doubt about that. So once in a while, could somebody get away with doing something ideologically? Yeah, they do that. When you confirm judges during your term, it has an ideological bent on the court. But you can't compare that to what's happening in Nigeria, where you have a bunch of Muslims, right, corrupting our constitution, blatantly throwing out our legal luminaries from the courthouse, and there's no there's no other branch to say, hey, wait a minute, bring you in for hearing, removing a chief justice. Imagine what happened when Buhari came in 2015. He removed our chief justice on again, and then put in a Sharia guy there who's never seen the walls of a courtroom, of a law school, right? So there's no, it's crazy. So what Izon was saying, it's absolutely obvious There's no doubt about that. Nobody should be happy about it. Even if I'm Muslim, I won't like anything like that, because if we don't have Supreme Court, then what do we have? We're a bunch of animals. So I want you to don't look at this thing as a partisan issue or a tribal issue. We have to have it the way they have it here. Now, there's nothing even comparable to the United States, not Britain, not any other country. So you are comparing the worst with the best. You follow what I'm saying? So you should look at it like here in the, I don't know if you've been to the United States, maybe there's a lot of loose talk about the United States. You have the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That is not a partisan agency. And they know what each one of them are doing, because in the past you have governors, for example, Governor of Illinois, Blagojevich, even though Obama won and became president, that was his governor, Obama's governor in Obama state in Illinois, and he converted Obama's seat at the time. Obama's moving from Senate to president. He was caught doing something illegal, and he went into the slammer for it. Obama couldn't save him. In Nigeria, that would never be possible. So the courts are not the same thing. Even a state court, forget about, I mean, even a city court here is far, far more when it comes to jurisprudence than Nigeria, where there's no order, there's no constitution, there's no respect, there's no adversarial relationship. Without that adversarial relationship, U.S. will not have anything. That's why when Trump come in, like he found out the hard way, when he came the first time, he did all kinds of things that were borderline, but when he was out of office, first of all, they tried to impeach him a couple of times, but when he got out of office, then—
You have 3 more minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
3 more seconds, actually.
All right, I appreciate it, right? So, Ogun Aya, right? So listen, what I'm saying is that, because Remy, I believe you're sincere, but one thing you have to understand is you've never been to the United States. Listen to all those of us where your eye and ears here. I'm saying to you that the United States is a sound country when it comes to law and order, in fairness, equal application of the laws. We copied our constitution from here, and we should do the same thing back home. No matter what tribe, no matter what religion, we have to have that as sacrosanct. So I was going to say something else, but I would now end my prerogative as chair, as a panelist, and go back to whose turn is it? Is it Prince Daddy or Adewale?
It's me. Prince Daddy is nowhere to be found.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, my 5 minutes start now. Hey, Remy, if you are still there, let me establish something. Remy, are you still there? Remy.
He's here. Okay. He's mad at me for the way I answered that.
I'm here. I can listen to
okay. See, let me tell you, let's establish something. The corruption in America reeks. Let me repeat it again. The corruption in the judiciary system in America reeks. There's no perfect judiciary anywhere in the world. As long as human beings are in charge, and human beings are kind of like interwoven, interrelated, one way or the other, there's going to be always interference, influences on people to make decisions. Except if you have never, well, quite some, maybe people like Pansad have never been exposed to how things work here in this country. Everything is now money.